Chapter 1. In the deep woods, beneath the running thickets and treacherous waters, lay a small silhouette illuminated by the sun. Dancing in Earth's eternal spring, a little girl was lost in her own world. The young girl glided among the blades of grass, rose petals woven into her hair. Butterflies fluttered around her, and she smiled at them in wonder. Love shone in her eyes, and that warmth almost blinded the wolf hidden behind the tree's shadows. The wolf almost mistook the girl for an angel, brightened by an ethereal gold. The wolf watched, but remained hidden. Minutes passed before the wolf stepped out of the shadows and into the meadow, revealing himself. The little girl was not afraid of him, as he thought she would be. The wolf took a few more steps into the light as the girl did the same. As the girl stared into the wolf's eyes, he found himself drawn to her. She held his focus completely. He noticed her soft brown waves streaked with ruby and her warm eyes. A powerful instinct took hold, a deep sense of connection that made him feel fiercely protective. The wolf understood the significance of this bond and suddenly turned away, running back into the woods. However, he would not leave until he found out her name. Chapter 2. Could your skirt be any shorter? I asked. She looked down and snorted. Is it just me, or are you just jealous? Talia asked, parading in her red stilettos and mini skirt. I rolled my eyes. It's just you, Millie replied. She was the most reasonable of my friends, while Talia was the opposite. She was silly, immature, and didn't care what other people thought of her. We were walking down the crowded hallway to go to lunch. Our last year of high school had started 2 days ago, but it felt like it had started 2 months ago. I mean, look at us. Why don't we have boyfriends? Talia asked loudly, attracting attention from some senior boys. Talia noticed and winked at them. Sometimes she acted like this was her second year in middle school. I elbowed her in the stomach. I thought you liked somebody else. It was like she had a different crush every day. I couldn't keep up. No, he has a girlfriend, Talia said indifferently as we took our seats in the cafeteria. Talia took out her mirror to apply lip gloss to her already pink lips. So, Millie changed the subject. What are we doing for your birthday tonight? Oh my god, yes. What are we doing? Talia interrupted excitedly, and I grimaced. I almost forgot. It was my birthday today. Nothing special. I shrugged, not even sure what we were doing. Usually, my friends and family get together on the deck and eat cake. But it's the big 1-8. You're finally an adult. We have to do something fun, Talia exclaimed. Pool party? Karaoke night? Fancy dinner? She offered, but I shook my head at each one. Talia was the one who loved attention, while I barely tolerated it. I found birthdays embarrassing. I preferred having my family and best friends with me rather than a bunch of strangers. How about dinner at my house? I suggested. Dinner sounds great. Millie smiled and took a bite of her sushi. Can we invite boys? Talia asked eagerly. No boys. I just want a nice, relaxing birthday this year. Having boys over just complicated things. Besides, I didn't even have any boys to invite. I'm gonna find your soulmate someday, she promised, and I scoffed. Soulmates don't exist. A strange feeling rushed over me when I walked up my driveway and into my house. I opened the front door, and it was unusually quiet. The TV wasn't on, and my parents weren't in the family room or the kitchen like they usually were when I got home. Hello? Anyone home? I called upstairs, and my parents quickly appeared. How was school? Mom asked, following Dad down the stairs. Her voice was almost nervous, and my mom never got nervous. It was good. I invited Talia and Millie over for cake tonight. I noticed the quick looks they exchanged. That okay? I probed them out of the conversation they were silently having. Of course, birthday girl. Dad tried to make his voice sound light. Are you guys okay? Is it about me getting older? I asked jokingly. Maybe. Mom tried to relax at the mention of their strange behavior. Dad walked into the kitchen, and Mom followed. They were definitely acting suspiciously. I shrugged it off and went upstairs to my bedroom. I took out my flip phone and sat on my bed. There was already a text from Talia. Talia, you're gonna love the gift I got you. Me? What is it? It better not be some random guy's phone number. Talia, that was one time. Millie, I don't think I want to know. Talia, babies. What's going on with the rents? Me, they're acting super shady. Millie, I smell a surprise party. Talia, eavesdrop on their conversation. I stopped texting and opened my door to listen. I could hear harsh whispers from the kitchen, but could only make out the words big, unexpected, and surprise. Me, I think they're talking about a surprise party. Millie. I knew it. Talia, can't wait. Me, I gotta go. I have to cram for a huge history test. Talia, our first day was literally on Monday. Me, I'm trying to get ahead this year. I put my phone on my nightstand and tried to study. However, I was too excited thinking about my surprise party. 2 hours was a long time to wait. Alex, we're gonna cut the cake. Mom yelled up to me around 6 o'clock, and I smiled giddily. Coming. I instantly shut my textbook and ran downstairs. The entire first floor was filled with confetti and balloons of every color. There was a pile of presents by the TV and a big cake on the kitchen table. When I got to the kitchen, Talia and Millie were already there. My smile widened, surprised I didn't even hear the door open. Maybe it was a trick of the light, but I thought I saw tears in Talia's eyes. Happy birthday. Everyone cheered. I laughed, happy that everyone I loved was here. Dad cut the cake, which was the most perfect specimen of chocolate fudge ice cream cake, and handed me a plate. It tasted irresistibly delicious. I opened my presents next and laughed when I got to Talia's. She got me a stuffed emoji poop the size of a pizza box. I saw it and thought of you, Talia told me, and I smiled. I'll take that as a compliment. I can't believe you got her that. Millie shook her head playfully and handed me her present. I opened it and stared at the beautiful photo album in my hands. I flipped through it and smiled. There was a picture of all three of us waiting for 3 hours to ride Bizarro at Six Flags. She even had the photo of us screaming on the ride. I thanked everyone for the presents and hugged my parents, who got me a camera. We settled into the night by sharing funny stories. Talia entertained my parents by telling embarrassing high school stories while I covered my ears. Millie then decided to tell my parents embarrassing stories about Talia, and we listened in silence, including Talia, until we couldn't hold in our laughter anymore. Everyone was happy. I was happy. My life was perfect. Until there was a knock on the door, everyone completely froze. Finally, Mom stood to answer it. I'll get it, she said uneasily. I wonder who it is, I thought out loud. I didn't invite anyone else, and I was pretty sure my parents didn't either. Where is she? A low voice demanded. I whipped my head over to the door. Mom didn't answer, and that's when I realized something dreadfully wrong. This was not planned. 5 men entered the family room, overturning furniture with no effort. They looked menacing, and their eyes were glowing amber. Run! Dad cried, jumping from his seat. Alex, run! He turned to face a giant man, but the intruder struck him down. Mom tried to prevent anyone else from entering the front door. I froze, staring at the scene in front of me. Was this even real? Talia was the one who ushered me upstairs and shoved me into my room. She quickly locked the door and tried pushing my dresser against it. What is going on? I demanded, desperately confused. Who were those men in my house? What did they want? Listen, we don't have much time. Talia was cut off by the sound of my door being forced open. I widened my eyes when I saw who was walking towards us. It was a man. He was tall, almost hitting the ceiling, with vast shoulders. I could see the strength in his frame under his black t-shirt. He had short brown hair. But what I noticed most were his eyes. His cold, striking steel blue eyes looked at me in surprise, which quickly turned to anger. Step away from her, he commanded forcefully. I could feel the power radiating from his body. I looked at Talia to see if he was having the same effect on her, but she only glared. Never, she objected, blocking me with her body. I'd never seen Talia so serious. In an instant, he moved toward her and forced her out of the way. I gasped in shock. He restrained her easily, and she struggled to break free. Stop. I hardly recognized my voice. It was too fearless to be mine. The man stared at me, then back to Talia, who looked like she might pass out. His eyes turned back to mine, and with heavy reluctance, he let go of her. I could finally breathe. Without warning, the man walked over to me and lifted me into his strong arms. As soon as he touched me, I felt a strange energy where his skin came into contact with mine. He made his way down the stairs and into the kitchen. My parents were both trying to stand, and Millie was unconscious on the floor. "We're done here," my captor spoke, and the four men stopped fighting. They let go of my parents and obediently followed the man holding me, whom I assumed was their leader. This man couldn't just kidnap me from my home. Who did he think he was? I'd been so shocked that no words formed in my brain. I just now had the sense to fight back. "Let me go." I yelled at him, but he only held on tighter. I stared helplessly at my parents. "You can't do this," Dad struggled to say as the man holding me turned to leave. "I can and I will. You promised 6 years. Her time is up," he said in a powerful voice, and without another word, left my friends and family stranded. Chapter 3. "Please don't hurt me," I blurted as he set me down in the back of his car. He didn't meet my eyes. The door shut, and I realized someone else was already in the passenger seat. A blonde head turned to greet me, and he was almost as beautiful as the other one. Almost. He was model-level gorgeous with tan skin and healthy hair, which I knew would have Talia swooning. But there was something about the other one, with eyes as cold as ice, that pulled me in. "How's it going?" I was caught off guard by his friendly tone. "Who are you?" I asked instead. He was about to answer, but the one in the driver's seat grabbed his shoulder so he'd face forward. Both returned to silence. The car started, and he stepped firmly on the accelerator, making me jerk backwards. We got on the highway, and I wondered where on earth they were taking me. I watched as the trees blurred by and noticed that we were in the lane heading north. We weren't staying in the state. My curiosity was killing me. "Where are we going?" The driver, the one with the blue eyes, didn't answer me, but the blonde one did. "The pack, of course," he said. I decided that he was much kinder than the other one. "Pack? What does that mean? Was that another term for the place they kept their victims?" I shivered. That made them go silent again, and I hated silence. The only sound was the roar of the engine. The blue-eyed one spoke first. "You don't know." It wasn't a question. It was a statement. I was beyond confused. "Don't know what?" But they didn't answer me. I was getting tired of all the secrecy. I wanted to demand they take me home, but they scared me, mainly after they fought my friends and family. Something about them seemed off. The way their eyes glowed, and even the way they looked. Why did they break into my home and kidnap me? Were they insane? I leaned my head on the window and closed my eyes. I missed my parents. I missed my friends. I didn't want to be here. The car ride was so surprisingly peaceful that my eyelids fell on their own. I knew it wasn't safe to go to sleep with two strangers in the car, but my body was exhausted from the ride. The rocking motion and high speeds didn't help either. Some birthday I was having. Low voices woke me from my nap. It didn't take long for me to realize that they were talking about me. "She doesn't know, Blaine." "She will, and then she'll understand. She's afraid of me." Silence filled the empty void. I tried to stay awake to find out exactly what they were talking about, but I had a hard time following. "We'll just slowly and carefully break the news. And if she rejects me?" I wasn't sure which voice belonged to whom since I was half awake. They spoke again, but it was too muted for me to hear. The hum of the engine made me feel sleepy again, and I struggled to stay awake. "She won't." It was the last thing I heard until I fell into an endless sleep. Time passed. I blinked 3 times to see if I had been dreaming or not. It was real. Judging from the gentle glow of the sun, I figured it was late morning. My door was wide open, which let the cool breeze hit my face. Anxiety hit me full force, and I shot up from my sleeping position. I looked to the front of the car, but they weren't there. Where were they? Should I make a run for it? Then I finally heard some voices. I peeked my head out the back window and saw 5 figures. I could barely make out a few words. "Pac will be pleased with her arrival. Is she ready for?" "No, doesn't know about us. Need to see what her skills are, need to know her." They were talking about me. The driver's seat was empty now. I saw the keys still in the ignition. How long would it take for them to realize I wasn't there? Would they even notice? I swallowed my fear and decided to confront the strangers who popped out of nowhere and took me from my home. My heart hammered like a hummingbird's wings when I stood up and slowly walked to the back of the car. 5 pairs of eyes stared at me. "Who are you?" I asked nervously. None of them spoke, just studied me. I could feel the cold winter glare the blue-eyed one was giving me, but I tried to ignore it. "Who are you? Why did you kidnap me?" I repeated more strongly, gathering my courage even though I was terrified. "We'll tell you everything when we get inside," the blonde-haired boy told me. Oh no, they were taking me inside their lair. Inside? I blurted and turned to see what they were staring at. It was a vast castle. It was about 10 times the size of my house and blended in with the surrounding pine trees. The castle was very tall, built of bricks the color of charcoal, with green vines climbing its walls. It looked old, but still charming. Woods were on all sides of the castle, stretching for miles. "No way." I gulped. "That's your house. More like a miniature kingdom." "Let's go." The blue-eyed one wasted no time and began to walk up the stone stairs. I felt a rush of fear, but for some reason, it was balanced by an invisible anchor. Something was making me feel calm. I unwillingly took my place behind the others and looked back, not knowing if this was the last time I would see my freedom for a long time. Chapter 4. I was immediately greeted with curious looks and loud whispers as soon as we reached the front door. "Welcome back, Alpha." A very tall, burly man with black hair bowed at the blue-eyed man, and I widened my eyes. Why was he bowing, and did I hear him say Alpha? Wasn't Alpha the first letter of the Greek alphabet? Why was he being called a letter? "Anything happen while I was away, Marlin?" he asked in return. "Nothing significant." Marlin shrugged, then focused his attention on me. "Is this the Luna?" He looked at me, and I hid behind the one they called Alpha. I was a little intimidated by his size. He was the biggest man I'd ever seen, but that seemed to be common around here. "Don't look at her." I heard a low rumble in his voice. "Sorry, Alpha. We're all just excited for her arrival." Marlin dismissed himself from us. 2 men opened the huge doors, and my eyes widened. The castle looked old on the outside, but it was flawless on the inside. A bright chandelier lit the dark corners of the room, making it look like a fantasy castle. The floor was made of black marble, and the walls were painted a deep forest green. Oil paintings hung to fill the walls' emptiness, and fancy furniture was evenly scattered. This castle was made for royalty, not for captives. "Follow me." The same blue-eyed one took my wrist. I tried to pull away, but couldn't break from his firm grip. He led me through crowds of people who all stared at me. Yet the only thing I could concentrate on was the contact on my wrist. His touch sent a slight shock through my veins, and I wondered if he felt it too. He stopped and opened the door to the very last room. He pulled me inside, and I braced myself. The room was spacious, but close to empty. A king-sized bed occupied the wall space, along with drawers and a nightstand. There was a small flicker of light coming from the bathroom, and I could see half of a bathtub. But there was no sense of individuality. I could feel the loneliness deafening the walls. I felt a chill and looked to where white curtains were flying in the wind. I took a step in the direction of the balcony, but a tug on my arm stopped me in my tracks. "Don't go out there." Although his grip was firm, it was also gentle. Too gentle for a man like him. "Excuse me." My anger rose. All previous fear was thrown out the window. "And why should I listen to anything you say? Trust me." My temper broke. I ripped away from his hold on my arm and glared at him. "How can I trust you? You took me without telling anyone why and brought me here." I yelled and winced internally at my tone. But he so deserved it. "Rest here, and I will tell you everything when I return," he told me, but I shook my head. "Why should I?" "Maybe I should just jump off the balcony," I threatened, and his eyes turned hard. "Don't." Again with the cold responses. "Then tell me you people are. Tell me what I'm doing here." My voice cracked, and I could feel the frustrated tears sting my eyes. I willed myself not to cry. "My name is Aric, although I'm usually called something else." "Aric. What a godly name. And you're here because you need to be." "What?" "Rest here until I come for you." He interrupted and opened the door. The last thing I saw before he shut the door was his blue eyes. I sighed loudly. I was reduced to lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling until he came back. It was already late afternoon, almost the end of the day, and I really wanted to break out of this room. But he had locked the door. I guess he really didn't trust me. It wasn't fair. If anyone had trust issues here, it would be me. I rolled over onto my stomach and breathed in the scent of the room. The cool breeze kissed my skin again, and my body relaxed. He had a good room with an open view of the woods. Eventually, I got up and walked over onto the balcony. I stood on my tiptoes and leaned against the railing to see further in the distance. My eyes traced the trees as that changed with the seasons. We were up north, but how far north? Certainly not in Massachusetts, and hopefully not Canada. Maybe Maine. My eyes snagged on two wolves emerging from the forest. One was fiery red and the other deep brown. I'd never seen a wolf before. I thought I told you not to go out there. Aric's familiar voice made my heart skip a beat. I whipped my head around and saw him standing near the balcony's entrance. I didn't even hear him come in. I wanted to watch the leaves. I knew it was a lame excuse, but it was true. He looked at me with an emotionless expression, so I couldn't tell what he was thinking. I wanted to be afraid of him, but my body wouldn't react. I turned back and noticed that the wolves were still there. Do you see a lot of wolves out here? I had to look very closely. It was a blink and miss type of thing, but I swear I saw a ghost of a smile on his face. Sometimes. I nodded. Come, it's time for you to meet the pack. Aric beckoned me forward, and I frowned. Pack? You say that like you're wolves or something, I said, and he didn't answer. I groaned to myself, not appreciating his cold demeanor. Nevertheless, I followed him and walked into the world that held me captive. I was taken into another room similar to a giant living room. There were all different types of people waiting, but they all had one thing in common: curiosity. I saw the blonde boy that was in the car with me and the one who greeted us. Alpha Luna. All of them bowed at the same time, and I flushed. My name's Alex, I corrected. Luna is the term for the mate of the blonde guy. Stopped talking when he saw Aric's glare. He mumbled, "Never mind." Clear the room, Aric commanded in a powerful voice. Except for Blaine, Marlin, Irene, and Soren. Everyone quickly left except for the 4 people he mentioned. There was an awkward silence until the older man spoke. Hello, little one. I'm Soren Sagevine. I am the pack healer. Soren smiled kindly at me, and he reminded me of my grandfather. His hair was primarily white, streaked with black. We shook hands, and soon after, Marlin held out his calloused hand to me. I'm Marlin, the Gamma. I still didn't understand why they used Greek letters. The blonde-haired boy was next. I'm Blaine. Nice to meet you. He and Soren were the only ones smiling. The last was a young woman who wore a scowl that ruined her beautiful face. Half of her face was hidden by white blonde hair, but my eyes widened at the scar that ran across her cheek. She was still lovely, the scar becoming who she was. I'm Irene. I held out my hand, but she didn't take it. I bit my lip and let it rest by my side. These are my most loyal wolves, Aric told me, and I raised an eyebrow. Wolves. What was it with this place and wolves? Yes, Alexis, we are werewolves, Aric said bluntly. I widened my eyes as far as they could, and my mouth hung open. That's not possible. Werewolves aren't. Real? Blaine flashed me a smile. He was definitely enjoying this too much. You're making this up. You're all insane. I shook my head to try and get a grip on reality. Do you need proof? Aric asked, and I nodded desperately, although I was pretty sure he couldn't give me any. Irene, he commanded, and she glared at me. She stepped out of the circle and walked to the opposite side of the room. Irene's eyes were on me for a split second, and then she crouched low. I watched, stunned, as her body began to shift. It happened with impossible speed. Her form blurred and expanded, her hands lengthening into paws. Fur sprouted rapidly across her skin as her silhouette changed completely. In moments, the woman was gone. And in Irene's place was a giant red wolf. So, you're all werewolves? I asked tentatively. Ever since Irene turned into a wolf in front of me, I had begun to believe that werewolves were real, seriously. I almost fainted at the sight of a human turning into a wolf. Everyone in the castle, Blaine nodded. And you've always been werewolves? For as long as we can remember. He chuckled. Then I'm here because... I continued to look down at my hands as I was helplessly confused. I was most definitely not a werewolf. Because you're our Luna, Marlin responded this time. What's a Luna? The Luna is the alpha's mate. They work together to lead the pack, Blaine explained, and I finally looked up to gaze at Aric, who was standing behind me with his arms crossed. Aric is the alpha of our pack, Soren added. So I'm Aric's mate? I looked at Blaine, hoping I got it right. From the corner of my eye, I saw Aric's eyes flick sharply to look at me. My heart pounded. Right, Blaine replied, and I still had so many questions. What's a mate? Alpha. Blaine swallowed nervously. Aric finally turned around and sat down on the couch next to me. A mate is a werewolf's equivalent to a soulmate, their perfect match. They share a strong bond and know where each other are at all times. They're a wolf's other half, he explained slowly as if I were a child. Oh. Okay, I said nervously, not knowing what to say. So I was here because I was Aric's soulmate, and I was supposed to roll with him. After a few minutes of loud silence, I sucked in a breath. What about my parents? You can't just take me without telling them, I argued. They already know, Soren informed me. My mouth dropped. What? Everyone looked at Aric. There was no way my parents knew about this. They would have told me. They would have never let me go. That wasn't the first time I met your parents, he admitted. I met them 6 years ago. Chapter 5. Do you remember? Aric asked. Seeing a wolf 6 years ago? No, I frowned, trying to remember. I would have been in 7th grade. Your parents made a deal with me. They told me to wait until you were 18 and you were old enough to understand. Then I would take you to my pack and make you my Luna, he explained, and I struggled to breathe. They knew. I gasped. All this time. I didn't know whether to cry or scream. Why didn't they tell me? That was the obvious question. But agreeing? To a total stranger? Did they know you were werewolves? It was still hard to say that word when I knew they were real. Yes, they knew. I felt betrayed. My mom knew, my dad knew, everyone knew. Who else knew about this but me? I closed my eyes and tried to clear my head. Alpha, the banquet, Marlin reminded. We have 10 more minutes, said Aric. I have one more question, I said, and he nodded. How long do I have to stay here? Aric looked down, and I wished I could read his thoughts. As long as you want. He replied, and he almost sounded wounded. So I could leave now? I asked without thinking, and he stiffened. Luna, Soren's voice also sounded hurt. But I didn't know them, and they didn't know me. I still didn't understand why they needed me. I understood that I was this Luna and this mate, but why was I so important? Call me Alex, I corrected. This is your new home now, Alex, Soren added, but I wanted to go back to my real home. But my parents lied to my face for 6 years. They failed to tell me something incredibly important that had everything to do with me. All right, I'll stay. Blaine and Soren smiled at me, while Aric's face was hard to read. Excellent. Let's go celebrate, Blaine said and stood up to stretch. You may go, Aric said, and the 4 of them began to walk out of the room. Alexis, stay for a moment. Oh. Was I in trouble? Yeah, I asked tentatively. I have something for you, he replied and walked into another room. Aric came back, and in his hands was a pile of clothing. Clothes? I asked, not expecting something so normal. For you to wear at the banquet tonight. Oh. I felt stupid. Of course, they wouldn't hurt me. I took the clothes and waited for him to leave. But he didn't. Could you turn around? I asked. I won't look. I gave him a pointed look. He shook his head but turned around anyway. Diamond jewels were nestled in the shirt, and delicate heels sat atop. I put the jewelry and shoes on the couch and held up the shirt. I realized that it wasn't a shirt, it was a dress. The dress was white and soft, made of the finest silk. I took off my shirt and jeans, looking into the corner of my eye to make sure he wasn't looking. I quickly put the dress on, and it reached above my knees. Small diamonds lined the front of the neckline, and the lace sleeves came before my elbows. I slipped my feet into the heels, surprised they fit my shoes perfectly. Eyeing the jeweler last, I put on the bracelet and earrings, not believing that they were giving me real luxury diamonds. The same people who took me. These people were enigmas. Do you need help? Aric asked, and I hesitated. Are you good with necklaces? He turned around, and I handed him the necklace. My fingers brushed his, and I felt a little spark. I turned around and swept my hair over my left shoulder as he tried to clasp the necklace. I could feel his breath on my skin and the touch of his fingers against my neck. A blush crept its way onto my cheeks, and I was grateful we weren't facing each other. The necklace fell onto my collarbone, but I didn't turn around just yet. Even with the heels on, I felt tiny compared to him. Thanks. I gave him a small smile, and he just nodded. I wished he could be more friendly. And I mean it, call me Alex. I hated being called my full name. Alex, he repeated deeply, and my heart skipped a beat. I turned away from him and let my dress billow around me. I felt like a princess. We walked side by side, headed to the dining room, and I tried not to tremble. This was my first time at a werewolf dinner, and dread filled every corner of my mind. What if they hated me? Calm down, Aric told me lowly. Your heart is racing. Well, sorry your werewolf hearing is too good, I replied hotly and turned my head away. Without another word, Aric intertwined my fingers with his. I was too stunned to say or do anything at first. Never had I expected him to do something like that. You're their Luna, he reminded me, and I wasn't sure I liked being called that. I made a noise between a grunt and a groan. Two men opened the doors for us, and everyone turned their heads. They were all waiting for us. Hundreds of curious eyes stared right at me, and I forced myself to move my feet. Hopefully, they couldn't see my shaking legs. The dining table stretched for miles, with all kinds of hearty dishes covering every inch of the wooden surface. For what seemed like ages, Aric and I finally reached the very end of the table. He let go of my hand, and I instantly missed his touch. Aric sat at the head, and I sat on his right, across from Blaine. I looked to my right and saw that girl named Irene with a bitter look on her face. Once we sat down, everyone began to eat. Irene handed me a dish that looked like a casserole, so I started spooning some out. That's venison, Irene added smugly, and I almost dropped the plate. I recovered and handed it back to her. Any salad? I asked hopefully. We're wolves, not rabbits. She raised a challenging eyebrow at me. We have pasta, Aric spoke, and I smiled at him gratefully. Can I have some, please? He nodded stoically and waved to one of his wolves to bring it over. I took a sip of the seltzer water, but instantly coughed. It tasted strange. What is this? I wiped my mouth. You don't know much, do you? Irene asked in a rude voice. Irene, Aric warned, and if that had been directed at me, I would have been petrified. It's champagne, Blaine added and grinned at me for my ignorance or maybe my innocence. What are we celebrating? I asked in return, my excitement returning. The Luna's return, Blaine said in an obvious tone. Oh, you should be pleased with all the attention. You probably don't get much, Irene muttered while sipping her champagne, and I tensed. Why did she seem to hate me? Had I done something to upset her? The best thing to do was ignore her for the rest of the dinner. Instead, I listened to Blaine recount how an enemy wolf crossed the border and how he had to take him prisoner. I found the way of the wolves pretty cool. They lived in another world that humans like me could never be a part of. From the corner of my eye, I caught Aric looking at me. I returned my attention to Blaine, hoping he couldn't see my reddened face. Something about his eyes on me made me flush. Blaine finished his story, with some eager interruptions from Marlon. For more stories and a vegetarian pasta later, it was over. I did have to meet a few more people, but they were very friendly. They asked me many questions about my life and family. When I told them I didn't come from a pack, they seemed surprised that I was human. Even though I had been taken here, I felt as if I could be a part of their world. Even if I never would be. So, where's my room? I yawned, eager to go to sleep. Aric and I went back to his room to relax. He was lying on the bed reading something. Here. My mouth hung open, certainly not expecting that. But this is your room, I objected. There was no way I'd be sleeping in the same room as a man I'd just met. And definitely not in the same bed, that's for sure. You sleep here. But the stern look in his eyes silenced my protests. Fine. I gave up after a minute. I knew I couldn't argue with him. But I'm making a pillow wall. Pillow wall. The corners of his mouth tilted up, but he didn't smile like I'd hoped he would. I nodded and moved some pillows from the headboard in the middle to separate us. And this is necessary because I don't feel comfortable sharing a bed with someone I just met, I said matter-of-factly and finished putting the last pillows in place. We're mates. As if that justified anything. But I don't know anything about you, I replied, and he returned to reading. I was disappointed, secretly hoping that he would say something about himself. But he didn't. I sighed and walked to the bathroom, hoping that he was going to be asleep when I got out. Chapter 6. It was 2 o'clock, and I couldn't fall asleep. I stared restlessly into the darkness, my mind racing. For one, how was I supposed to get out of here? This castle was like a giant maze. There were too many rooms and too many halls to keep track of. I'd be lucky to even make it downstairs, let alone all the way back home. And another thing, what on earth were my parents thinking? Did they even care at all? I still couldn't believe they kept this from me for so long. They had 6 years to tell me, and they chose not to. I clutched the blanket tighter in my hands. I missed my friends. I missed Talia's boldness and Millie's sarcasm. I missed laughing at terrible horror movies and our Friday night sleepovers. My old life was gone. Who knew if I'd ever return? I woke up alone. I was actually relieved Aric wasn't here. He intimidated me. There was a knock at the door, and I got up to answer it. I was surprised to see a young girl about my age. She was thin, with very pale skin, and carried a pile of clothes in her small hands. Her wavy hair was in a braid. She had the face of an angel. "Good morning, Luna," she greeted in an unbelievably sweet voice. Why did everyone here have to be so beautiful? I felt plain compared to them. "Hello," I said hesitantly. "Are you here for Aric?" "I'm Holly, your personal servant." "I brought you your clothes," she said, and put them on the nightstand. "Thanks," I said, "but I don't need a servant. I'm not royalty or anything. If wolves had royalty, you would be the queen. And I am happy to serve you, Luna." Holly smiled at me, and I felt a little guilty. I didn't want anyone to serve me. I was just a normal girl. She brought in a tray of fruits and cheeses from the hallway, along with a pitcher of water, juice, and tea. After she changed the sheets and made sure everything looked flawless, I sat back on the bed and looked out the window. "I'll be going then." Holly bowed and headed for the door. "Wait." I held up a hand to stop her, and she looked at me timidly. "Yes? Do you require anything else? Could you stay for a little longer? Would you like for me to change your curtains?" she asked and looked at the balcony curtains. I shook my head. "No, that's not it. I just want company." "I don't make the best company, Luna," Holly grimaced. "That's fine. Some of my friends don't make the best company." I shrugged and patted the space next to me. "Okay." She sat down on the bed, and I noticed that her posture was tense. "How long have you lived here, Holly?" "About 6 years. My pack was attacked when I was young, leaving me as the only survivor," Holly explained while looking down. My heart ached. I just wanted to get to know her better. I certainly didn't want to bring up any bad memories. "I'm sorry," I apologized sincerely. "That must have been very hard." I didn't know what it was like to lose family, but I was beginning to. This was the longest I'd been without them. It was. I was alone for a long time until my present pack took me in. The Alpha was kind enough to spare me. So he did have a heart. He could have fooled me. "What can you tell me about Aric? Where is his family?" I couldn't help but ask. "I'm not one to say." Holly shook her head and fidgeted with her hands. "I see. Everything was kept secret here." A knock saved her from answering my questions. Marlin opened the door and met my eyes. "Luna, the Alpha requests your presence." "What does he want with me now?" I walked with Marlin down to the lower floors, but even before we got there, I could feel a strong pull. We found Aric standing in the middle of a room that looked like an office, his face emotionless when he saw us. Would it kill him to smile? "Thank you, Marlin," Aric dismissed, but Marlin didn't leave. "Alpha, I have some news regarding the Luna." Marlin met his eyes unflinchingly. Aric visibly tensed. Some wolves think it's unfair for her not to participate in the evaluation. Evaluation? I questioned. An assessment that decides your ranking in the pack, Marlin answered, and I heard Aric growl. She's the Luna. Her ranking is already decided. He crossed his arms, leaving no room for argument. I stared at him, stunned. I thought for sure he would have agreed. Even I wanted to know what I could do, if I could do anything. It's tradition, Alpha. Human mates are very rare, and the pack questions her abilities. The pack agrees that she should show her strength as the Luna, Marlin explained in defense, his voice escalating quickly. She will not fight. I can protect her myself, Aric argued possessively, and I felt defiance rush through me. I wanted to respect their rules. I wanted to be treated the same. Alpha, respectfully. The answer is no. I'll do it, I interrupted, and they both whipped their heads around. Aric gave me an intense glare, but I ignored it. I swallowed my fear. If they think it's unfair, then I'll do the evaluation. Aric opened his mouth, but I talked over him. I don't want special treatment. I want to prove my worthiness, I told him, and he closed his eyes for a second, lines crossing over his forehead. You don't have to, Alex. Aric's eyes hardened, and I could tell he wanted to protect me. Maybe underneath all that ice was actually a heart. I want to. The fight took place before dinner. Everyone was there, anxiously waiting in a large circle outside. I was stretching my arms, not really sure what to do. A human's going to fight? I heard a familiar snort from behind me. Irene. I didn't even have to turn around. Don't forget, Irene, she's the Luna, another voice scolded. This will be an easy fight, another added dismissively. I give her 1 minute, said Irene. Lena's going to crush her. I sighed and took a deep breath. I took a step in the direction of the circle, but a firm arm stopped me. I turned and saw Aric looking down at me. Are you still sure? He asked, giving me one last chance. I nodded. If you need to end the fight for any reason at all, just call for me. Aric stared into my eyes, and I thought I saw something behind them. I must have just imagined it because he let go of my arm too soon. I looked back at him for a second before joining Marlin in the center. I waited for him to call my first opponent. Luna, your first opponent will be Lena, Marlin announced to the crowd, and a slim woman with long brown hair walked up to us. She looked at me with unwavering eyes. Her eyes were still. I want a clean fight, Marlin told both of us. Whoever pins the other down for 3 seconds wins. We nodded and took a few steps back to get ready. The woman, Lena, instantly took an aggressive stance, legs apart and body ready to lunge. I tried to copy her, but my movements were too hesitant. My heart was racing and I couldn't stop the dread from spreading. My desire to fight was slowly diminishing. Begin, Marlin commanded, but his voice sounded like it was underwater. A fist swung at my head, but I frantically ducked out of the way. She turned again and barely missed my stomach. I spotted Aric next to Blaine, watching me from the crowd. My heartbeat spiked again. Lena kicked this time, swinging her foot near my side, but I dodged her again. I realized that my body was moving on its own. I was reacting by instinct. I could feel her frustration as she missed again. She growled, and I wondered if I was doing this right. Her eyes flashed amber, and before I could react, her fist hit my cheek. My head snapped to the side, and I could feel a growing sting on my skin. I didn't see it coming. Lena swung again, and I was too shocked to recover. Her fist hit my jaw, and I fell onto my hands. She waited for me to get up before she kicked me in the chest, and I landed on my back. Her hair whipped in the wind behind her. I could feel the humiliation burn on my face. Lena almost looked smug, but waited for me to get up. I mustered my best glare and watched her hands. I took a deep breath and channeled my determination. She would not win. I saw her before she wound up on her punch. It was like seeing everything in slow motion, and my body reacted on its own. I grabbed her fist and twisted it behind her back. She let out a surprised grunt and struggled to break from my hold. I released her arm, and she swung at me like I knew she would. I caught her arm and, with strength I never knew I had, flipped her onto her back. She landed with another grunt, and I quickly tried to pin her down. I pushed her arms and legs to the ground with my body. It was like someone else was controlling me. I was never strong. Match! Marlon yelled, and it was like a switch had flipped. I blinked and realized that I just won. I immediately got off her and helped her stand. She didn't glare at me, but didn't smile at me either. She walked away, fading into the crowd. The crowd cheered and whistled, clearly stunned at what they saw. A smile made its way onto my face. But some walked away, losing interest. Well, that was a surprise, Marlon said, and some people laughed. I turned my head and my eyes stopped on Aric. He was studying me with a blank expression, but I could see something else in those abnormally cold eyes. Pride. It was a blink and miss type of thing, but it was undeniably there. It was the first real emotion he'd ever displayed. Maybe he was hiding all those emotions inside, but I swore I would do anything so he wouldn't have to hide them anymore. Chapter 7. Another victory for the Luna. Marlon announced as soon as I won my last match. I helped my opponent, a very muscular man, get to his feet, but he didn't meet my eyes. I had faced 15 opponents and remained undefeated. People surrounded me, introducing themselves and congratulating me on my new ranking. But many others glared down at me and turned away. The fights took a lot out of me. My body was sore, but I still had some fight in me. I could feel a burst of energy coursing through me. I felt happy and proud that I could fight werewolves. Maybe they'd see me more as an equal. Blaine was the last to come over. That was amazing! Where did you learn to fight like that? He hollered, and I smiled, blushing from the attention. I don't know. That was the first time I did anything like that. It was the truth. I was inexperienced. I guess it's in my genes. Impressive. It must be the power of the Luna. Blaine made a humming noise. What do you mean, the power of the Luna? You know, Lunas are stronger than other wolves, he told me. They're the ones who protect the pack. I didn't realize that the pack relied on me so much. From the way they acted, I always thought they didn't need me. I felt a chill moving towards us and turned around to see Aric. Alpha. Blaine's demeanor changed as he bowed and took a step back to leave us alone. See you at dinner, he said to me, and I waved goodbye. I turned to face Aric, a little unsure of what he wanted. He was so handsome it almost hurt to look at him. It seems you have the strength of a Luna, he observed, and I frowned. That's all he was going to say to me? No congratulations or simple praise. Yes, I guess so, I replied curtly, a little disappointed. How's your face? Aric asked suddenly, and I almost forgot. I carefully touched my cheek, and it stung a little bit. Lena had a strong hook. During my first fight, I was punched in the face, but I made sure that was the last time anyone hit me there. It's fine. Does it look okay? I asked nervously, hoping it didn't look bad. I hoped it wasn't bruising. Aric cupped the side of my face in his rough hand, and my heart almost stopped. He turned my head to the side, and I tried to slow down my heartbeat. I could hear it pounding in my ears. He ran his thumb along my cheek, his eyes darkening. He let my face go and shook his head, turning to look at the trees. I hadn't expected him to touch me. It looks fine, Aric said. Are you hurt anywhere else? He almost sounded worried. No, I'm okay. I shook my head and glanced at him. I caught him looking, and he turned away. He straightened up and was back to being distant. I have some pack business to attend to, he explained without meeting my eyes. I'll send Holly to escort you around the castle. What was with him? Every time I thought he seemed to care about me, something stopped him. Why did he not wait? Did I want him to care for me? Did I want him to be by my side? Of course not. No. I just wanted to go home to my friends and family. I didn't belong here. I didn't belong here with him. Holly led me around the castle, but my heart yearned for more time with Aric. Ever since he told me we were mates, I noticed a strong pull towards him. If what Aric said to me about werewolves needing mates to survive was true, then his pull should be stronger. But he was still cold towards me. What's out there? I stopped halfway up the stairs and pointed out the window, watching people fight. I saw one of them shift into a wolf in front of my very eyes and tackle another wolf to the ground. The training grounds. Aric has forbidden me to lead you there, Holly explained and continued to climb up the stairs. My eyes lingered on the outside, but I followed her. These stairs lead to the 3rd and 4th floors. These rooms are primarily for the wolves, she explained as we passed by doors upon doors. How many wolves live here? There must have been 100 rooms. About 1,050, Holly shrugged. What? I gasped. Why so many? Our pack has been conquering other packs for centuries. We have to be ready in case the enemy comes. We passed by all the bedrooms and made our way through a library with rows upon rows of books. I widened my eyes in awe, never having seen such a vast library in my life. Books of all spectrums of the rainbow filled the shelves on the mile-high walls. I saw a few people walking by, staring at me, and I was surprised to see hatred in their eyes. Do we have a lot of enemies? I asked curiously while looking up at the never-ending ceiling. Only one. Who? I turned my head back, but her hair hid her face. A pack led by Alpha Trent. Holly. We were interrupted by a young girl wearing an apron. We need your help in the kitchens. Excuse me, I must go. Please stay here until I return. It won't be long. Holly apologized sincerely and left me in the room full of books. I walked around the library and picked out some random books. I flipped through them and wondered if I could keep them. I collected any books that looked interesting. Soon, my pile got too heavy for me to carry, so I placed it on a table. I looked out the window and watched as the sun began to set. A melting orange flooded the room and made everything tinted with gold. Beautiful. What are you doing here unescorted? A voice I'd grown to dislike questioned me, and I turned to see Irene with her arms crossed. Her eyes pierced me. I was with Holly, but she left to go do something. She'll be back. I built up the courage to speak again. So, how was I for a human? I challenged, referencing my earlier fights, and she shrugged. Not surprising. She glared from behind her curtain of hair. Marlin gave you easy wolves so the pack wouldn't question your skill. Maybe, but I still think he was being fair. I shook my head and she snorted. He knew you were human. He didn't want the alpha to scold him for being too tough, Irene said, obviously, and looked like she wanted to be anywhere but here. Why do you hate me? I couldn't help but ask. I needed to understand. Why did some of the wolves look down on me? Irene whipped her head at me, her white hair flying around her face. She looked stunned. Don't deny it, I added, and she just stared at me, thinking of her following words. She opened her mouth, and I was surprised by how cruel the words were. You're supposed to be the Luna. You're supposed to be strong. Her words sliced like ice. You should have been a wolf like us, but you're not. You're human. I can't help that I'm human. My fingers absent-mindedly traced lines on the window. It doesn't make sense. Alphas have never had human mates, muttered Irene. I realized that her eyes weren't blue. They were purple. They always have wolf mates. There was a double meaning to her words. What do you mean? I wondered what she meant by that. I'm saying that maybe you aren't really human. Maybe you're really a wolf. Irene studied me from head to toe, and I gasped. I don't think that's possible. Look at your family tree. Maybe it'll help. Irene pivoted on her heel and left without saying another word. I stood there alone and thought deeply about what she was implying. I didn't know that alphas never had human mates. Luna, are you ready? Holly crept up behind me and touched my shoulder. I jumped. Yes, I told her, and she smiled at me. I decided to leave my books because I was going to return and look up my ancestors to see who I was descended from, hopefully not a werewolf. Chapter 8. Holly escorted me back to Aric's room. Well, now my room, too. Have a good night, Luna. She closed the door, and I turned around, but he wasn't there. I looked around and finally spotted him on the balcony. He was standing there, staring off into space with his shoulders hunched. He looked tired. Very hesitantly, I joined him on the balcony. Everything okay? I spoke first. He gave a simple nod. We stood in silence for a long time, but I glanced at him now and then. Why did he have to be so good-looking? It would be easier if he weren't. The silence was so loud it was killing me, so I blurted out the first thing that came to my mind. So, what's your favorite color? I mentally slapped myself for saying something so stupid. But I didn't know anything about him, although it was already as if I'd known him my whole life. His fingers twitched. Black. No surprise there. What's your favorite animal? Wolf. Another non-surprise. I decided to get more creative, so he would have to say more than one word. If you were stuck on an island for a month and could only bring one thing, what would it be? Why are you asking me all these questions? He answered my question with a question. I crossed my arms and leaned on the railing. I heard a distant howl ring out. Because if we're mates, then we should try to at least know something about each other. I explained my reasoning. Aric didn't reply. I opened my mouth, but he spoke over me. Who was your first kiss? He asked, very serious, and my face started reddening. I was so stunned, I almost didn't hear him. I haven't been kissed. Yet? I stuttered and looked away, not having the courage to meet his eyes and admit this. Why not? Why was he asking me this? You obviously know why. I'm average, I'm just a normal girl. I was interrupted by an impatient scoff. That's not why. Fine, you tell me why. I retorted, but instantly regretted it. He was going to tell me I wasn't pretty enough, or that I wasn't interesting enough, or... You were waiting. Aric met my eyes, and my face felt increasingly hot. What's your point? I asked impatiently, not liking to be reminded. My point is that you felt the mate bond, you didn't want anyone else. You were waiting for me. Did I wait for him? Or maybe no boys wanted to kiss me, I challenged. He did that thing where he stared into my eyes, and I was too entranced to break away. Trust me, I can think of many boys who would want to kiss you. Did it just get really hot in here? Or was it just me? I broke eye contact first. You don't know that, I mumbled. Aric stepped even closer, and I could feel the cold air shift around us. I looked into his eyes, and I struggled to breathe normally. A spell entranced me, and I acted on my own. In slow motion, I felt myself lean in as he lowered his head. But then his head turned sharply, distance coming between us once again. His eyes were cold. What was with him? 1 minute, he wanted me, but then the next. You should go to bed, he told me monotonously, heading back into the room. I was disappointed. I was ready for him to take my first kiss. Wait, was I out of my mind? I didn't even know him. Snap out of it. I turned away and watched the trees dance in the wind. I was still breathless from what almost happened, but I didn't want him to see how affected I was. I'm not tired yet, I responded. I won't be around tomorrow. I was getting used to him saying that. I nodded, not understanding why I was a little mad at him. I knew it didn't change anything because the castle was full of so many places I'd never explored. And Alex, I turned around by the sound of my name on his lips, my hands clutching the railing. If I were stuck on an island and I could only bring one thing, it would be you. As soon as I got up, I walked to the library, remembering what Holly told me to take. I see you have a passion for reading. I snapped my head out of the book and saw Soren walking towards me. Yes, I do, I replied as he sat down next to me. You were at the top of your class, were you not? Soren smiled at me, and I nodded, feeling a little sad. I wanted to go to college, so I studied every second I could. It was my dream to go to college and live in a dorm. But I wasn't in school anymore, and I couldn't go back. But I don't think I can anymore. Right now, I'd be filling out college applications with Talia and Millie. We wanted to attend the same college, or at least colleges in the same area. You can still learn here, Soren comforted me. Our library is full of wisdom to share. Do you have any books on family trees? I asked, remembering what Irene told me. Unfortunately, that is the one source of information we cannot provide you with. We've been diligent to record werewolf family trees, but human family trees, he looked at me apologetically. Although you're welcome to try. It's worth a shot. I got up and followed Soren around the library, not questioning why they would have everyone's family tree. I just wanted answers. He led me to a corner section where hundreds of 10-inch books were located. If you cannot find what you are looking for, there are plenty more. Please excuse me, Soren told me and bowed respectfully. I nodded, and he walked away to help others. I sighed, looking at the rows of books I had to look through. They were in alphabetical order, so I searched for Mason. I picked up a random book, but closed it because all the last names were TS. I picked up another book, but it was still T's. You're not welcome here, Luna. I turned around and saw Lena glaring at me. I didn't know what to say, so I returned to reading. I'm talking to you, Lena roared, and I looked back at her. I'm busy, I responded, trying to be kind. This library is for wolves only, she snarled. And you're not a wolf. I stiffened, but didn't reply. She was only a waste of energy. We don't need you here. Why don't you go back to your little human family? Lena growled menacingly. My control snapped. That makes both of us. I yelled at her, but she didn't back away. I don't want to be here. I want to go back and live with people who actually care about me, but I'm here, so get used to it. No matter how much I wanted to go, I couldn't. I'd thought of escape many times, but an inner voice told me to stay. What was keeping me here? I took a deep breath, and everything that was bothering me was finally let out. She didn't look impressed. We don't need a human as our Luna, Lena sneered. She shoved me against the bookcase so forcefully that the whole row of books fell to the floor. She stalked away as I looked at the books scattered on the floor. My knees weakened, and I fell on my hands. My head was everywhere. When we met, she didn't show her hatred towards me. But now it was very clear how she felt about me. How did everyone think of me? They didn't want a human as their Luna. They didn't want me. Luna? Are you okay? Soren came over and helped me stand. Fine. What happened here? His eyebrows rose at all the books on the floor. I knocked into the bookcase by accident. I'm sorry. I apologized, and he patted my head. Soren helped me pick up the books without another word. He was one of only a few who were kind to me. I was thankful. We picked up all the books and placed them back neatly in their spots until a name caught my eye. The page of one of the books was flipped to Aric Trueblood. I traced my finger over his name, my heart feeling strained against my chest. Whenever I thought of him, my heart hurt. Why did that happen? I read the family tree and frowned. What's this black dot next to the name mean? I asked Soren, and he looked over my shoulder. It means they are deceased. What? I covered my mouth in shock. Soren nodded, looking down. Eric's parents were dead? That's awful. I didn't know. I couldn't imagine losing my parents. When did it happen? 5 years ago. Only 5 years ago? Aric was young then, no older than 16. He must still be in pain. Maybe that's why he's so cold. How did they die? I whispered, afraid of the answer. Alpha Trent killed them. Soren's voice was heavy. He killed them in front of his eyes. To lose a parent was hard. To lose both parents was even harder. But to lose both parents and watch them die so young? My heart broke for him. He put the last of the books on the top shelf, leaving only one. He wasn't always like this, you know. I remember him being kind and merciful. But he changed that day. He had to ascend as Alpha. Then his only hope was his mate. Soren looked at me. You? Me? I couldn't be so significant. Yes, he said. He felt guilty for taking you away, but he needed you. He always thought he was selfish for doing so. He knew you didn't want this, little one. If that was what Aric felt, then why didn't he tell me that? Was his heart too closed off? I had wanted to leave, but now I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Aric wanted me, needed me. Then I'll stay. You'll stay with us? I don't know, I just feel like I can't leave. Like some pull is keeping me here. I wasn't sure what to call it. The mate pull. Soren smiled at me. Mate pull. Mates have an overpowering pull to each other. It must have been very difficult for him to resist it for so long, because of the deal with my parents. I stood up and made my way to the door. Where are you going, Luna? Soren spoke up. To find Aric. Chapter 9. Wandering around the castle, I finally found Aric looking out a window. He seemed distracted somehow. I tried looking for my family tree and instead I found yours. I'm sorry about your parents, I said, my voice cracking at how sad it was. I couldn't imagine losing my parents. It was just too sad. I don't want your sympathy, Aric muttered in an empty voice. I didn't tell you for a reason. This is why. Why? I was only feeling sorry for him. Was he that cold? Because now you won't stay by your choice. Aric shook his head. I blinked. I had a choice. There was always a choice. He looked into my eyes. I walked around, thinking at the same time. Maybe I misjudged him. Well, I choose to stay. But because of your sympathy, because you feel sorry for me, he countered and crossed his arms. No, my voice echoed against the walls. Because this pack needs me. I'm not deaf. I hear what the others say about you. Especially Irene and Lena, Aric told me, and I didn't even think he knew about that. But I guess he knew everything around here. How do you know about that? We have a bond. It's hard to ignore your emotions, especially since yours are so strong. I frowned, confused. Then why can't I do the same? I asked, but already knew the answer. It all came back to me being human. I wasn't like them. I wasn't strong or brave like them. I couldn't feel the mate bond. I couldn't turn into a wolf. I couldn't make them see me. To them, I was just someone who didn't belong. That's all anyone saw. But not Aric. Or Holly, or Soren, or Blaine. Maybe some people cared about me. I can order them to respect you, Aric told me with more authoritative power in his voice. No, you can't order someone's feelings to change. I shook my head. Besides, I want to make friends with them on my own. You're not how I expected. It almost looked like he was surprised. Was he expecting someone else? What do you mean? You're kind, patient, modest, Aric told me, and I almost tripped over my feet. Was he softening up? But you're also outspoken, irritating, and the most stubborn woman I've ever met. Never mind. Well, you're not how I expected either. You're probably the most confusing person ever. I shook my head, feeling angry that he thought I was irritating. He raised an eyebrow at me. Confusing how? One minute you seem like you want me, but then another minute you push me away. I crossed my arms and turned my back on him, my voice fading. Why did he continue to distance himself from me? Every time I think he's giving in, he becomes cold again. What did he want? I don't mean to, Aric stopped himself and took a deep breath. I don't mean to push you away. You don't. No. Then what do you want? You, Aric replied bluntly, and my cheeks burned. I opened my mouth to speak, but he spoke over me. But I can't. Why not? Because I've trapped you here against your will. I see the way you look at this place and the people who live here. He shook his head and leaned against the wall, looking at the ceiling. That's not true. Don't argue, he interrupted again. You don't like this place. You want to leave. I thought bringing you here would change that, but now I realize it was a mistake. I wanted to say that I liked him too. That I was scared of him, but at the same time, thrilled. But he was right, I didn't want to be here. Why couldn't I know what I wanted? That's what I thought. His head turned away, like he didn't want to look at me anymore. The next day, Holly and I walked through the gardens. The gardens were beautiful, full of life and every flower of the rainbow. The sweet perfumes filled my nose, and I breathed them all in eagerly. The sunlight was warm on my face, and I felt happy again. I felt like myself for a change. Can you tell me more about werewolves? Werewolves are stronger and faster than humans. We can mind link each other when we're in danger. We also phase when we want, sometimes by choice, but sometimes by accident, Holly explained. I always thought werewolves turned at the full moon. So werewolves and full moons are a myth? I asked, and she laughed lightly. Yes, although the full moon controls a female wolf's cycle. Holly stopped walking, and I bumped into her back. Holly? Are you okay? I asked, wondering what was happening. Her eyes weren't looking at me, but seemed to be focused on something that I couldn't see in the distance. I shook her shoulders, trying to wake her, and she grabbed my hand, leading me back inside the castle. What was happening? A loud howl resonated against the solid walls. Then the ground trembled as if there was an earthquake. This way. Holly led me upstairs, not even bothering to turn on the lights. What's going on? I asked anxiously. We're under attack. She ran faster, sprinting down another corridor. She stopped abruptly and pulled me inside a dark, empty room. Under attack? From what? I panted. The enemy. She was cut off by the window shattering behind us. I ducked with my hand covering my face as Holly tried to shield me. We had to get off the ground floor. I opened my eyes and saw a muscular man blocking our path. His hair was jet black, and his eyes were the color of coal. "Hello, Luna," he said in a mocking tone. He could break both of us in half if given the chance. "You'll have to get through me first." Holly stood to her full height and stepped forward. Glass shards pierced her skin, but she was already regenerating. "Fine." He snorted carelessly, and his fingertips extended into sharp claws. He lunged forward in one step and struck Holly in the stomach. "Holly!" I shrieked. She coughed up blood and collapsed on her hands. I bent forward, but her head lolled to the side. She wasn't dead, but she would be if I didn't get help. He moved closer, and I backed up against the wall. Tears stained my cheeks. "You're mine now, Luna." He growled, and I whimpered, helplessly stuck on the wall. He stepped forward, and my heart was pounding frantically against my chest. He was going to kill me. I closed my eyes tightly, then quickly opened them. I was scared out of my mind, but made a hysterical sprint to the door. I didn't know where I was going. I just kept running down the hall. When I got to the stairs, I jumped and skipped over half of them. It suddenly got abnormally cold, and I wrapped my arms around myself to keep warm. I needed to find someone I could trust. "Alex." I heard someone yell for me, and I stopped running to find that voice. "Alex." I rounded the corner, and there stood a very desperate-looking Aric. When he saw me, his eyes lit up, and he ran towards me. Our bodies collided in a deep hug with his strong arms wrapped around me. He nestled his head into my shoulder. "You're okay." He breathed out heavily in relief, and I almost cried again. "I thought they got to you." I shook my head. "Don't be so sure about that, Alpha Aric." We turned around and saw the one who almost killed me on top of the steps. His black eyes were filled with rage and hatred. "Weston," Aric sneered and held me closer to him. Weston jumped down the steps and was right in front of us. "Alex, run." Aric shielded me with his body, but I was frozen. I couldn't leave him to defend himself. What if he got hurt because of me? What if he died? But Aric was dead serious. "Run," he yelled, looking into my eyes frantically. But I just couldn't. I couldn't abandon him like I abandoned Holly. "No," I argued, finding my voice. "You've got a loyal Luna there, but it won't help you," Weston cackled. "When I'm done with you, maybe I'll have some fun with her." In an insanely fast blur, Weston dove for me. Aric grabbed his wrist to stop his claws from reaching me and kicked him in the chest at the same time. Then he threw Weston across the floor. Weston hit the wall with a grunt and sank to his knees. "Damn you." Weston spat blood on the floor and ran for Aric again. Weston jumped up and went for Aric's throat, but he had anticipated his movements. He dodged and faked a punch that gave him the upper hand. Aric made it look so effortless. He twisted Weston's arm behind his back and shoved him to the floor. Weston growled, but was unable to break out of his deadly grasp. "No one hurts my mate," Aric said coldly and snapped his neck with a harsh twist. It happened so fast that I couldn't believe my eyes. I couldn't even look away. I already saw the life fade from his eyes. It haunted me to my very core. "Alex." Aric sounded far away, but when I opened my eyes, he was right there. "It's all right," he told me calmly, and I struggled to take deep breaths. I was hyperventilating. That was one of the scariest times of my life. I shook my head, my hair flying. "Holly. She needs help." I stumbled over my own words, remembering how she fell lifelessly to the floor. "It's all right. Someone's with her now." Aric reached for me and engulfed me in his arms again. I nodded and tried to breathe normally. My head fit perfectly under his chin. He stroked my hair, and I finally felt calm again. There was something about him that made me relaxed. As soon as my heart rate was normal, he pulled away. "Let's go." Aric grabbed my hand, and my hand felt tiny compared to his. "What about?" I trailed off and looked at the body that was once Weston. "I'll take care of it later." Aric squeezed my hand. "I need to talk with the others." Chapter 10. Aric and I found Blaine and Marlin on the training grounds. Soren was already tending to the werewolves who were wounded. "How many wounded?" Aric demanded. He was incredibly angry at the attack on his pack. Anger was practically coming off his body in fumes. 21, Blaine answered solemnly. Shit. He swore under his breath. How many did you kill? Marlin answered this time. More than 50. Good. He said in a sharp voice and clenched his jaw. Alpha, we have a bigger problem, Blaine announced, and all three of us turned to listen to him. They went through the underground tunnels. Impossible, Marlin spat. The only wolves who know about the tunnels are us. Unless a spy told them, Aric said with pure hostility. Spy. Blaine blinked in shock. Oh no. There was a spy in the pack that betrayed us to the enemy? I'll kill that son of a bitch. Marlin growled, and his whole body started shaking. Marlin, you have to calm down, Aric commanded, but his body still trembled. He closed his eyes, and I heard a familiar, ear-splitting sound of bones cracking. Aric immediately pushed me away from Marlin, stepping in front of me protectively. Remember your anchor, he yelled. For a few seconds, Marlin didn't calm down, and I could see his claws coming out. Lines appeared on his forehead as he tried to concentrate. His body slowly stopped shifting into a wolf, and he returned to normal. It's okay. Marlin reopened his eyes, and I remembered what Holly told me about some werewolves losing control of their shifting. Aric nodded and stepped aside so I could see him again. Blaine, I want to know every wolf who was on patrol in the last week. Marlin, tend to the wounded, Aric ordered, and both of them bowed and walked away. Alpha Luna. We snapped our heads behind us. Soren was coming towards us, and blood was dripping down his head. Is Holly all right? I asked him urgently. I was worried sick about her. She protected me while I just stood there helplessly. She's in stable condition. She's in the healer's den as we speak, Soren soothed. I'm glad she's okay. We have 11 severely injured, Alpha, Soren added, and Aric nodded, closing his eyes in pain. Thank you, Soren, he dismissed, and Soren headed to heal more of the wounded. That was Alpha Trent's pack, wasn't it? I guessed, and Aric stared at me. Once he met my eyes, he seemed to calm down. Yes. Why did that guy Weston want to kill us? Because they're the enemy. I wanted to ask more questions since that didn't really explain anything, but Aric was in no state to be interrogated by me. He let out an aggressive growl. I'll kill them all for what they did. I want to learn how to fight, I said suddenly, determined to defend myself and not rely on others. I braced myself for his objections. Fine, he said before I could start to explain. I blinked, surprised he agreed so easily. Really? You'll let me? He almost didn't let me fight in the pack evaluation. Why did he change his mind? Aric met my eyes. Today, I realized something important. If I wasn't there to protect you, you would have died. So it's better for you to learn how to protect yourself in case I'm not there. I nodded. But I always will be. So hopefully you don't have to fight, Aric added, and I smiled at his tenderness. His cold, frozen heart was melting, even if by a little bit. I'll arrange for your training. Thank you. I kept a proud smile on my face. Maybe he was more than my kidnapper or my mate or my savior. Maybe he was more than that serious, distant alpha he appeared to be. Maybe we could be more. Aric. A high-pitched voice broke me from my thoughts, and almost on top of us was a young, lovely girl. A headband held back her curly blonde hair, and she was looking at us with her big blue eyes. I heard about the attack and came as soon as possible. She put her arms around him in an affectionate hug, and I narrowed my eyes. Who's this? I asked Aric, trying to keep the envy out of my voice. He was beautiful, she was lovely. And they looked good together. And she hugged him, and he didn't pull away. Sorry. We haven't met before, have we? She put a hand to her mouth and studied me with a childlike curiosity. Was she one of his exes? That could be the only explanation here. I'm Clarissa, Aric's sister. She smiled widely at me, and I gasped, turning to Aric. He shrugged. Oh, I didn't know you had a sister, I said, looking from Aric to Clarissa and back to Aric. Yes, I could see the resemblance. They had the same blue eyes and the same skin color. But Clarissa had a sunny aura while Aric was, well, he doesn't talk about me much. Maybe because he thinks hunters will track me down and kill me. Clarissa rolled her eyes. Hunters. That was a new term. Yeah, you know, assassins who have devoted their lives to end our species, Clarissa explained. I didn't know this. I looked at Aric. A lot of people want us dead, but we're hard to kill, she sing-songed, and Aric sighed. You can't be here, you have to. She interrupted him. Be in a puny, boring town just in case someone finds me? I know, but I hate it there. Can't I come back? Clarissa begged and gave her brother puppy dog eyes. No, he replied firmly. Fine. We'll talk about it later. She pouted and then turned to me, looking happy. So this is your mate? Our Luna, she asked and cocked her head to study me. She's pretty. She is. Aric muttered so lowly I thought I imagined it. Have you marked her yet? Marked? No, Aric replied. Clarissa scrunched up her forehead and narrowed her eyebrows. That's weird. I can't mind link with her. She's human, Clarissa. He breathed out in annoyance. She seemed completely shocked by this. Really? She squinted at me. It's really rare to have a human as your mate. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I asked nervously. I wanted Aric's sister to like me, but she could have been one of those wolves who hated humans. Good, of course. I've always wanted to meet a human Luna, she exclaimed, once again excited. I couldn't help but wonder how someone so kind could be related to someone so harsh. I'll send Blaine to take care of you, Aric told her, but you're only staying for one night. You're so mean. I'm gonna go help Soren then. It was nice seeing you, Aric. You too, Luna. Clarissa waved and bounded in the direction of the castle. Oh, my name's Alex, I called, and she stopped to look back. You better mark her soon, Aric, she's a keeper. Clarissa winked at us and sauntered away. It suddenly got chillier without her presence. Wow. She's irritating. I was going to say nice. And I thought I was the one who was irritating, I challenged. It still stung to know I annoyed him. I didn't mean to say that. He shook his head, and a gust of wind breezed by, making my hair fly around. Then why did you? I asked curiously, wanting to know what he honestly thought about me. Alpha. We were interrupted again. This time it was Blaine, and he looked like he needed to tell us something. What is it? He sounded a little annoyed. I got the information you wanted, Blaine said, and he stiffened. The only wolves that were patrolling last week were Griffith, Lyndon, Rowan, Adalia, Marlin, and Lena. Lena. Aric growled. Blaine, Aric, and I ran rapidly upstairs to Lena's room on the 3rd floor. Aric kicked down her door without warning, but no one would have answered if we had knocked. Because Lena was gone. Chapter 11. Find her. Aric yelled impatiently, making me flinch. Blaine left without another word and ran through the whole castle. I watched as Aric searched her room, throwing things carelessly all over the place. What are you doing? I asked hesitantly, trying to find her scent. Aric finally stopped rummaging through her clothes and swore to himself. His shoulders tensed. What? I need to phase. His voice was an inhuman growl, and his hands turned into fists. I stepped forward and reached to comfort him. But he jumped away from me like he had been burned. Stay back. Aric yelled at me and shot to the opposite corner of the room. His body was shaking violently, and he staggered to the window. His eyes flashed bright amber. Then I got it. Aric was turning into a wolf. His body expanded, and his clothes ripped from his body. I blinked and stared into the eyes of a huge black wolf. He was more than twice the size of a normal wolf. He looked at me for a second before leaping out of the window, glass shattering where he once stood. I swallowed and looked down, where a black shadow passed over the plains of grass and into the woods. I turned and ran down the stairs to follow him outside. Alex. I passed by Clarissa, who was helping Holly up the steps. I was shocked to see Holly already healed. The claw marks on her body had looked really severe. Aric found Lena's scent, I replied in a hurry. The spy who sold us out? Clarissa crossed her arms. Let's follow him, Holly responded calmly. Clarissa and Holly rushed down the steps with me, and the cold breeze hit my skin as soon as we stepped outside. He went this way, Holly told us, and led the way through the woods. I trailed behind, losing sight of them. I wasn't as athletic as they were. I stopped running to lean against a tree. I bent down to catch my breath. These woods were insanely tricky to figure out. A twig snapped. I turned behind me and was face to face with a black wolf. I knew those eyes anywhere. Aric. I stood still and looked at him. Really looked at him. His glistening, raven-black fur and his sharp, clever eyes. The way he stood proud and powerful like a true alpha male. My eyes traced over his fluffy tail and his huge paws. One of his ears was badly torn, and his claws were sheathed. I noticed that when the sun hit just right, there were hints of white concealed in the black. The light hidden in the darkness. He stared at me for a long time. Even though he had the stance of a predator, I wasn't the least bit scared. I would never be scared of my mate, not anymore. Not when I knew he cared about me. I finally admitted it. I was his mate, and he was mine. I walked up to him, staring intensely into his eyes. He met me halfway, his tail wagging side to side. We were very still until I reached a hand up and slowly ran it over his fur. He leaned into my touch and buried his nose into my neck, his fur tickling my skin. He sniffed as if he never wanted to lose my scent. I stroked his fur, which was surprisingly soft and silky. I ran it between my fingers and sighed, truly peaceful. He made a sound that almost resembled a purr. He licked my cheek, and I squealed in surprise. Aric. I rubbed my face, and he howled. Luna. Holly appeared a few feet away and dropped clothes on the roots of a nearby tree. The alpha is going to phase back. She took my hand and led me away from him. I studied Aric's wolf form one last time. Okay. I nodded, and we turned our backs to let him change. I heard bones crack, but in a moment, the sound was gone. Aric was human again. We turned around, and I almost fainted. Holy God. He had his shirt off. I blushed and looked away as he put his shirt back on. But I had already seen his impressive build. I hoped I didn't stare too obviously. Holly, you're in charge of guarding her. If anyone touches her, they answer to me, Aric said. Of course, Alpha, Holly replied, and I smiled to myself. On our way back to my room to get ready for dinner, we ran into Irene. She looked upset. Holly, you can go now, I told her, but she didn't let go of my arm. But, come on, it must be pretty boring guarding me all day. And you got hurt because of me. Have a minute to yourself, I told her, and she bowed in respect. Thank you, Luna. I'll see you at dinner. She scurried away, eyeing Irene suspiciously. Irene glared back. What do you want? Irene muttered impatiently. Irene, you were friends with Lena, weren't you? I asked curiously. Yeah. She looked down. Why? Do you think I'm a spy too? Her voice was harsh. No, I shook my head. I'm sorry. I know losing a friend isn't easy. Even if she was a traitor who was only here to spy on us and give information to the enemy, she was still a member of the pack. How would you know? She snapped. Have you forgotten already? I lost my friends. I bit my tongue so my temper wouldn't flare. She didn't reply, and we stood in silence. She was one of my closest friends. But I didn't know she was a spy. How long were you two friends? Since birth. Irene pushed her hair out of her face, and I could see her scar more clearly. But it doesn't make sense. She had no reason to betray us. Maybe she had her reasons. Inside every person you know, there's a person you don't know. I thought of Aric. Maybe she was doing it for someone else, like her loved ones or... Why are you being nice to me? Irene interrupted me, and I stopped talking. What do you mean? I've been nothing but mean to you. And yet, you're still nice to me. Why? She stared at me with her exotic purple eyes. You have your reasons to hate me. I can see that you don't want a human as your Luna. It hurt, but I could see where she was coming from. But I don't want to fight with you. If I'm going to become a part of this pack, I don't want to hate anyone. To be honest, I was jealous, Irene admitted, and my mouth hit the floor. Jealous? Of me? I asked incredulously. How could anyone so beautiful and so strong be jealous of me? You were mated to the Alpha. She shook her head and ran her hand over her face. Oh, that was what she meant. But you're close to him, right? I was raised to be his Luna if his mate didn't show. Irene confessed. I was confident that he wouldn't find his mate because I thought I was destined to be with him. I looked down, not sure what to say. But he found you, and I was discarded. He didn't need me anymore. But I needed him, Irene said in a pained voice, and I came over to pat her back. But you have a mate too, don't you? Theoretically. But the odds of finding them are very low in my rank. Most of us never find them at all. You never know. A couple of months ago, I was just an average girl who thought werewolves were only fantasy, but my world changed on a dime. You can't lose hope, I said optimistically, and she looked up from behind her fingers. Maybe, she sighed. But he hasn't come for me yet. He will. You'll have your happy ending, I encouraged, and she managed a weak smile. I was so caught off guard that I didn't say anything for a while. Finally, Irene straightened up and tucked her white hair behind her ear. Thanks, she said. I mean it, thanks. I smiled at her. It was a small gesture, but it meant a lot. She was accepting me, which meant the pack could accept me too. And maybe I could let them. Chapter 12. Audra's reign ended, and the days were growing shorter. The first snow started falling 2 days ago. I always loved the winter because it reminded me of my childhood of an easier and simpler time. After the attack, Aric had more guards stationed at the gates and around the castle. I spent the majority of my days with Holly, Blaine, and Aric. I still missed my friends and family, but the longing for them dimmed to a tiny point until I didn't think of them as much anymore. Time stopped existing. I didn't know how many days I'd been away from home, but it was all the same. I was living in a dream. Where are we going? I asked as Aric, and I walked down the stairs through the castle. He had shown me more emotion, but he was still distant. To train. You ready? Aric asked me, and I finally remembered that I asked him to train me. Yes. I nodded, looking outside at the white blanket covering the ground. Aric took off his black jacket and handed it to me. Put this on. It's snowing. Won't you be cold? I asked, but he shook his head. I shrugged the jacket on and reveled in its warmth. It smelled like him. Like the woods. When we got outside, the ground was blanketed with snow. Where are my opponents? I looked around, but no one was there except us. You're looking at them. But he was huge. And I'd seen the way he fought. He was terrific. He didn't even look like he was trying when he fought Weston. He probably could have fought with his hands tied behind his back with his eyes closed, and he still would have won. I won't hurt you. Ever, Aric reassured me, and my heart skipped a beat. Okay, what do I do? I asked him nervously. We'll start with blocking, he told me, and I mirrored his stance. Always have your hands in front of your face. I did what he said, and he started to go for my face. I used my arms to block his blows. He waited until I was ready again and punched with his left fist. He was holding back. He wasn't as quick or as accurate as before. But even though he was taking it easy on me, I felt like I could take him, at least I hoped. We trained for hours. My body was weakening, but Aric showed no sign of exhaustion. I was beginning to think he was invincible. He always recovered way before I did. He made everything look easy. Aric Trueblood was a legend. I need a break. I panted and collapsed on my hands. The snow stung my bare hands. Aric put his arms around my shoulders, trying to help me stand. Wait. I tried to catch my breath as I spread my legs out in the snow and finally said, I want to sit down for a while. I patted the seat next to me, and he looked at me with a raised eyebrow. You know it's cold, right? It doesn't seem to bother you, I pointed out and looked at his black short-sleeved shirt. He wasn't even shivering. Aric shrugged. I'm used to it. Besides, wolves don't get cold easily. He took the seat next to me and lifted me into his lap with ease. He wrapped his arms around my waist. Aric, I asked curiously, blushing furiously. We'll be warmer this way, he explained. I thought you didn't get cold. But you do. He tightened his arms around me in a hug and rested his hands on my stomach. Even though he was so cold, he was hot. We sat in silence and watched the snow start to fall. I stared in wonder until a memory resurfaced. Flashes of Talia throwing snowballs at my face and Millie trying to shield her textbooks from getting hit. We were in the courtyard of our school during break, having fun before mid-year exams. I was scooping snow into my hands and running towards Talia. I threw it, but missed and hit Millie instead. Millie looked stunned, but soon started to laugh. And we all laughed together. A smile crept its way onto my face without knowing. The past stayed in the past. We would never be there again. A stray tear ran down my face, and I quickly tried to wipe it away, but Aric beat me to it. He wiped it away gently, and I tugged his coat closer to my body. I hope you'll be happy here, Alex. I really do, Aric murmured, and I smiled. I'm getting used to it. I'm already used to seeing humans turn into wolves in the blink of an eye. I shrugged. Before, it had stunned me to the point that I almost fainted, but now it was a usual thing for me. I'm sorry, he said suddenly, and I turned my head back to look into his eyes. His face was unreadable. For what? For everything. It's okay. I thought back to the time Aric turned into his wolf. How he nuzzled my head and how he licked my face. When you turn into a wolf, is the wolf really you, or is it something inside you? I asked curiously. I leaned into him more, hearing the intense sound of his heart. My wolf is always a part of me. My wolf has his own thoughts, but I have control when I phase, he explained. That's so cool. Being a werewolf sounded so much better than being a human. So can he talk to you when you're human? How does that work? He's talking to me right now. My eyes lit up. What's he saying? He paused for a second. He's saying that you're still too cold for our liking. Oh, I stuttered, not expecting him to say that. He's like my conscience. Always with me. Is he bossy like you? I teased lightly, and he scoffed. I'm not bossy. If you say so. I shrugged. He was bossy, and he knew it. My curiosity got the better of me, and I yearned to know more about his family. Does Clarissa live with humans? I asked, remembering what she said about living in a small town away from here. She had to leave because she had school the next day. I was jealous. She goes to a normal high school. Do they know she's a werewolf? No. She needs to blend in. Aric shook his head, and his facial hair tickled my cheek. Why doesn't she live here? Hunters have been after our pack for years, decades before I was born. They've taken many wolves. Even worse, they know where we live, so I had to send her away in case they attacked again. But why do they attack you at all? I was trying to understand their feud, just like the one they had with Alpha Trent. Because we aren't human. Aric and I walked back inside the castle, and I was surprised to find that we had spent 4 hours outside. Time always seemed to fly when he was around. I gave Aric his coat back, and we all headed to dinner. We were having steak and penne primavera, eaten mainly by me. Not many had joined, probably because it was so late. Any news on Lena? I asked curiously while swallowing my hot tea. No, she's long gone by now. Blaine shook his head passively. Her scent disappeared after the river, Aric said, not looking at us. No body. Irene kept her voice low so no one around us could hear. No, replied Aric. She wasn't found, but she didn't die. Blaine said, rubbing his chin. He looked confused. She probably ran back to her trader pack. Marlin sneered. We should go there and... No, Aric interrupted. We don't know their territory well enough. But they know ours, Marlin argued. We could send a spy, Blaine spoke up. That should give them a taste of their own medicine. And do what? Aric asked impatiently. Find out what they're planning. Take them down from the inside, Blaine suggested, and I thought that was a pretty good idea. And then attack. Marlin gripped the fork in his hand so tightly that his knuckles were turning white. Who would we send? It would be too dangerous, Aric dismissed, not wanting to argue anymore. I'll go. Irene spoke, and I could tell her friend's betrayal still saddened her. No, Aric rejected still. But Irene didn't give up. I could pose as a rogue. I could tell them my pack died, she told him, trying hard to persuade him. I'm good at tricking people. That you are. Blaine smirked, and Irene glared at him. Blaine returned to innocently cutting his steak. I have no mate. I have no family. I want to do this. Please, Alpha. I could hear desperation in her voice. She wanted revenge against her ex-best friend. I think it's a good idea. I backed her up, and everyone looked at me. We're playing checkers when we need to play chess. We all looked at Aric, who had the final say. Fine. Aric finally agreed. But don't get caught. Chapter 13. Irene left for Alpha Trent's pack 2 days later in the middle of the night. She phased into her wolf and didn't look back. I looked up at the stars shimmering in the sky above us and silently wished her good luck. She'll be okay, Alpha. She knows how to take care of herself, Blaine reassured him and put a hand on his shoulder. I know. Aric turned away as the snowflakes covered Irene's tracks. The full moon glowed behind the bare trees as we followed him into the castle. I knew it would be a long time before she returned. I woke up on fire. I screamed and thrashed around. The fire scorched my skin, and pain spread like wildfire. It ripped at my skin and burned every cell in my body. I dug my fingernails into my palm and felt tears trickle down my cheeks. Cold hands grabbed my arms and took me in. For a moment, their skin was like the ocean, and my heart slowed until the fire ramped up and hit me like a brick wall. I finally opened my eyes and saw Aric with a pained look on his face. He swept my hair away from my face, and his cold breath against my cheek felt good. Fuck. This wasn't supposed to happen, he muttered. What's happening to me? I cried and clawed at my robe. I was soaked in sweat. Heat. Where have I heard heat before? Another wave of fire pierced my body, and a loud whimper escaped my lips. Aric hastily picked me up and carried me to the bathroom. He set me down in the tub and turned on the water to the coldest setting. Water pricked my skin, but it was no match for putting out the eternal flame blazing everywhere. He ran to the door and yelled at Holly in the hall. Get Soren now, he roared impatiently, and I could feel the vibration of Holly's footsteps run to find him. Aric returned and placed a cold cloth over my forehead. Please, make it stop. I wailed desperately. Why was this even happening? This had never happened before. Soren is coming, he murmured and grabbed my sweaty hand. 3 painful minutes later, Soren rushed in. He came towards me, but Aric growled at him, shielding me in a possessive manner. Alpha, I can't help unless you move aside. Soren sighed, and Aric moved a little to the side, but didn't let go of my hand. Soren inspected me and pressed the back of his hand against my forehead. He reached into his bag and produced 2 greenish pills. I have a few pills that will reduce the fever, he explained. What about the pain? Aric asked in a stern voice. There's no cure for the pain. Soren gave me a glass of water and handed me the pill. You know that. I swallowed the pill quickly. It had a terrible taste, but I was desperate. I just wanted it all to go away. Soren handed me 2 big green leaves and held them to my nose. These leaves produce a scent that, when inhaled, will help calm your body and mind. I sniffed them, but they did nothing compared to the sharp pain. There has to be another way, I pleaded. There is. Soren looked at Aric with a meaningful look, but he shook his head violently. Aric growled. No. What is it? I demanded breathlessly. Anything was better than being burned alive. Complete the mating process, Soren told me quickly, and I just stared at both of them. What? I gasped. What did that mean? No, Aric repeated in an angrier voice, and he gripped my hand tighter. They didn't argue again. The fire began to recede, but the pain was still as severe. It felt like a bunch of needles were piercing my skin at the same time. You'll have to take a few more before you go to sleep, I'm afraid, Soren apologized. I nodded, hoping no, praying that the pain would just go away. Thank you. Then I passed out, the darkness pulling me under its heavy spell. Aric and Soren, but mostly Aric, told me to stay in bed. They wanted me to be completely comfortable while my body was fighting it, but sitting around and doing nothing only made me feel it more. It was worse at night when the sun had set. By the 3rd day, I could move without being in excruciating pain. The fever was subsiding, and there was only a dull pain around my abdomen. Good evening, Luna. Holly brought me my dinner on a tray and handed it to me. Thanks, Holly, I replied. She was the only person I saw today besides Aric. He stayed by my side for half of the day, but was called by Blaine. He left 4 hours ago, very reluctantly. Do you need anything else? She asked politely, hands clasped in front of her. Sit down, relax, I said, and moved my legs so she could sit on the end of my bed. She looked unsure for a while, but sat down anyway. How are you feeling? Good. The pills are working. Except for the minor stab of pain in my stomach, I was fine. That's good. She smiled kindly. I looked at the balcony, which was now closed due to the cold weather. How do you think Irene is doing? I asked curiously, wondering where she was. I took a sip of water and began eating the roasted vegetables first. She's a very smart wolf, Luna, Holly comforted me. I'm sure she's okay. Did you know that Irene was supposed to be the Luna? It was a bit strange to think she would be in my place if he hadn't found me. Sometimes I wondered if everything would have been easier for everyone if she ruled. She was brave, outspoken, independent, everything that I wasn't. Yes. She looked down at her hands. The duty of the Delta is to mate with the Alpha if the Luna is not present. I played with my potatoes and moved them around my plate. Holly abruptly stood up and bowed. I hope your dinner is to your liking. I must return to the kitchen. Call when you're done. And with a click of the door, Holly left me to eat alone. I was lying in bed, ready to go to sleep, when Aric walked in. I was surprised since he usually didn't come to the room until midnight. He was always busy in his office or some other part of the castle. Hi, I greeted and reached for the light switch. Are you okay? He asked. I'm fine now. I have a question. He nodded for me to ask as he took off his jacket. What's heat? Aric crossed his arms and faced the balcony. When a female wolf meets her mate, she has to go through heat. Heat can only be prevented if she completes the mating process, he said, almost uncomfortably. And what's that? I could tell he didn't want to explain any of this because he took a long time to reply. The male has to mark the female as his. And then they mate, he explained lowly. My blood ran cold. Mate? Aric nodded. Have sex. I almost fainted. Again. So if I wanted to stop my heat, I had to mate with Aric. Oh. My. God. My heart was pounding. We hadn't even kissed yet. And Mark. I gulped cautiously. My face was probably as red as a tomato. I have to mark you to warn off other wolves. Where? I was almost breathless by now. Finally, he turned around and walked towards me. I met his eyes, and passion flashed in them for a split second. I almost didn't see it. My heart pounded in my ears as he swept my hair over my shoulder, his fingers running over the sensitive skin on my neck. His touch left tingling sensations on my skin. Here, he replied in a deep voice, and I shivered. Before I could say anything else, his fingers left my skin, and he stepped back, leaving space between us again. But I won't until you're ready. Chapter 14. Holly, why am I in a fancy dress? I asked and picked up the dress that was mostly a ball gown with my fingers in distaste. I tolerated dresses, but long, expensive ball gowns? We always have a ball on Christmas Eve, Holly explained, her clever fingers braiding my hair. It's already Christmas? I tensed. Yes, she replied. This was the first Christmas I was spending apart from my family. I hoped they were doing okay. Your hair looks beautiful this way. Her hands left my hair, and she groomed it in a way that the strands barely brushed my collarbone. I couldn't have done it without you. She smiled. You're ready. I stood up, and she fluffed out the bottom of my dress so it fanned around my legs. Though a bit too long, it was wonderful. The dress was the purest of white, not even the slightest imperfection tainting the smooth texture of the luxurious fabric. Dainty lace sleeves wrapped around my arms, so Holly gave me a white fur shawl for my shoulders. Holly, I never got to apologize for leaving you when you got hurt, I blurted, feeling a little guilty. Don't worry, I'm all healed. She shook her head. Thank you for protecting me. I smiled gratefully at her, and she smiled back. I gazed into the full-length mirror and gaped, not recognizing the young woman staring back at me. She was beautiful, with rich red hair and flawless skin. The diamond choker shimmered against her collarbone and accented her thin neck. Her white dress looked like it was fitted just for her. But she looked wiser. You must be a fairy godmother. I turned to hug Holly. She hugged me back. Let's go stun an alpha. I was swept away into another world. The ball wasn't as crazy as I expected. It was the total opposite of a typical high school party. There were no drunk, falling on their faces teenagers, and there was no obnoxiously loud music. Crowds of people were all dressed in suits and dresses, but none as fancy as mine. Most of their gowns were simple and a bit plain. I felt extremely overdressed. "I thought you said this was a ball." I turned to Holly and whispered, stuck in the doorway. "It is." She shrugged and gently pushed me to walk forward. "But I'm the only one dressed in a ball gown," I hissed, ignoring the huge stares I got. "So you can stand out." "Besides, Alpha Aric picked this dress for you," Holly explained as we made our way to the ballroom. It was one of the only rooms I hadn't been to before. It was a good-sized room with a polished mahogany floor. An elegant chandelier hung from the ceiling, and classical music was being played by an orchestra in the corner. Christmas lights and ornaments hung from the walls. Couples danced in pairs, and dresses of all colors swept swiftly over the floor. They were doing some waltz. "Oh no," I gulped. "What's wrong?" I took ballet as a child, tap danced in the musical, and could moonwalk for a mile. But I had no idea how to waltz. "I don't know how to waltz," I admitted. "It's easy. Just dance to beats of 3, and the man will lead so." "Alexis." I jumped at the sound of my full name. Only one person knew my full name. I turned around, and my jaw dropped to the floor. Aric looked stunning. He was wearing a black suit with a black tie. His brown hair was combed to the side, which made him look so attractive. He was holding his hand out to me. "Aric." I lost my breath and took his hand. Sparks flew when I touched him. "You look." He didn't finish his sentence, his eyes actually widening a little. "I know, I look weird, don't I?" I tried to cover my face. I wanted to take this ridiculous dress off. "No," he interrupted and squeezed my hand. "You look beautiful," he said sincerely. "So do you." I felt butterflies in my stomach. "Would you like to dance?" offered Aric. I looked at the dance floor, my heart racing at the thought of dancing in front of everyone. "I don't know how to dance," I murmured weakly. "I'll teach you." Aric led me through the crowd, and we settled into a spot where there weren't too many people. He grabbed my left hand and put it on his shoulder, and clasped my right hand in his. His right arm wrapped around my waist, and he pulled me closer to him. I wanted to close my eyes and disappear. I was about to make a complete fool out of myself. However, at least my dress covered my shaking legs. A new song started, and I bit my lip when I almost tripped on his feet. He held me tighter and whispered in my ear, "Don't worry about the steps." His breath tickled my ear. "I'm trying not to," I whispered back. My body calmed down as I grew used to Aric's arms around me. His body was glowing with warmth, and I found myself craving him. I familiarized myself with the dance after the first minute. I almost enjoyed myself. Aric twirled me around gracefully, and my body came back into his arms, our faces closer than before. Dancing like this suddenly made me remember how my dad used to dance with me. Well, I wouldn't call it dancing, but it was close to it. He would grab my arms and swing them with his. "What are you thinking about?" His husky voice stunned me from my thoughts. "This reminds me of the time I danced with my dad." I grinned. He twirled me around and lifted me in the air. My smile slowly disappeared when I realized that I was homesick. Aric didn't reply but looked a little sad. The song slowed down, and I ended up pressed up against him. I stared into his eyes and parted my lips. But then another song started, and he straightened up. He didn't kiss me like I thought he would. And I wanted him to. For songs later, Aric told me he was going to get us some water. I decided to stand on the side and watch other couples dance. I was so breathless that I didn't even hear someone else come up beside me. "I saw you and Aric dance. It was very beautiful. Everyone was watching." Blaine complimented, and I played with the ring on my finger. "I've never seen him like that either." "I can tell he's really crazy about you." "Then why didn't he kiss me?" "I don't know," I mumbled. "Why did I feel this way?" "You should see the way he looks at you." He shook his head violently. "Like someone who's too fragile to be in a room full of werewolves." "Like the love he's wanted all his life," Blaine corrected firmly, and I shook my head. "He didn't think of me like that. He didn't love me. He couldn't." "It's true," he went on. "No matter what you think you know, he's waited for you for so long, and now he finally has you." "Has Aric ever been in love with anyone else before?" He took the hint. "He's only been in love once, and that was 9 years ago," he explained and looked back at the dance floor. "But she died." "That's terrible." He was devastated. Maybe that was why he took things slow. He didn't want to rush. Aric is a complicated man, isn't he? I was finding out all these things about his past, and they didn't sound perfect. Like his family being killed, and now his past lover? He's had a tough life. Blaine nodded and turned his head to look away from the dancers. You're his only light. Aric and I took an evening walk to get some fresh air. It was hot in there. We walked on a path illuminated by candles. I can't believe it's almost Christmas. I loved Christmas. It was my favorite holiday because it was one of the rare times when my whole family would come together. Then I realized something. I'm sorry I didn't get you anything, I said, ashamed of myself. It's okay. Aric reached into his pocket, and in his hand was a silver square box. But I got something for you. What? No. Just take it. I felt incredibly guilty. He got me something, but I didn't get anything for him. I took the box reluctantly. It's only Christmas Eve, but I wanted to give it to you, he added. I untied the bow and gasped at the beauty I saw. It was a heart-shaped ruby necklace with a silver chain. I ran my fingers over the smooth, gorgeous gem, almost mesmerized. Thank you. I smiled at him, but like always, he didn't smile back. It was my mother's. I unclasped the diamond necklace adorning my neck and took his mother's ruby necklace out of its box. Alpha, we have a problem. I heard Blaine run up to us. I groaned to myself. I never got to spend any alone time with Aric because someone always wanted to interrupt us. It's about Irene, Blaine added. Did you mind link with Irene? Aric demanded. Did she make it to the pack? Yeah, but it's not that. He shook his head, and Aric crossed his arms. Then what is it? Irene found her mate. No way, I gasped. He's in the pack, and she's already gained his trust, Blaine continued. That's good. Aric grabbed my hand and started walking back, losing interest. It's Trent's brother. Aric stopped walking. But that means... It means she's going to have to leave our pack for good. Chapter 15. What do you mean she has to leave? I asked. Irene's mate is Trent's brother, the next in line to be Alpha, Aric said in an angry voice, and his hands turned to fists. She has no choice but to join his pack. She can't be apart from her mate, or else her wolf will die. So if I were apart from Aric, his wolf would die. But he didn't actually meet me until 6 years after he saw me. He waited for so long. Is she still spying for us? I asked curiously. Of course. But it'll be more difficult since her mate will know where she is at all times, Blaine said. I still can't believe it, he added in a quieter voice. The plan is still the same. This doesn't change anything, Aric announced indifferently. I was walking up the stairs, really wanting to get out of these heels, when I noticed a figure standing off to the side. I squinted at the face. Clarissa? She was the last person I expected to see. Surprise, she exclaimed. Merry Christmas. I came to give you a present. She held up a small red bag and waved it around. Oh, you didn't have to. Don't start with me, I wanted to. Clarissa interrupted me as her brother had. Now open it. She thrust the gift into my hands before I could protest. I reached into the bag and picked out a rectangular box with a big bow wrapped around it. When I opened it, my eyes widened. A glimmering diamond bracelet was lying in the tissue paper. I was shocked by all of these expensive gifts. This tiny piece of jewelry probably cost more than my parents' cars combined. I can't accept this. I closed the box and handed it back. Don't get me wrong, I was incredibly grateful for everyone's generous gifts, but I couldn't help but feel a bit spoiled. And guilty. Here they were giving me super extravagant gifts while I had nothing to return the favor. Why not? She challenged. I had to think of something quick. It doesn't match my new necklace. I pointed to the ruby necklace Aric gave me tonight. Do you know what that is? Clarissa's eyes bugged out of their sockets. A ruby? I frowned. Not just any ruby. Her voice grew louder by the second. In our family, it's the ruby the Alpha gives to his Luna when he's ready to mark her. It means he's accepted you. Mark? No, I'm not ready, I objected hotly, my face turning red. I have to go before Aric finds out I'm here. Clarissa gave me a quick hug. I'm rooting for you. Was Aric ready to mark me? But was I even ready to be marked? I walked to the courtyard and stepped up on the 4-foot wall with my bare feet, putting my arms out to balance myself. I was tired but didn't want to sleep yet. My feelings were all messed up. My head was telling me to pull out before I was bound to stay here, to leave while I still could. I wanted to live out my life as a normal high school student who would go to college, get a job as a teacher, marry my high school sweetheart, and live happily ever after. But my heart said to stay and become part of the pack and lead the werewolves and stay with Aric. There would be no turning back. There would be no chance of returning home. I would be anchored to them in blood. I was thinking too hard and wasn't paying attention to where I was walking. My foot caught on a rock that jutted out from the others, and I tripped over the uneven surface. I braced myself for the fall. There was a blur, and I felt big, muscular arms catch me as I fell into someone. Aric caught me and held me in his strong arms. I widened my eyes, too entranced to break away. I could feel his breath on my forehead, and his eyes reminded me of the ocean. Then I noticed the mistletoe hanging above us, the red berries shining like a flashing siren. Aric? I whispered softly. What? His lips were just a second away from mine. I felt my eyes begin to droop. Kiss me. He didn't need to be told twice. Aric closed the space between us, pressing his lips to mine. I felt an instant spark when our lips touched. His lips were lush and soft, moving against mine slowly at first, but soon intensifying. A strong emotion grew inside of me, and I pulled him closer. I wanted more. I needed more. He pulled away first, and we stared at each other, breathless. I just gave him my first kiss. And it was amazing. Mark me, I said firmly, and he furrowed his eyebrows. Alex. I'm ready, I argued. Please. I wanted to be with him. I already made my choice. Aric grabbed me by the hand and led me behind a wall. He reached out and pushed some of my hair over my shoulder. I took a step towards him so we were closer. It's going to hurt. His voice was very deep. I nodded and turned so that my bare neck was facing him. He leaned his head over to the right side of my throat. His fingers gently glided over the sensitive skin on my neck, and goosebumps ran up my arms. I felt my heart speed up. I grabbed his hand and squeezed it for stability. I was a little scared. In an instant, I felt the sharp sting of his mark claiming me, a sudden pain that sealed our bond. When I woke up, my neck was sore. It throbbed erratically, and I was afraid even to touch it. Aric was in bed beside me, stroking my hair. It was the first time we woke up together. I flushed from the sudden close contact. How's the mark? Concern was laced in his voice. Fine, I lied and touched my throbbing neck. So, I'm yours? I asked, my throat scratchy. You're mine. His eyes darkened. I rubbed my eyes, still sleepy. What time is it? 11 o'clock. I missed breakfast? I began to leap out of bed, but Aric grabbed my arm, stopping me. Take it easy. You might feel dizzy. The room became more disoriented as soon as he said that. Why? I closed my eyes, feeling woozy. Sometimes when a male marks his mate, she becomes weak for a few days, he explained, and I nodded. Am I supposed to mark you now? If you were a wolf, yes. But seeing as how you're human, I don't know how that would work. There was a knock on the door. Come in, Aric commanded, and Blaine appeared from behind the door. He looked nervous. Alpha Luna. There's someone at the gates who claims to know you, Blaine said uncertainly, and I threw the sheets to the side to stand up. Just let me in. You werewolves are so touchy. A loud, sassy voice echoed through the castle. I knew that voice. I knew it since childhood. I picked up the pace and stopped when I saw who it was. She had the same black hair and the same red lipstick as when I was taken. Talia. Chapter 16. My old life was coming back to me. Talia. I shouted happily. I ran up to my best friend and engulfed her in the biggest hug I could muster. I missed her so much. Oh my god, you're okay. Talia hugged me back so hard that she nearly cut off my air supply. I was so fucking worried. Of course I am. My vision became blurry, and I wiped away some tears. How did you get here? How did you find me? Her arms went limp, and she let me go. Your parents sent me. Why didn't they come themselves? I asked, then did a double take. Wait, are you telling me you knew where I was this whole time? Well, she stalled and twirled a piece of her hair around her finger. They aren't really friendly with some of the people here. Huh. I'm guessing you know about them. Talia looked uncomfortably at one of the guards at the door. I recalled what happened when Aric captured me. She wasn't surprised. Of course, she knew about them. But I bit my lip to keep from yelling at her because I didn't want to waste my time fighting. I know. I managed in my calmest voice. I wanted to ask her so many questions. I wanted to say so many things. Okay, well, your parents are... Maybe we should go to a more private area. Talia cleared her throat at the guards lurking at the front door. Their ears twitched. No, tell me, I commanded, but I lost Talia's attention. Her brown eyes were big, and I turned around, wondering what she was staring at. Aric was heading towards us, his face cold. Is that? She stopped talking as soon as he came within earshot. My name is Alpha Aric. You must be Natalia Gage, he introduced himself. It's Talia. She cringed dramatically. And you're the guy that choked me. She stepped away from him, and her body language was guarded. I'm sorry. However, he didn't sound sorry. Whatever. She rolled her eyes, and I wondered what was up with her. I need to talk to Alex in private. Anything you need to say to Alex, you can say to me. Aric crossed his arms and tried to intimidate her. It didn't work. Who made you king of the... Actually, I interrupted before she could insert a swear word. I'd like to speak with Talia alone. I looked at Aric and added, please. He nodded at my request, and I led Talia to our room. How do you know about werewolves? I asked as Talia looked through my jewelry. She was having a little too much fun in our room. I just forced her to get off the balcony because it was too cold out there, and she finally listened after 10 minutes. Your parents told me. Aric came to them 6 years ago to talk about your future, but they didn't want you to go because they didn't trust him. So your parents told me and Millie the truth and told us to guard you, she explained. So you and Millie knew about Aric all this time? Talia stopped playing with my rings. Yeah, but your parents begged us not to tell you, so we didn't. It was so hard, you know, not telling you. She became very sad, very fast. Aric tried every week to see you, but he never got past the front door. Aric tried to reach me. I smiled at the thought. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you let him see me? Because your parents told us not to. We had to swear on it. The less you knew, the better, Talia sighed. They were scared you'd choose to leave. Well, we'll never know because you guys took that choice away. This still wasn't making any sense. And you two just agreed to this? You were my age, weren't you? How could you even be strong enough to guard me? Millie and I have had a lot of training. That explained nothing. You should have told me. Our friendship was built on a lie. My parents hired them to make sure I never found out. Were they even my real friends? Your parents were afraid he'd hurt you. Plus, I mean, you were just a kid, Alex. You were so innocent. You still kind of are now. He'd never hurt me. Never, I objected. It could happen. Talia looked at me. Werewolves are very unstable. No, I shook my head stubbornly. Aric has a lot of self-control. Yeah? Well, how about his gamma, Marlin? Did he ever tell you what happened to him? She challenged. You mean Marlin? I frowned. Yeah, Marlin or whatever the hell his name is. What happened? I asked curiously. Talia sighed and ran a hand through her long, dark hair. Her brown eyes were gloomy. He lost control and killed 10 people. What? Why didn't anyone think to tell me about this? Talia picked up one of the pillows from the bed and hugged it. One of them was Millie's brother. No, I whispered and stifled a sob. Millie told me her brother died in a fire when she was young and never talked about it again. But I knew she loved her little brother. I honestly couldn't believe that werewolves had something to do with his death. Hell yes. Marlin was a young werewolf and was very, very dangerous at that time. He got angry too fast, and bam, he was slaughtering innocent humans. Talia shook her head. That's why Millie hates werewolves. She never told me about her brother, I said weakly. And Marlin didn't tell me about Millie. Did he even know that she was one of my best friends? She shrugged. My parents went through a similar experience. My mom's younger sister, the aunt I never met, was mates with a wolf. Just like you. She eyed me, and I looked down. But he killed her. He said it was an accident, but my mom knew better. When they heard about you, they didn't want the same thing to happen. They did everything to prevent Aric from reaching you and persuaded your parents to wait 6 years. It's also why they pulled me back in 6th grade, so I could be in the same grade as you. So I could guard you. So that's why Talia was older than us. She never told me why, but I assumed she got in trouble or something. I never knew, I whispered. I never knew werewolves could be so dangerous. Now do you see why you can't stay here? Talia asked, and I nodded. I did see. Talia's face brightened, and she stood up quickly. She walked over to the door. Excellent. We should go before it gets dark. It's a long ride, and your parents want to see you as soon as possible. Talia, I'm not leaving. I interrupted her happy rambling. Her smile froze on her face. Why not? I'm needed here. I thought about Holly and Blaine and Aric. Aric needed me the most, and I needed him. What? She demanded incredulously. This is my home now. I can't just leave. They took you. They took away your normal, happy life, Talia argued loudly. Doesn't that mean anything to you? My parents lied to me for 6 years. They didn't tell me about anything. Wasn't it my right to know? But you knew Millie knew, I interrupted. Yeah, we knew. But it was to protect you from their world. Bullshit. Since when did lying mean protecting? They didn't even come to tell me this themselves. They would have if they could have. But they didn't. I interrupted again. I shook my head, my decision final. Is this the life you want? Talia challenged me. You will never be free again. You will never have a normal life again. You aren't one of them. You're one of us. It doesn't matter. No matter how much I missed my old life, I couldn't go back. Not when I knew the truth. It does. You'll be trapped here for the rest of your life. Can you see that we're trying to save you? She yelled desperately at the top of her lungs. They brainwashed you, didn't they? They didn't do anything to me. Come with me, Alex, she demanded, and I could see tears glimmering in her eyes. I'm sorry. I can't, I repeated. Talia took a deep breath and wiped at her eyes. She didn't say anything for a while, just standing there. So far away. Your parents will be so disappointed, she said and turned the doorknob. For a split second, a pang of guilt hit me. I'm not coming back. Talia opened the door and left. She didn't look back. Chapter 17. I watched as Talia got in her car and sped away. I told myself it was what I wanted. But now I wasn't so sure. I should have been furious. The 4 people closest to me had lied to my face for years. They all knew what was going to happen, and nobody even told me, not even when they had every opportunity to. They weren't protecting me. They were only protecting themselves. Yet I couldn't help but feel absolutely conflicted. I didn't want to cut my friends and family out of my life forever. I didn't want to lose them. I still loved them. Was I really so heartless that I would freeze them out and never talk to them again? This couldn't be how it ended. I didn't realize I was crying until I felt something wet drip down my cheeks. Shattered emotionally, I rubbed my eyes with my sleeve and jumped back on my bed, burying my face to hide my muffled sobs. Her words echoed in my memory in a never-ending loop. I couldn't forget them. Was I trapped here like a bird in a golden cage forever? Would they hurt me like Millie's brother? Like Talia's aunt? No. I was committed to the pack now. Aric marked me. I was just starting to call this place home, and I was all in. Then why did I have this unshakable feeling that I should go back? I was torn. Alex. I didn't even hear Aric walk into the room. He was stuck in the doorway, almost as if he were afraid to come any closer. I wiped my eyes so he wouldn't see my tears. I know how much you want to go home. I didn't move. I can see it in your eyes, he added. So I've decided that I can't keep you here anymore. You're free. My heart skipped a beat. You're letting me go? I whispered, shocked to hear those words from his mouth. You are always free to make your own decisions, but it was selfish of me to ask so much of you. Aric looked away. It's my fault this happened. He told me once that it was my choice to stay or leave, but deep down, I knew he would never truly let me go. This time I knew he meant it. So go, he murmured. His face betrayed no hint of emotion. It's probably for the best. What about your wolf? I asked. If mates were apart for too long, their wolves would die. I didn't have a wolf, but Aric did. I'll be fine. He was lying to me. I could feel it. Go, Alex. He commanded, and his eyes flashed amber. Go home. His voice was louder and harsher, and it reminded me of the first time I met him. How scary he was. But underneath those icy layers was the warmest soul. Leave. My vision became blurred once again. It hurt to hear him say that. Okay. I choked out and closed my eyes. I couldn't bear to look at him. I'll go. I couldn't tell him the words that I wanted to say. I love you, goodbye. Aric didn't look at me as Holly finished packing the car. I had offered to drive us, but Holly told me to rest in the car. Don't worry, Holly will keep you safe, Blaine reassured, and I nodded. Holly shut the trunk and walked up beside me. The car's ready, she said, and I tried not to cry. I hugged Blaine first. Thank you for everything. I told him, and he nodded. You'll come back, right? He asked and let me go so he could look at me. Of course. I tried to smile, but my emotions were frayed. Marlon held out his hand next. I took it and shook, trying not to feel angry about what happened with Millie's brother. It wasn't Marlon's fault, it was an accident. Goodbye, Luna. He never did call me by my first name. Bye, Marlon, I replied kindly, and Soren stepped up to hug me. Take care, he patted me on the back. Stay safe. I'll miss you, Soren, I said quietly and stepped back after a few seconds. Aric was last. He didn't speak, only walked forward to hug me. He wrapped me in an embrace I knew well. I would miss him the most. Aric let go too soon and pushed me away. Bye, Aric, I whispered so only he could hear. Bye, Alex. There he went, making my heart beat again. I gave him a small, hopeful smile, but like always, he didn't smile back. We should go. Holly tugged at my arm, and I nodded, looking at the ones who were my family for nearly 5 months. I snapped a mental picture of them. Blaine, with his million-watt smile, and Marlon, standing next to him with his Herculean physique. Soren, with his wise, wrinkled face, and Aric staring into my soul with those breathtakingly beautiful eyes. I turned my back, not able to look at them anymore, and got in the car. Holly started the engine, and I looked into the rearview mirror one last time before we drove away. I didn't choose my heart. We were off. I knew I couldn't catch Talia, so I told Holly to take me home. Aren't you too young to drive? I asked. In my state, you had to be at least 16 to get your permit. No, I'm 17. Seriously? I whipped my head around and studied her face. Her features were too soft for someone as mature as her. I thought she was 15. I turn 18 in March. Holly added. I never would have guessed. I murmured, honestly surprised. She looked so sweet and innocent, I couldn't see us being the same age. It must be the genes. She shrugged. Holly, I cleared my throat and changed topics. Will Aric's wolf die? If you're separated for too long, yes. She spoke the words that I didn't want to hear. I don't want that to happen. I would never forgive myself if his wolf died. Holly stepped down more on the accelerator, and we flew past the other cars in the double right lanes. The lull of the car sapped my energy, and I closed my eyes. Sleep quickly pulled me under. I had a dream about my parents. They reached for me, and I was running towards them. But then someone was in the way between us. The figure showed his face, and Aric growled at them. Amber ringed the border of his pupils, and his canines extended. Dad revealed a gun, and a bow appeared in Mom's hands out of nowhere. The black wolf ran and jumped in the air at the same time they shot. No, Lex, Alex. A gentle voice startled me from my dream, and it disappeared as fast as it came. It was just Holly. I looked around and saw that the sun had already set. It was pitch black outside, and the clock read 11:11. You were moving around in your sleep. Are you okay? She asked, and I nodded. Just a nightmare. My dream came back. But the strange thing was, I didn't scream no for my parents, but for Aric. I didn't want him to die. This is it, right? Holly turned down a cul-de-sac, and I smiled at how close we were. Excitement filled my thoughts. The house on the right, I told her as she drove around the circle. She pulled up to my house. Snow covered the path to the front door, and the driveway wasn't plowed like usual. I opened the car door and ran through the snow, wanting to see them as quickly as possible. I knocked on the door first, but there was no answer. I searched for the emergency key and finally found it at the bottom of the empty flower pot. The metal was freezing in my hands. Ice coated the hinges, so I had to pull as hard as I could. Cold air hit my face and goosebumps rained down my arms. The house was freezing. Holly followed me inside. Mom? Dad? I called, hopefully, but no one answered. Maybe they went out to dinner, I thought. I turned on the lights and noticed that the car keys were still on the table. I looked around and saw the burnt wood in the fireplace. The fire's out, I said to myself, which was very unusual because we always lit it for warmth, even if we went out. I walked over to the kitchen table and saw a cup of milk. I drank it, but spit it out. It tasted spoiled. My parents haven't been here in days. Holly, I think something's wrong. I shouted, but the house was empty. Fear consumed my mind. What if someone was already here? What if they got to her? The lights snapped off and I was alone in the darkness. I couldn't see anything, not even my own hands. My heart raced in terror. I hated the dark. Holly? Holly, where are you? I demanded frantically. I walked all over the place, trying to find her. She came out of nowhere. She blended perfectly in the shadows. Her blue eyes flashed in the dark. You almost gave me a heart attack. Holly struck my cheek. My head snapped back, and I could taste blood on my lip. Shut up. Holly growled. My name isn't Holly. What the hell was going on? I've been waiting to see how long you'd figure it out, she said in a tone I didn't recognize. It sounded like hatred. I don't understand. What's going on? I rubbed my cheek, still shocked that she slapped me. Holly of all people. The beautiful, kind angel. Darciel, I heard another voice enter the room, and the lights snapped on. Who is Darciel? A figure came out from behind the corner. I didn't need to see who it was. I could tell by the voice alone. Trent, I whispered. Chapter 18. Correct. Trent clapped his hands sarcastically. Betrayal was the first thing I felt. Holly was the spy, not Lena. She was working for Trent. Our enemy. Alpha Trent. Holly bowed and shoved her elbow into my stomach. Bow, she hissed, and I weakly obeyed. He scoffed. So this is the Luna? Trent grabbed my chin and forced me to look up at him. She looks like an ordinary girl. His grip was strong as steel, and I couldn't break free no matter how much I wanted to. I didn't like the way he was staring at me, like I was an item at an auction, and he was deciding whether to buy me. I stared into his eyes. They were the color of honey, an unusual color. From the way he carried himself, I could tell he was arrogant and cruel. He was an alpha, after all. Except Trent was nothing like Aric. Whoever heard of an alpha who was mates with a human? He finally let go of me, and I rubbed my chin. I was so tired of only being known as a human. I wanted to tear my hair out, but I bit my tongue. He could easily kill me right here, right now. I had to stay calm and keep them calm, too. Why? That was all I wanted to know. How had I never noticed that the spy was right in front of my face? How could the traitor be someone so close to me? I looked at Holly, who returned my stare with an innocent one. It's nothing personal. She shrugged nonchalantly. Holly was shrouded in mystery. Why had she done it? Why had she agreed to take me to the enemy? What did Trent's pack have that we didn't? Go on, tell her. Trent nodded. I was born in a peaceful pack just north of the White Mountains. We were small in numbers, but we were very close and thrived on our land for years. There was no war, there was no famine, there was no disease. My parents loved each other, and they loved their children. I had the perfect life, she exhaled, and I knew it was about to get much worse. The True Blood pack stole all of that from me. They came out of nowhere, invaded our home, and started killing everyone. Our healer died right in front of my eyes. I'll never forget the way the Alpha murdered her. I was only able to get away because my sister sacrificed herself for me. I was only 7 years old. This was the first time I heard about Aric's parents, and I didn't know if they were telling the truth. They killed almost all the women and children, Trent said in a dead voice. Why did they do that? I thought it was supposed to be Trent's pack that started the feud. They were the bad guys. They wanted power. They were obsessed with conquering other packs, Trent explained. That didn't sound like Aric's pack to me. They killed my family. Darciel shrieked, and I flinched from the sound of her heartbreak. They killed everyone I cared about. Her face twisted with wrath. Trent turned his back to us and started to walk around the house. Darciel took a deep breath and paused for a minute. For a moment, I could see where she was coming from. The Trueblood wolves committed horrible crimes against her pack for no good reason, but that was Aric's parents, not Aric himself. If what she was saying were true, then she was punishing someone who had no involvement. But why hurt Aric? He was just a child then. He didn't do anything wrong. It's called tying up loose ends. You think Aric is a hero, but you're mistaken. His parents may have been the ones to launch the attack, but he was the one who saw it through, she snapped. He loves killing just like any other alpha. That's a lie, I hissed. You don't know him at all. Darciel continued with her story, but I didn't want to listen anymore. I was on my own for a long time before Trent found me. He gave me food and shelter while I told him my story. We devised a plan together, one that would take many years to fulfill but would pay off tenfold. She was a lot calmer than before. She was back to the Holly I once knew well. I infiltrated the Trueblood pack and slowly gained everyone's trust. Then I went to work. I set up traps for their messengers. I hired hunters to kill off the Alpha's daughter. I waited until their son found his mate so I could kill her. You see, if you died, then he would die too, but it didn't go as planned. You were human, she explained. We had a truce, and we were prohibited from killing humans on human territory. So being human saved me. But what kind of truce did they have that allowed humans to know about the werewolves? Then Aric brought you into his territory, which worked out perfectly for us. I used the knowledge of the secret underground tunnels to kill you. I was supposed to lead you away from Aric when the attack happened. Unfortunately, Beta Weston had to die, which was a great loss. She hung her head solemnly. I grabbed a chair and sat down at the kitchen table. I didn't think I could listen to her for another second. It was too painful. You killed Lena. That's why we couldn't find her body. I had to. Darciel shrugged. I covered my mouth with my hands, a whimper coming out. Lena was innocent all along. It was my fault she was killed. I've killed many people. How could she act so casual about taking innocent lives? Didn't she feel anything? I helped kill Aric's parents. She dropped an exploding bomb. What? I enjoyed their deaths the most. Darciel leaned against the wall, and I almost forgot how to breathe. I won't rest until the entire Trueblood line is eliminated. But first, Aric will know what it feels like to have it all ripped away from him, and there will be nothing he can do to stop it. How could you do it? How could you lie to us all this time? I couldn't understand how she could trick us so easily. She lied to everyone's face when she had been planning this all along. For once, Darciel didn't have an answer. Don't you feel guilty? I questioned. Enough. Trent appeared by Darciel's side, and I jumped out of my chair. Let's go. Where are we going? I demanded. Do you really have to ask? Trent shoved me into the hallway, and I flinched at his touch. I was going to Trent's pack. Into enemy territory. And Aric wouldn't be able to save me. Chapter 19. Aric's POV. Just what the hell were you thinking when you took that poor girl? That was what my parents would have asked me if they were still alive. And I couldn't blame them. It hurt me more than anyone could ever know, but I had to let her go. Alex may be my mate, but she was human, and she needed to have a chance at a normal life. I'd already caused enough damage. It was for the best. I miss her, my wolf whined, and I growled at him to shut up. She's gone, and she won't come back. My wolf howled to himself. She would if you forced her to. She's not coming back. Forget her, I snapped at him sternly, and my wolf didn't respond. Even though Alex was long gone, her presence still lingered. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her beautiful face. The ghost of her haunted me wherever I looked. I couldn't stop thinking about her. The days were long and dull without her glowing presence. The castle was cold and lonely, and the mind link was dead silent. It was almost like she was never here to begin with. I had to forget her. There was no way she would come back after what I'd done. I was a monster. I thought bringing her home would make everything better, but instead, I'd just fucked it up. Alpha. Blaine's voice cut through my mind suddenly, and I snapped out of it. What is it? I looked at the snow-covered forest and was impatient to pass. It was the only thing that brought me peace. There's a scent at the boundary line, he told me, and I realized he was very far south, at the boundary line of Alpha Transpac. Report it to me in the morning. I didn't want to worry about that now. I wanted my freedom for one night, just to let go of my worries. I closed my eyes and channeled my wolf. I felt the familiar yet painful movement of my bones cracking, and within a few minutes, I was running through the forest on 4 paws. When I was younger, I hated being a wolf. I hated being different. Other kids were learning how to read while I was learning how to phase. Rage consumed me, and there were times when I couldn't control it. People got hurt. But the harsh reality was that I was an alpha, and I needed to be strong. My wolves looked up to me and would follow me into the trenches if I commanded it. Yes, I was burdened with this heavy responsibility, but I was also blessed with immense power. I was the only one who could lead them and protect them. Alpha Trent would fucking pay for hurting my wolves. I filled the void by phasing and protecting what was mine. I spent more time with my wolves and learned what they needed from me. I helped Soren in the healer's den and retrieved herbs far in the mountains. I trained the younger wolves and oversaw their matches. We needed to be ready in case there was another attack. It reminded me of the time I helped Alex with her training. We only did it a few times, but she improved quickly. I could still remember the unflinching determination in her eyes. I was even more surprised to see her fight in the evaluation. At first, I was a little scared and overprotective about her getting hurt. I was 1 second away from pulling her out of the fight, but she got up and kept fighting. She proved that she belonged, that she was a true Luna. Who knew that someone so small could fight so well? Mine. You can't take my daughter away from me. Her father was always the hardest to persuade. He was protective of his daughter, something I could understand. But I wouldn't give up that easily. I can do whatever I want. She's mine. She's our only child. Please, she's too young. Her mother pleaded, tears running down her face and tissues in her hands. She was getting hysterical. Don't think that just because you're the alpha means we'll just give her to you. You hurt her, I hurt you. The father threatened, and my wolf growled at the thought. I straightened my back and towered over them. I would never hurt her, I vowed. She was all I wanted, all I could think about. I just wanted her by my side. Yet I could tell with one look around their house that she wasn't here. Where were they hiding her? Please, please. She's too young. The mother repeated desperately. She's my little girl. My wolf and I agreed. She was only 12 years old, and if I took her now, she might grow to hate me. Her childhood would be stolen from her, and she would blame me. She wasn't ready. 6 years. 6 years I'll wait, but then I'm taking her to my pack. That would make her 18 and of legal age. Her parents' objections would be void. But she tried to argue, but her husband shushed her. 6 years, he reiterated. Then she goes. Do we have an agreement? I asked and held out my hand. They both looked at each other before the father took my hand and shook. Yes, I promise I'll come for you. I shot up from my pillow, and the nightmare slowly started to disappear. Sweat covered my hairline, and my heart was beating rapidly. It was only a dream. Out of habit, I looked over to my right, but she wasn't there. I was alone. I couldn't sleep. I kept reaching over to take her in my arms, but my arms came up with nothing. Her scent was everywhere. It was the aromatic smell of spring flowers blooming in the morning. It was almost torture to think she was here when she was hundreds of miles away. I'd have to ask Holly to change the sheets when she returned. To make matters worse, my wolf was growing weaker by the day. Phasing was getting more difficult, and I could feel my energy draining. My wolf was going crazy. I got up and dressed quickly. I needed to talk to Blaine about the scent at the Jackson border as soon as possible. No one had been there in years, as no one had a reason to. Everyone knew it was suicide to go there. This was war. I walked down to my office and found Blaine and Soren there. Both met my eyes and bowed their heads. "What is it?" I demanded and narrowed my eyes. "We found Lena's body," Blaine announced, and I growled at the traitor's name. "We gave her a home, and she betrayed us." I felt nothing but hatred. "Where?" "Dumped in the river," came Soren's solemn response. "Show me." I leaned down to study Lena more carefully. Blaine told me he could smell something in the river from underneath the frozen veil. Soren had been extremely careful when he was fishing her body out, which had been trapped without oxygen under several pounds of solid ice for weeks. Her body was cold as death itself. Her dark hair was a mess, and her skin was as pale as a sheet. I squinted, trying to see her secrets. There had to be a reason that she would betray us. But there was nothing. I inhaled in exasperation and caught the whiff of a very familiar scent, one I hadn't expected to find out here. I knelt to the ground and grabbed a piece of Lena's clothing. I inhaled one more time, but it wasn't coming from the dead body. Clenching my fists and standing up, I ran to the boundary line where the scent was the strongest. I had to be sure. Holly's scent was coming from the enemy's side. Chapter 20. They covered my head with a potato sack, and all I saw was darkness. I had to rely on others, but I didn't trust them at all. I felt several hands shove me forward. It reminded me of when I first came to Aric's castle, how everyone stared and whispered at me. I was taking my first step into the unknown world. I tripped over something and fell onto the ground. Mud splattered onto my hands and clothes, and I felt hopelessly humiliated. "Get up." I heard someone snap, and I hastily stood up. More hands pushed me forward and steered me to the right. I felt the cold air disappear, and I knew that I was inside. I heard a door slam, and my ears twitched. More than anything, I wanted to tear this bag off my head, though I was afraid of what I would see. There were more stairs, and I almost tripped again, but someone caught my arm and saved me from falling. I heard the sound of metal screeching, and I was shoved onto the ground. My hands scraped on stone, and I quickly tore off the sack. They locked me in a cell less than half the size of my normal bedroom. It was small, dark, and smelled of urine. Darciel stared back at me from the other side of the gate. "What are you going to do with me?" I asked, but she didn't answer. She gave me one last emotionless look and walked away. I banged on the gate and tried to push it open, but it didn't budge. I kicked at it and used my whole body to try and open it, but the metal was harsh against my body. Giving up, I sank down to the ground and tried to absorb everything so far. How could I get out? Darciel would never help me, and Trent wanted me dead. He said so himself. I was trapped here alone, and Aric would never come for me. He told me to leave. I pulled my legs to my chest and sobbed quietly. Then I heard a voice echoing on the walls. "WH, who's there?" I asked timidly and wiped my eyes. What if it were werewolves who wanted to kill me? I braced for the worst. "Alex? Is that you?" I snapped my head to the right and put my fingers through the bars. "Mom? Dad?" I choked out, and through the darkness, I saw my mom's bright blue eyes. My spirits lifted. Despite my current situation, I smiled. I laughed lightly, happy to be finally reunited with my parents. Here, in a prison of all places. "We're here, honey." Mom laid her hand over mine. "We'll always be here." "How did you get here?" I hiccuped. "We were captured," Dad answered from the other side. "Trent." He seemed surprised that I knew who he was. "Yes." He and his mongrels tore the place apart, and we finally had to surrender, Dad explained, and I could feel the anger fuming off of him. "When did this happen?" "A few days ago." "We don't really know. They haven't let us out." Mom shrugged. Then everything came crashing back. I withdrew my hand. "Alex? Sweetheart?" Mom asked, and her hand reached for mine. "Why didn't you tell me about Aric? Or that werewolves even exist in the first place?" Silence. So quiet I could hear my heartbeat. "Were you ever going to tell me? Or were you going to keep everything a secret?" I was the only one who didn't know about anything. You know how that makes me feel." My voice rose in anger. Mom began, "Alex, of course we were going to tell you. We wanted to wait until you were older, but we wanted you to enjoy your life as it was. I can't believe you hid that from me for 6 years. And I can't believe I never noticed anything." I interrupted, not in the mood to hear her lies. "All this time, you knew, and my friends knew what was going to happen to me, but I never knew. I never knew." I took a deep breath and leaned my head back on the stone wall. "We wanted you to live a normal life," Dad replied, and I heard Mom sob. "If we told you, you would never come back. You were our only daughter," said Mom tearfully. "We only wanted to protect you. You could have at least told me." I crossed my arms and ran my hand over my face. I hated being kept in the dark. But most of all, I hated being lied to. Or maybe warned me, I added. "You're right, we should have." Dad agreed. I heard loud footsteps coming from down the hall. I tensed. The footsteps stopped at my cell. An older man unlocked the door and glared at me. "Get up." I stood and wiped some dirt off my clothes. "Where are we going?" I asked quietly as he wrapped my hands with rope. He tugged on it tightly, and the rope dug into my skin. The man's voice was very low. "To Trent. He doesn't know whether to kill you or let you live." At least they didn't make me wear that potato sack, I thought to myself gratefully. Trent's castle had fewer courtyards and land, but more rooms and people. It was more luxurious, with the walls painted gold and glamorous diamond chandeliers in every hall. The floors were decorated with gorgeous tiling and exquisitely patterned rugs. It was also brighter, so bright it almost blinded me. It was very different from the more modest True Blood castle. Everyone I passed by gave me looks of disgust, and a few even spat on me. I kept staring straight. We entered a bigger room, similar to the living room back at the True Blood castle, but with more space. My eyes snagged on Trent, who was sitting on what looked like a throne fit for a king. His legs were crossed, and his amber eyes followed me like I was prey. "There she is, the woman of the hour," Trent acknowledged. "Leave us." He dismissed the man holding my rope, and he scurried away. I heard the door slam. There were many people in the room, including several guards posted at the huge French doors. "Live or die?" Trent asked himself. I didn't speak even though I was dying to. I wouldn't tell him anything. All I could think about was how I was going to get out of this. He tapped his finger on his chin. "If I let you live, you'll be a pain to take care of. But if I kill you where you stand, you'll be out of my way forever. And Aric's wolf will die, which would make me very happy." This guy was sadistic. I stayed silent, waiting for his decision to be over with. What a tough decision. He hummed in thought. "What do you think, Darciel?" I hadn't even noticed she was in here. I turned my head and saw Darciel hiding in the corner, surrounded by the crowd. She looked the same with her familiar braided hair and sweet doe eyes. "I think you should kill her," she said in a clear, pristine voice. But she was a different person. I looked away. The doors opened, and someone else walked inside. Finally, Trent's head snapped up, and he looked more alert. I didn't turn around since I didn't want to see Darciel again. It was too painful seeing what she had become, or what she always was. "Is this the Luna?" His voice was an octave lower than Trent's and equally as commanding. "I think so," Trent said in a bored voice. "What do you think, Dalton? What should we do with her?" "It's your choice." "Either way, we're going to war," Dalton said with disinterest. This was my life on the line. The least they could do was spend more than 5 minutes talking about it. "What do you think?" Trent asked, and I didn't know who he was asking. I figured it was one of the guards. Whatever wins the war. Oh, my God. I resisted the urge to turn around, or even move an inch from my spot. It was Irene. Chapter 21. What game was she playing at? Was she planning on double-crossing us all along? "So you're good with whatever I choose?" Trent clarified. "Yes, Alpha," Irene replied. I stood up straighter. She just called him her Alpha, which meant she was loyal to him and not Aric. Had she ever truly been on our side, or was that all an act? As exciting as it would be to get rid of Aric's mate, she's more useful to us alive. "Put her back." Trent waved his hand, and my mouth opened automatically. Aric will find me. I spoke up before I could think, and he looked at me. And when he does, he won't be very happy. But since his wolf is getting weaker, he won't be very helpful now, will he? Soon enough he'll be useless. He said knowingly as the guards took the rope in their hands. My heart broke at the thought of calling him useless. He was anything but. Isn't that right, Darciel? He grinned with all his teeth showing. Yes, Alpha. It's all thanks to you. It took a lot of patience and diligence, but with your hard work, we turned out more than successful. I was thrown back into my cell. How could Irene walk these halls? Hadn't Darciel told Trent about her being a spy? Unless they already knew. In that case, I was screwed. I exhaled in frustration. I needed to speak with Irene to find out for sure, but how was I supposed to get to her without tipping them off? This place was too guarded. I couldn't even move without them knowing. Alex? I heard my mom ask. I'm okay, I replied. I still hadn't fully processed anything they said and was pretty much about to have a panic attack at any given second with all these changes happening at once. My life was officially in anarchy. What did they want? Dad asked. Nothing. Are they going to kill us? Mom asked this time. I don't know. But maybe you can tell them we're all innocent since you're so good at lying, I said, and I heard her breath catch in her throat. Nobody spoke after that. I was sleeping on my side when I heard a metallic sound. I listened to the light pitter-patter of footsteps coming down the stairs. I rubbed my eyes and looked up. What are you doing here? Irene demanded, a lantern in her hand. She was standing in front of my cell and looked a little angry. Trent took me. I went home with Darciel, and he was there waiting, I said gravely. Darciel set it up, and I fell right into her trap. She was a spy all along. She set down the lantern and avoided my eyes. I wanted to tell the pack, but I couldn't escape from Dalton. Dalton, my mate, Trent's brother. He explained everything to me. So Aric doesn't know? There went the last drop of hope I was holding on to. He would never find me. He wasn't even looking. I haven't been able to mind link with him yet. Dalton has never left my side. This is probably the longest time I've been alone. Irene looked around, but it was just the two of us. Even my parents, who were the closest people around, were fast asleep. Did you ever run into Darciel? I kept my voice to a whisper. No. I couldn't tell if she was lying. How could I be sure that Darciel and Irene hadn't agreed on keeping their identities a secret? Irene never liked me, and now that I was so far removed from the pack, she could do whatever she wanted to me. Aric wasn't here to protect me. Irene, I need to get out of here. Do you know where the key is? The light of the candle slowly burned, and her face lit up with tints of orange. Who says I'm going to help you? They're going to kill me. I didn't bother keeping my voice down. Please, Irene, you're the only one who can. Give me one reason why I should help you. She crossed her arms. I never thought she'd do this to me. I thought she wanted to help me. Because I'm your Luna. Irene just stood there. Her white hair was out of its usual braid, and the scar on her cheek was expertly covered with makeup, but other than that, she was still Irene. After a long pause, she picked her lantern back up. He's watching me. They're all watching me, she murmured and started to turn away. I'll mind link with Aric, but don't get your hopes up. What else are you keeping from me? I played with the ends of my shirt. I hadn't bathed in days, or maybe it was weeks. There was no concept of time. I woke up, ate what they gave me, which mainly was slop, sat in silence, and went back to sleep. This was the first time I talked to my parents in a while, but I was dying to know. Alex, we're not keeping anything else from you, Dad said in frustration. Then explain to me how you convinced my best friends to become my own personal bodyguards, I demanded. Little girls don't grow up knowing of werewolves and hating their existence. Your friends have their own reasons to antagonize werewolves, Dad said. Yes, Millie's brother and Talia's aunt were killed by werewolves, I know. Yet another secret nobody told me. Not only that, there's a reason why they were chosen. Mom spoke slowly, almost as if to make it easier for me to understand. They come from a long line of hunters. Hunters? What is that? People who are specially trained in killing werewolves. Most hunter lines span generations. Your friends were probably made aware of their existence even before we asked them to guard you. What? My parents looked at each other. Talia didn't tell you? Mom asked quietly. No, she seemed to leave that part out. I was left speechless. Again. My friends and family lied to me for what seemed like the 100th time. Are they considered human then? No, they are their own group. If Talia's aunt were a hunter and mate with a werewolf, then maybe I would be too. Then I have to be one of them. Alex, you aren't a hunter. Dad seemed adamant on that. Then how is it possible that I'm Eric's mate? I just wanted them to be honest with me for once. Fate picks for you. No one has any say, Mom said vaguely, and I shook my head. She truly believed fate gave me this life. But there had to be some reason why. I asked suddenly, are you human? Of course we are, Dad said. They were hiding a secret from me, and I wanted to know what it was. Are you positive? 100% positive. That explained nothing. But Mom stopped herself and I jumped at the chance. But what? I demanded instantly, snapping my eyes to the right. But you're not exactly human. I knew it. Then what am I? I braced myself for the truth. We don't know, came Dad's reply. If you're human, shouldn't I be human too? After all, that's how genetics worked. Mom and Dad looked at each other before they looked at me. You're adopted. Chapter 22. Adopted. We wanted children, but we couldn't have any, Dad explained. Then one day, when you were about 6 or 7 months old, we found you on our doorstep wrapped in a blanket. We waited just in case someone came back, but they never did, so we raised you as our own. We don't know what you are, honey, but you're still our daughter, Mom added, smiling weakly. But why didn't you tell me? I asked and dug my nails into the palm of my hand. In retrospect, we should have. But we were hoping Aric would forget or that he would get tired of waiting and move on. Yeah, well, he didn't, I mumbled. Not even close. If only I had been born a werewolf, maybe none of this would have happened. Where is Aric? Mom asked curiously. I grabbed a rock and started scribbling on the stones. The sharp edge of the rock made a white line across the gray stone. He's with the pack. He didn't come with you? Mom asked. He let me go to see you, I whispered and couldn't take it anymore. He let me go. I threw the rock across the cell and hit the wall. I missed him. I felt pathetic. Here I was without him for the first time, an action that I instigated, and all I could do was wish he were here. I needed to be strong on my own. This coming from the man who waited 6 years to see you already, Mom sounded surprised. He must really love you. I wrapped my arms around myself. I knew he did. Talia came to the castle just like you told her to and begged me to come home with her. I didn't want to go, but Aric gave me a choice and let me go, so I changed my mind. I was so stupid. I fell for him before I realized what was happening. I'm sure he wanted the best for you, Mom reassured. If only he had told me to stay. I would have. Time passed. I wasn't sure how much, but it passed. My body was beyond weak. Living off a few pieces of bread a day was torture. I barely had enough energy to stay awake, let alone do anything else. My clothes were covered in dirt and had only been changed twice. It was no way to live. When I was finally let out of my cell, Darciel and 2 other guards escorted me through the golden castle that was my cage. My hands were still tied with rope, but I was happy to be out of that hole. My legs shook when I walked, but I powered through the exhaustion. Irene hadn't talked to me, and I was losing all hope. Why hadn't Aric come for me yet? Shouldn't Irene have told him where I was by now? Unless she planned to betray me as Darciel did, she had told me she hated me. What was it about me that made others deceive me? They led me into a meeting room with a big gold mirror. Everything was illuminated by the sun, and I shut my eyes, not used to the light after being in the dark for so long. What day is it? I asked Darciel. She didn't look at me. I assumed she hadn't gone back to the True Blood pack after she kidnapped me because she was always here escorting me. It was a different pack, but we had the same roles. It's the last week of February. I couldn't believe my ears. I'd been here for a month. What was Aric doing? Was his wolf okay? Was he okay? I could only imagine what he felt. I couldn't feel the mate pull anymore. It was almost non-existent. I needed to get out of here as soon as possible, but how? Escape felt pointless. Darciel pushed me into one of the chairs while she sat down at the head of the table. The guards stationed themselves at the door so I couldn't escape. I tried to breathe and keep my blood pressure low. So, what does Trent want with me? Were they finally going to end my life? Tomorrow we attack the True Blood Pack. My body froze. Oh, I managed in a thick voice. Don't worry, it won't take too long. Darciel shrugged. How could she sit there and speak so casually? She was talking about destroying people she had known for years. How could she not feel anything? What will you do after you get what you want? I asked. Ending Aric and every single person in that pack won't make you feel better. It doesn't matter. Yes, it does. You think ending everyone will make you feel better, make you feel like you avenged your family, but it won't bring them back. Get out of my way. I heard Trent snap impatiently, and the guards immediately opened the doors. Darciel quickly stood and bowed in respect. In stepped the Grand Alpha himself. Note the sarcasm. It might have been a trick of the light, but Trent looked exhausted. There were bags under his eyes, and his skin was paler. His hair was a mess, and he had a mug of black coffee in his hand. Dalton followed him, but Irene wasn't with him. A few more people followed him and sat down at the table. Shut the door, Trent commanded, and the guards obeyed. I didn't understand why anyone would listen to such a tyrant. It looks like you're in a great mood, I said without thinking about the consequences. I didn't have much to lose anyway. I knew he wanted me dead. Shut up, Trent snapped. He cleared his throat. Tomorrow is the day we've all been preparing for. Dalton, you will lead an attack from the north and charge through the forest to attract their attention. Siri, you will lead a small group through the tunnels after Darciel unlocks the gate. Erickson, you will reinforce Dalton's wolves and take a route from the east. After the path is cleared, I will lead the last group into the heart of the castle. Their plan seemed simple enough, but Aric would be blindsided. I had to find a way to warn them. We have the element of surprise, someone boasted, and I was tired of their pride. The great Alpha Aric will be dead in a matter of minutes. Clapping and cheering ensued, but Trent held up a hand to silence them. He didn't look very happy. Save Aric for me, Trent snapped. Though it will not be a fair fight. Thanks to Darciel's efforts, we have weakened him by taking his mate. His wolf must be very weak, and I doubt if he can even phase. The table of wolves snickered, and I felt a pang of sympathy. What about her? Dalton glared at me. I want the Luna to stay here until after we sack the castle. She doesn't cross the boundary line without me knowing, Trent commanded, and his guards bowed to him. Great, I thought sarcastically, another day in paradise. Get ready, Trent grinned, his sharp canines showing. The war is just about to begin. Chapter 23. Mother Nature always knew when a war was coming. The clouds blocked the sun's warm rays, and the sky was a dark murky gray. The sign of an impending storm. Trent and his wolves headed out for the True Blood Castle, with battle being the only thing on their minds. They left before the sun rose, and I was too late. I was confined to the cells. I was lying down on my side and making lines on the floor with a rock when I heard a voice. What are you doing down here? The guard asked, and I waited for a response, but all I heard was the sound of a body hitting the ground. A tall figure in a black cloak appeared before me. They kicked the door to my cell wide open in one swift movement, and it landed with a loud thud. I stared at the hooded figure and squinted at the face, wondering if I could trust them. The person removed their hood, and I gasped. Irene? I asked and smiled when I saw the telltale white hair escape the hood. Irene! I exclaimed in relief. When she didn't revisit me, I honestly thought she had made a deal with Trent. I was glad she proved me wrong. We have to move. Alpha Trent left an hour ago, she said, all business, and started to sprint to the exit. I had a hard time keeping up with her because her strides were so long. My parents, I stared longingly back at the cell. They won't make it a mile out before they're captured again. We'll come for them later. We need to go. Irene pushed me forward as we reached the door. She must have sensed my hesitation because she said, Aric's wolf has grown very weak. The only way to fix it is if he sees you. All I could do was follow her. We made our way through the maze of halls and avoided only 2 guards stationed by the throne room. Trent was too arrogant to leave wolves to guard the cells. With her knowledge, Irene led us out of one of the back doors. The air was crisp but not cold. There were small patches of grass next to melting snow, which was how I knew that spring was here. I couldn't believe I missed so much time. How are we supposed to get there? I asked as my feet sank in the snow. Wasn't the ride an hour from here? Irene started to take off her cloak. Her pale skin and hair matched the snow on the ground. What are you doing? I demanded. I'm going to phase, and you're going to get on my back, Irene said simply as she took off her shoes next. I shielded my eyes as I heard bones shift into place. Her wolf was fast. She was definitely quicker than riding a horse. I wrapped my arms around her neck and held on for dear life. Her red fur was soft, but rough in some places, just like Aric's. Aric's wolf has grown very sick. I just hoped I wasn't too late. Irene never faltered. She had insane stamina, and we were going so fast that the trees blurred together and the cool air whipped at my face. Her fur warmed my frozen, numb hands. My long hair flew in the wind. It felt like I was flying. Irene stopped suddenly, and snow flew forward. What is it? I asked, even though I knew she couldn't reply. She shook her head and continued to run straight. A couple of minutes later, I saw a huge black castle jutting out from the white snow. Smoke was collecting in the sky, which was what she probably smelled. My heart skipped a beat as we got closer, and I could feel my spirits lift the light at the end of the tunnel. Crouching down, Irene shook her fur, and I took that as a sign to get off. We both ran into the castle, Irene running beside me. She howled loudly, and I looked around for Aric or Blaine or Soren or Marlin or anyone. I found more than I wanted. I was overlooking a war. There were hundreds of wolves everywhere, fighting each other. Fallen bodies lay scattered, and the air smelled heavy. I gripped the railing and scanned the faces for Aric. His beautiful brown hair that I desperately wanted to run my fingers through, or his tall, imposing figure that I knew so well. I looked everywhere, but I couldn't find him. He couldn't be gone. I wouldn't accept that. Irene ran up beside me and nudged my hand in front of me, pointing to the chandelier. I furrowed my eyebrows, confused. Then I looked beyond. My eyes locked with the one straight across from me on the other side. Aric. It was like everything around me disappeared, and all I could see was him. He jumped down the flight of stairs, and I immediately rushed to get to him. I dodged the other wolves, weaving around them, and leapt into his arms. He spun me around, and a familiar tingle shot through my body as his arms held me as if the world was now perfect. As if I were the only thing in the world. There was no need for words. His grip was firm as steel, and I couldn't breathe, but I didn't care. He buried his head in my neck, and I smiled, too overjoyed to think. We were finally together after the endless nights dreaming about him. After the painful waiting, he was here in front of me. Did he love me as I loved him? Let's get you out of here. Aric took my hand in his, and we ran. Where do you think you're going? Trent jumped right in front of us. Terror shot through my mind. He stared at me with those conniving, golden eyes. Aric stepped in front of me, protecting me. He squeezed my hand. Get your wolves out of my castle. Aric growled, and his voice echoed through the whole castle. No way in hell, Trent growled back. Alex, Aric turned back to me, and I looked into his blue eyes. Go. Find Blaine. Before I could say anything, Trent attacked. He leapt forward, and I could see his claws reaching for me. He wanted to end this. But Aric pushed me back. Trent's claws struck Aric's arm. He held it with his other arm as it bled. His arm was slashed from his elbow to his shoulder. The wound was profound. Aric. My voice cracked. He clenched his jaw and made a pain sound. My heart clenched as if I were the one in pain. Trent was looking at me. He wanted to hurt me, not Aric. And I couldn't let him. Trent leapt in the air for the final blow, and this time, I saw murder in his eyes. He locked his eyes on me and moved in slow motion. It happened so fast. I ran to Aric and stepped in front of him, closing my eyes tight to brace myself, but before I could fall, I heard a whoosh of the air and a gasp escape someone's lips that weren't mine. Who said the party could start without us? I opened my eyes and saw Talia smirking with those mischievous eyes. Millie was on her right, a dangerous-looking weapon in her hands. Thought you needed some help? Millie added. How did they know? I whipped my head back at Trent and Aric, wondering why I hadn't died. An arrow was deep in Trent's abdomen. My mouth hung open in absolute shock. Nice hit. Millie high-fived her, and they both smiled. Aric wrapped an arm around my shoulders possessively. His anger blazed out of his body in waves. Surrender, he commanded. But Trent started laughing. He was laughing with an actual arrow stuck in his body. I bit my lip, wondering if he was insane. You think this can defeat me? Trent grabbed the shaft of the arrow deep in his flesh and pulled it out. He barely reacted, while I had to wince. He tossed the bloody arrow aside, and his eyes glowed amber. You're going to have to try much harder. Chapter 24. However, I won't be the one fighting you. Trent's wound healed instantly, and I stepped back, intimidated. Darciel. Darciel stepped forward with empty eyes, as if she had never even met us. Kill her. The girl trained her eyes on me. You'll have to get through me first. Aric yelled. He held me closer, and I could hear the steady beat of his heart. He wasn't afraid, but I was. Don't forget us. Talia and Millie stood beside Aric and blocked me from them. I was so grateful to have such loyal friends. Darciel. Trent nodded and stepped back, leaving her to fight the four of us. Darciel was fast, so fast that she actually blurred. She kicked Talia square in the chest, and she flew all the way down the stairs. Darciel attacked Millie next. Darciel dodged her punches and kicks, and in a split second, Darciel had grabbed Millie's sword and almost sliced her hair off. She swung again and cut Millie deep in her arm. No! A cry escaped my lips as she fell to the ground, clutching her arm. I went to help her, but Aric grabbed my wrist, a warning in his eyes. So I stayed where I was. Aric stepped in front of me, and my body trembled in fear. I wished I were a gifted fighter, but knew I wasn't. I wasn't trained enough. Darciel circled us, waiting, stalking her prey. She attacked first, aiming for me, but Aric elbowed her in the stomach before she could touch me. She stumbled back, but recovered quickly, swinging Millie's sword around her so we couldn't get close. Aric dodged her sword and twisted Darciel's arm around. Her hands dropped the sword, and she hissed in pain. I watched as her arm bent to an impossible position, and she faltered. For a few moments, I was hopeful. Maybe I wouldn't die after all. Perhaps we would win. But that hope quickly faded away when Darciel twisted free of his grasp and picked her sword back up, all in a matter of seconds. She turned around and plunged the sword deep into Aric's shoulder. He didn't scream, but he did growl. He clenched his fists in pain as he fell on his knees, trying to pull the sword out. I couldn't bear to watch him in pain. My feet shook, and I felt my balance start to slip. The sword's coated with wolfsbane. Your hunter did that, Darciel said unsympathetically. Aric hit the ground, too weak to move. And just like that, I was left standing alone, but I wouldn't stand down without a fight. I raised my fists and prepared myself. Trent laughed. Darciel lunged at me and shoved me against a wall. She held me by my neck and lifted me off the floor. I felt her hand block my airway and I couldn't breathe. I was lightheaded and her face became blurry. Darciel threw me on the tiled floor and I landed on my back. My hands went to my throat and I couldn't stop coughing. I could still feel the imprint of her hands on my throat, close to ending me. I had to do something. Holly, don't do this. I struggled to convince her. Please. I begged. Darciel stood over me, her eyes showing no mercy. No compassion from the girl I once knew. But she was still Holly to me. She was still the young girl who was the first friend I made. She gripped the sword and swung it above her head. The silver gleamed like a halo, my own angel of death. I saw my life flash before my eyes. My childhood and my school days, and all of my friends back in my hometown. My parents and Millie and Talia. Werewolves and the ones that hunt them. Blaine and Soren and Marlon and Clarissa and Trent and Lena and Weston and even Irene. The last thing I saw was Aric. I love you, Aric. More than you'll ever know. I shut my eyes and my body moved on its own. My hands gripped the blade and used all of my strength to shove it upwards. There was a shocked gasp. I carefully opened my eyes and saw Darciel with a sword stuck in her shoulder. Her back arched and she coughed, the wolfsbane taking immediate effect. Her mouth flooded with blood and her tiny body convulsed. She rolled on the floor as if trying to stop a fire from spreading. Her screams pierced the entire castle and grew louder and louder and louder still until nothing. She was dead. I ran to him. I crouched down next to Aric and supported him with my arms. I hugged him close and tried not to cry. I was always terrible at that. Why did you come back? Aric whispered, and I held him tighter. My heart broke. He looked so vulnerable. I'm your mate. I'll always come back, I said, and a tear accidentally fell onto his cheek. He closed his eyes. Alex, he said my name so tenderly that my heart pained. I ran my fingers over his cheek and wiped away the tear that fell. Your hands, he commented when he saw how bloody they were. The blade had cut close to the bone, but adrenaline was pulsing in my veins, so I didn't feel any pain. I'm fine. You're not fine. He disagreed. Where is Trent? I looked to where he once stood, but he wasn't there. He ran away. I sniffed. Aric clenched his jaw and started to get up. I helped him stand. I need to kill him, he muttered, his strength returning. Are you okay? I asked nervously, eyeing the huge gash in his shoulder. Wolfsbane is fatal to normal werewolves. To an alpha, it's a pain in the ass, but it can't kill me, he explained as he rushed to find Trent. I looked down the stairs where Talia had been thrown and saw Soren tending to her. Millie limped over, and I saw Marlon with Soren, wrapping a bandage around Millie's arm. Where the hell is he? Aric growled. Alpha, I turned my head and saw Irene. Trent went outside. He nodded. Soren, tend to Alex, he said before sprinting straight to the exit. I ignored his command and ran after him instead. We found Trent running through the woods. He was only a few paces away from the castle. Aric caught up to him and wrestled him to the ground. Trent didn't fight back. Tell your wolves to surrender, Aric commanded. Why? You're just going to kill me. Aric grabbed Trent's fingers and twisted them backwards. Trent hissed in pain. Tell your wolves to surrender, Aric repeated, but Trent spat at him. Aric punched him in the face, and it was the only time that Trent looked remotely human. He was helpless and defeated. It must have been new for him. Yet the only thing I could think about while watching him get beaten was how he spared my life. He could have killed me after he captured me, but he didn't. I was at his mercy, and he chose to save me instead. I only wanted to avenge Weston, he said lowly. To stop seeing his ghost. Trent may be a killer with an ego bigger than Texas, but I felt a little sympathy for him. In a way, I understood how he felt. His beta, his longtime best friend and confidant, was killed by Aric. Death was cruel. That's why I decided to spare him. Wait, don't kill him. What? Both of them demanded and stared at me. I wouldn't wish death to anyone, I whispered, remembering the tragic way Darciel had died. Not even Trent. Are you serious, Alex? Aric's face hardened. Do you know what he did to us? Darciel told me she wanted to avenge her family because the past alpha, your father, killed them. Aric's father killed Darciel's family, Trent killed Aric's parents for Darciel, and Aric killed Weston for his parents. And Trent wanted to kill Aric for Weston. We have to stop repeating the past. Aric looked at me but didn't say anything, and it pained me not to be able to read his next move. Please understand. Chapter 25. Call me stupid, call me weak. But we needed Trent alive. For a truce to stop unwanted bloodshed. For him to think about what he's done. For an end to the cruel repetition that would be written for generations. Shockingly, Aric finally agreed and didn't end him right there. We threw him in prison with the others. His wolves scattered back into the woods as the news got out, but Aric's wolves caught some runners. The cells reached their maximum capacity. Trent's captured, Aric told Marlon, who had fought beside us. He didn't have a scratch on him. They were both strong fighters. Wait, you didn't kill him? Marlon growled through gritted teeth. No, I spoke up, and he glared at me. But I didn't step back. We need him alive to negotiate a truce. Do you know what will happen if we let him live? Keeping him is a risk to all of us. Marlon spat angrily, and Aric met his eyes. Are you questioning your Luna's decision? Aric asked in a cold voice. I thought Marlon would explode right then and there in rage, but he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He exhaled slowly and replied, No, Alpha. He bowed and walked away, still fuming a little. He controlled his wolf this time, Aric observed, and I nodded, surprised. He wrapped an arm around my shoulder, and I leaned into him, feeling content. I suddenly remembered something I had almost forgotten, what with everything that had just happened in the past hours. This was one chaotic day. Aric, I need to free my parents from Trent's prison, I told him, and he nodded. Of course. Aric picked 5 of his most loyal wolves, not including Blaine or Marlon, to break my parents out. They returned 2 hours later. Aric and I met with my parents in one of the dining rooms. He squeezed my hand reassuringly. Dad hadn't shaved in weeks and Mom looked ravaged with insomnia. They both looked exhausted, starving, and anxious to see me. Alex, Mom asked hesitantly, and I left Aric's side to hug her. Dad joined us, holding my mom and me in his arms. My mom held out her hand to Aric, who was staring at us like he didn't know what to do. Nevertheless, Aric took my mom's hand, and I felt his arms around all of us. My parents let me go a moment after, and I stood by Aric's side once again. Thank you for taking care of her, Dad told Aric, and he nodded. We know she can be a handful. Dad, I objected. And since we can see that she's happy here with you, we agree to let her stay here, Dad continued, and my mouth dropped open. What? I gasped, my breath caught in my throat. But only if she wants to. If you want to come home for any reason at all, just call, okay? Mom said tearfully, and I smiled at her, tears blurring my vision. Of course, I said, rubbing my eyes. But if you hurt her in any way, I'm going to make you regret it, got that? Dad warned, and I wanted them to stop talking. My parents were so embarrassed. I will always protect Alex, he promised, and I smiled at him. I hugged them one last time before they started to leave. Aric offered them one of the pack cars so they could make the long drive back home in comfort. My parents headed to the front door, and my dad patted Aric on the shoulder. He whispered something in his ear that I couldn't quite hear. Aric nodded and gave my dad a half smile before the door closed. Unconditional happiness was all I felt. After all we've been through, he was mine. He was here and alive. My soulmate. The true love of my life. I was caught up in the moment. I wasn't thinking. Without hesitation, I grabbed Aric's face and pressed his lips to mine. His lips were just as soft and inviting as before. Except he was more intense, more passionate. He lost his gentle touch, and this kiss was much less innocent than the first. There was a strong desire in both of us that spread rapidly. I pulled away first, absolutely stunned that I had just done that. Why did I do that? I was utterly mortified. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. I apologized quickly and turned my head away, blushing furiously. No, I should have. He tilted my face back up to his, and our lips met once again. The kiss came faster than before. He pulled me closer to him, and I sighed in satisfaction. My heart pounded excitedly as he pressed me tightly against him, his arms around my waist. I couldn't believe I was actually doing this. I gasped for air, but Aric wasn't done. His lips trailed down my neck, and I shivered at his touch. He stopped at the place where he marked me. He placed a gentle kiss on my neck, and I relaxed against him. He kissed my forehead, and we touched heads, breathing heavily. It was like I couldn't get enough of him. I would always crave more. He was like an addiction. I trailed off, too flustered. Our second kiss, he murmured and tucked a loose strand of my hair behind my ear. I smiled. Should we go for a third? He answered my question with another kiss. Chapter 26. I now present Alexis Petra Mason Trueblood, your Luna, your queen." Soren bellowed among the cheers as I stared out into the sea of werewolves. All of them clapped, and some even whistled. Soren placed a silver crown, dainty in appearance, but expertly crafted, onto my head and placed a silver crown onto Aric's head. I was now fully inducted into the pack with my werewolf husband by my side. I couldn't help but smile, unable to hide how happy I was. This was it. I was finally taking my place in the pack. I finally found a home where I belonged. Everyone was watching me, but I wasn't nervous at all. I was with people that were now my family. My eyes scanned the crowd, and I saw Clarissa wink at me and Irene clap loudly, a small smile on her face. She was standing next to her mate, Dalton, whom I finally convinced to come. He agreed after a lot of begging on my part. Dalton had a sour expression on his face, probably still upset about his brother's capture. I stole a glance at Aric, who was looking at me like I was the only person in the world. I returned the same look and bit my lip, feeling butterflies in my stomach. His eyes glowed amber. My long white gown flew behind me with the wind while Aric and I clasped hands. Aric told me that the induction ceremony was one of the most important days in a werewolf's life. It was when the whole pack accepted the new member as one of their own. He also said that he was standing here with me not only as an alpha but as a mate. When mates were presented to the pack as one couple, it was like marriage. So I was now married to Aric. I was living in a dream. "I present to you Alpha Aric and Luna Alexis," Soren yelled loudly. Aric and I faced each other, and I stared into his eyes. He took my breath away, just like when I first met him. The way his hand gave me all the warmth I needed, the way he would fall asleep beside me, and the way he said my name with that voice of his and made my knees go weak. Aric wrapped his strong arms around my waist, and I clasped my hands around his neck. Our lips met, and I could tell he was trying to hold back. It was hard to resist his touch. We pulled back at the same time, his lips lingering on mine, and people started throwing flowers, which was a tradition to celebrate a new member. I smiled at my pack. I was a queen now, and I would fight for my people. Never in my life would I have imagined myself here. I would have never predicted that I would be a queen to werewolves and mates with my perfect match. Aric was my other half. I knew that when we were separated, and all I wanted was him. I would walk 1,000,000 miles to see him. After my induction ceremony, Aric grabbed my hand and led me away from the festival. Spring had finally arrived, and the pack was celebrating the return of warm weather as well as the return of their Luna. The frost had melted, and the storm was over. Clear, sunny skies for the future. Aric turned sharply around the corner into an empty hallway and pushed me against a wall. He pressed his lips against mine once again, and I closed my eyes, relishing the feeling. He deepened the kiss, and I gasped, not expecting so much passion. This kiss was more desperate and more impatient. Aric pressed closer so that our bodies were touching. I broke away, panting. "Do you know what day it is today?" he asked softly into my ear. "No," I whispered, unable to think coherent thoughts. "It's the anniversary of when I first met you." He leaned back to look into my eyes. It was then that I saw Aric's first smile. A big, genuine smile. He should smile more often. He was even more beautiful. "You waited for me long enough." "You don't have to wait anymore," I whispered and ran my fingers over his cheek. He closed his eyes, reveling in my touch. I thanked fate that Aric and I had met. Even if Aric broke into my house and took me from my old life, none of this would have happened otherwise. "I love you," Aric murmured, and my heart stuttered. "I love you too." Instead of wiping my tears, I let them run down my cheeks. "Why are you crying?" "I'm just so happy." I couldn't even talk. I was a mess. "Well, I'll keep saying it, so much that you'll get tired of me." He grinned and kissed my lips once more. I never knew he could be so tender. "I love you." I would remember this for the rest of my life. I would remember the ones who had tried to keep secrets from the ones who had died at my hands and me. There were still many things that weren't over, but I would deal with that later. All I wanted was to live in the present. My life wasn't ending. It was only now beginning. A new chapter. My name is Alexis Trueblood. You can call me a friend, daughter, enemy, mate, hunter, human, lover, or Luna. A queen of the wolves. An alpha queen. Chapter 27. The warm morning sun tickled my nose, and my eyes fluttered open. I was a bit surprised to find Aric sleeping in so late because, unlike me, my mate was an early riser. Sometimes I caught him up before the sun rose, just walking around the castle, though I may have been rubbing off on him as he was getting up later and later with each passing week. Usually, I would have liked to stay in bed a bit longer, but today was an important day. We should get out of bed. I ran my fingers through his hair and his arms around me tightened. I'm tempted to send Blaine or Clarissa in our place. He mumbled into my neck. There was a special event for royal wolves at the beginning of every summer called the Alpha Ball. Invitations were only sent to the alphas and lunas of the Eastern packs, unless they handed them off to a proxy, which was what Aric wanted to do instead. What time do we have to be there? I asked. We'll be fine if we leave by noon. I sat up and looked at the clock on the nightstand. It's almost 11. I gasped. Ever since Darciel betrayed us, Aric hadn't trusted any other wolf to serve me. I was wonderful dressing myself, so it didn't affect me at all, but it did take me more time to get ready. Aric tried anchoring me to the bed by wrapping his arms around my waist. Which is why we should just stay in bed. Don't be ridiculous. This is the first one I've ever been invited to, and I don't want to be late. It was a bit weird to tell him this, since he was always so punctual. In fact, he was acting off all morning. Do you not want to go? Do you know how many I've been to? A lot. Good guess, he chuckled with his eyes closed. The last one I attended was 5 years ago, but I had been going to every single one since I was born. I tried to do the math in my head. That meant he'd gone to more than 15, so he probably got sick of them a long time ago. Understandable. Well, you haven't been to any with me. It might be fun, I said hopefully. I wouldn't force him to go, but I would go alone if I had to. This was an important event, and people would definitely notice if we didn't show up. His eyes opened, and I met the bright blue color that I loved. I would never get tired of looking into his eyes. I guess I can go to another one. That's the spirit. I couldn't help but smile when he caved in. Now come on, we don't want to be late. This year, the Alpha Ball took place at the Thurl Castle, which was so classically beautiful that it could have come straight out of a fairy tale. It was definitely more fashionable than it was functional. The white brick castle was symmetrical but wasn't as fortified as most I'd seen, and the lawn was cut clean, unlike our unruly grass and bushes. I could see the entrance in the distance. Impressed? Aric noticed I was staring. Yes, but it wasn't home. I like ours more. He took my hand, and we walked down the paved, candlelit path. We'll be announced when we walk in. Wait. I stopped him right before we got to the doors. Aric looked at me as I did one last check. I smoothed the fabric of my off-the-shoulder dress and made sure my chignon was still intact. I want to look perfect. You always look perfect, he said automatically, then took a moment to look into my eyes. You're nervous. Everyone here is an alpha or Luna. They're the strongest, most powerful wolves on the planet, who have all known each other since birth. Then there's me. Don't you remember how the pack reacted when they heard I was human? Some of them didn't exactly take it well. I'm the outsider coming in and interrupting the party. I mean, I know I said I was the one who wanted to come, but I don't know anymore, I rambled. So yes, I'm nervous. Aric listened until I was done word vomiting, and when I was, he grabbed my hands and squeezed. It sounded crazy, but it was like I could feel his love through the mate bond. You don't have to prove yourself, Alex. You're a Luna. Then he pressed his lips to mine, and all of my nerves dissipated. Funny how he could do that. He took a step up, and I did the same. I thought the Jackson Castle was luxurious, but this one was on another level. Everything was so big. The first thing my eyes gravitated to was the monumental dual staircases right at the entrance. Then my eyes made their way up to the diamond chandelier that looked like it might snap and crash onto the marble floor, and to the many oil paintings in the hallways that were the same size as the garage door back at my parents' house. Presenting Alpha Aric and Luna Alexis of the True Blood Wolves. Almost every person in the ballroom had their eyes on us. Some were sizing me up, their upturned lips dead giveaways. Others looked on with indifference. I'd give anything to access the mind link. Aric grounded me to the present and led us down the stairs into the heart of the crowd. He put his hand on my back and tried shielding me from their hostile looks. Presenting Alpha Weston and Luna Yana of the White Dawn Wolves. The attention was on the next couple as they were announced, though a few people still had their eyes on us. "They're still looking at me," I mumbled, feeling very small. It didn't help that I was the shortest one here, either. Staring's rude. A familiar female voice snapped sharply, and they finally stopped looking at us. "Irene," Aric greeted instantly. We saw each other at the coronation, but it seemed like so long ago. It was always lovely to see a friendly face. Her usually braided white hair was straightened, and she wore a deep purple dress that really brought out her eyes. Dalton and I are standing in for obvious reasons. And he is. He's around. I assume he left when he saw Aric. He didn't want to make things tense, Irene explained. That made sense. Dalton and Trent were brothers, and Trent was still our prisoner. Aric and Dalton had signed a temporary treaty, but allowing Trent to go home was out of the question. "And how is the Jackson pack?" Aric asked, all businesslike. "Surviving. Soon to be thriving," Irene said nonchalantly. "I'm a little surprised to see you here, Aric. Don't you normally send Blaine instead?" I wanted to go. I felt like I had to say. "And I take my orders from my Luna." Behind Irene, two strangers were whispering to themselves and looking straight at me. When I noticed them, they came up to us. "Is this the human Luna?" The woman, who was obviously pregnant, asked. Aric used to be insanely protective of me to the point that he wouldn't let wolves get within a 5-foot radius of me. Now he realized there was nothing to worry about since I could handle myself. "You can call me Alex." I smiled. "And you are?" "We are from the Dia pack. We wanted to welcome you. Please accept our gift for the Luna's coronation." The man and woman bowed and offered an old-looking book adorned with a bow. The night pretty much went on like that. Many different packs introduced themselves and gave us gifts. Unfortunately, we hadn't expected to receive anything and could only offer our hospitality if they ever traveled to our territory. I made a mental note to come up with some good gifts to return to them. At one point, Aric and I decided to take to the floor and dance. I wasn't as bad as the first time, but I did make a few mistakes that only people who were really watching us could see. "Alpha Trueblood, I haven't seen you in many moons." An older woman with hair as white as Irene's came right up to us when we stopped dancing. She was wearing all white except for her opal necklace. "I've been busy," Aric said. "I can see that," the woman smiled. "Alex, this is Coralie." "Coralie, may I introduce my mate and my queen, Luna Alex. It's nice to meet you." I smiled, though a bit unsure how they knew each other. I'd get all the details from Aric later. "You as well." She bowed her head. "That's a beautiful necklace. No doubt given to you because of your shared name." I looked down and touched the Alexandrite heart Aric gave me just a week ago. "Thank you." I smiled. "I like your necklace, too. It's very unique. I don't usually see ones that look like that." "You're very kind. It was a necklace that ran in my family for generations." "How interesting. Now, which pack are you from?" I asked to make small talk, but her answer surprised me. "I have no pack." I opened my mouth to ask what she meant by that, but Aric grabbed my arm. "Excuse us, the hosts wish to speak with Alex and I." "Of course. Enjoy the ball." She bowed her head. "May the moon goddess bless you and your wolves." "Thank you." Aric bowed his head, and we headed over to meet the hosts. What did she mean by having no pack? I thought all werewolves had to have a pack. She was exiled from her pack many years ago. Now she travels around the territories as a healer. I didn't have long to think about that because the Alpha and Luna of the castle were right in front of us. They were both very tall, probably as tall as Aric. "I'm Vic, and this is my wife, Summer." Vic shook my hand gently while Summer engulfed me in a warm hug. "We heard about your coronation a month ago and were anticipating on meeting you in person." She smiled. "We are so happy to welcome you into our home." I smiled back. "Thank you. I'm excited to get to know more people in other packs, especially since I don't really know anyone here." "Yes, it must have been an abrupt change going from your human life to your life now." Summer nodded. Do you ever miss your old human life? Vic asked curiously. I hesitated. I wanted to say yes, but Aric was standing next to me. Sometimes. Summer changed the subject before any more questions could be asked. We have been going around and making an announcement to several guests. We're expecting. Aric smiled. Congratulations. That's wonderful news. Meanwhile, my mouth almost fell open. Summer looked so young, no more than 2 years older than me, and she was going to have a baby? I snapped out of my shock and echoed, congratulations. It is a year of abundance, Vic said as he kissed his wife on the cheek. After another hour of socializing, Aric decided to get us some water. He kissed my temple and walked through the crowd to the bar. I wandered around the ballroom since I didn't have any friends until I found Irene, who was also alone. That's the 5th couple I know who's pregnant. Well, it was mating season a couple of months ago. My mouth gaped open, and Irene shook her head. You must know what that means. I know what it means. I didn't know it had happened already. Don't tell me. You know what, I don't want to know. But I already knew what she wanted to ask. We were both saved from that awkward moment when another person joined us. You've met Dalton, right? Irene placed a hand on his shoulder, and I met his eyes. We'd met before when Dalton and Trent were discussing the war on our pack. I also saw him at my coronation, but this was the first time officially meeting him. Irene not so subtly elbowed him. Thank you for sparing my brother, he said in a very low voice. You're welcome. I don't suppose you have any plans on kicking him out, he asked. Not anytime soon. Aric came back with 2 glasses of water and took my free hand once he saw who I was talking to. If it were my decision, I would have killed your brother. And then I would have killed you. The tension shot up from 0 to 100. Irene and I held our breath. You should be lucky you have Alex and Irene to vouch for you. He didn't wait for Dalton's response. With his hand in mine, he turned around, and we walked away. I want you to meet a few friends of mine. You have friends? I asked jokingly, and he cracked a smile. There's a lot you don't know about me. Chapter 28. The night was slowly winding down, and people started trickling out of the vast castle. Aric was saying goodbye to a friend, so I decided to get some fresh air before the long car ride back. There was a slight ledge where the front stairs met the platform to the entrance, which I stepped onto to get a better look at the full moon. Aric once told me that the lunar cycle controls certain aspects of their life. All wolves had a special connection to the moon that I would never have. Luna, a voice called out to me, and I jumped. It was Coralie. You should not wander this late at night. I was just testing security. She watched me step down from the little ledge. What did you think of your first alpha ball? It was actually quite fun meeting people and hearing their stories. They weren't nearly as intimidating as I'd made up in my head. They were just ordinary people, except for their ties to mighty families. I even made a few friends I could call. Though no matter how much I enjoyed going out, there was no place like home. My pack was calling me. It was very nice. Better than I expected. I would agree. I have never seen Alpha Aric happier, she said while gazing up at the starless sky. Really? Now I was curious. He has been alone for a long time. Every year I wondered when I would see him with another, but every year he came alone. Then he began sending his beta, and no one had seen him in half a decade, until now. Somehow, that made me feel sad. Aric was always a lone wolf. I do owe it to him. He had a lot of patience waiting for me, I joked, but I thanked fate every night that things turned out the way they did. How do you and he know each other again? We met a long, long time ago. It is a good story for another time. Moonlight danced around us as the flow of the conversation slowed down. We settled into a comfortable silence. I could see Aric's tall frame coming closer into view, and my stomach still did that flipping thing when my eyes landed on him. I better go back. I don't want to keep him waiting any longer. I laughed lightly. Your people are probably waiting for you too. No one is waiting for me. I'd forgotten that she said she had no pack. Well, you're always welcome to stay with us. Aric told me you travel around the packs as a healer, and I'm sure we would love your help. Her smile was secretive. I would like that very much. Coralie touched my shoulder to say goodbye, and I was about to wish her a safe trip back to wherever she called home, but then something extraordinary happened. She reached for my arm and spoke slowly into my left ear. I see your name in blood. When your destiny comes rising, twin souls will gather. Ice and thaw, ash and flame. Shadows fall into spring. Alive by the crown and folded split. For blood, for rain, for moon. And your life will never be the same. Her brown eyes looked deeply into mine before she released my arm and stepped away. I was speechless. Tread carefully, Luna. As soon as we got on the road, I couldn't stop thinking about what she said. Her words were like a song I couldn't get out of my head. I see your name in blood. What did you think? Aric's voice cut through my racing thoughts, and I nearly jumped out of my seat. Of what? The ball. Oh, that. I almost forgot about everything that had happened earlier in the evening. At first, I hadn't known what to expect walking into unknown territory full of strangers, but with Aric by my side, my worries had gradually subsided. The majority of people turned out to be very friendly once I got to know them. I met so many people that whose names didn't really stick. Meeting Irene was a nice surprise, though I was mostly surprised that Aric didn't pounce on Dalton then and there. But I still couldn't stop thinking about what just happened. Too much time must have passed because he said, "You did very well. Alpha Thurel, Wydon, Dia, Bastille, they all loved you. Can healers see the future?" I blurted. I couldn't help myself. My brain wouldn't stop bugging me. It depends, Aric said as we cruised down the winding road. Healers have a strong connection with the moon goddess that other wolves don't. I waited for him to go on since he didn't really answer my question. So they can. It was almost like I could hear him thinking out loud. Some healers have visions, and sometimes they come true, but they don't always see the big picture. Soren would know more about that. If that were true, then it would mean they could do what the world thought was impossible. I wondered what it was like to have a power like that. Do you think they can see the future? Why do you ask? He glanced at me for a second. No reason. Just curious. Alex. He said my name as a warning. Of course, the mate bond betrayed me, and he saw right through me. Okay. Now, how could I word this without freaking him out? You know Coralie? Well, while you were gone for a minute, she came up to me and said something. What did she tell you? Straight up gibberish. I laughed. Something like, I see your name in blood, twin souls gathering, and your life will never be the same. It's ridiculous, I know. The more I tried to remember it, the faster it disappeared like recalling a dream. The one thing I did remember was her brown eyes looking into my own. Aric was silent for a minute. Are you certain that's what she said? I'm forgetting most of it, but yeah. You don't really believe in that nonsense, do you? Aric didn't seem like a superstitious or spiritual person at all. He was actually very practical and realistic. I'll have to talk to Soren, but Coralie was a gifted healer. She was known for her prophecies. Prophecy. And your life will never be the same. What could that possibly mean? Chapter 29. We had 2 unexpected visitors at our doorstep the next morning. Aric was busy, so I went to see what was happening at the entrance. This is ridiculous. A very familiar voice echoed down the hall. I rounded the corner and saw my 2 best friends being blocked by Rowan. Alex. Thank God you're here. Tell your bodyguard who we are. Talia crossed her arms impatiently. It's okay, Rowan. You remember my friends, Talia and Millie. He bowed his head and stepped aside. My apologies, Luna. They finally walked in, and I gave them both a big welcome hug. We used to see each other every day at school, but now it was more like once every handful of weeks. And since we were deep in the woods, there was no service or anything. I'd have to ask Aric or Blaine to install some satellite up here. What are you guys doing here? Aren't you missing school? It was hard to believe I would have been finishing my high school years with them. I would already be enrolled in college and set off to leave home for the first time come Audra. That was if I hadn't met Aric. Exams are over. Besides, we wanted to see you, silly. Talia stared up at the tall ceiling. I can never get over how big this place is. How have you been? Millie asked. Very good so far. Aric and I just got back from a little out-of-town trip yesterday, so you made good timing. Where did you guys go? We went to a ball. Another one? Don't you guys do anything else? Talia laughed. That's just part of the gig, I guess. I laughed with her. So, what would you usually be doing right now if we weren't here? Millie asked. I'd probably be checking in with people, helping out around the castle, making sure everything was running smoothly, that sort of thing. Some days were chaotic, some days were calm. Today was a relatively quiet day. Boring, Talia yawned. There has to be something fun we could do around here. We always have training at the start of every morning. We could go watch. Watch? Talia shook her head. No, we want in. Are you sure? It can get pretty intense. Wolves were much stronger than normal people, so their fights could get bloody. I'd seen so many of Marlin and Rowan's opponents get sent down to Sauron. Luckily, they healed fast. Yeah, we could use the exercise. Millie agreed. Okay then, follow me. I led them outside the castle, and we walked through the courtyard. It was a fabulous day for the beginning of summer. When we got to the training grounds, they had already started. It looked like they moved on to one-on-ones. I recognized a few familiar faces like Marlin, Griffith, and Belle. Marlin leads training every morning. You mean the same Marlin who killed my brother? Millie asked point blank, and I couldn't believe that thought hadn't crossed my mind. Marlin had issues controlling his wolf because of his temper, but he hadn't had an accident in years. Yes, the same one. His control has improved a lot since. Millie didn't say anything. She just took off her denim jacket and joined the other trainees. Talia followed after taking out all of her jewelry. Welcome, Luna. You came at a good time. Marlin then commanded the pack more sternly, pair up. There was an uneven number, so Talia or Millie would have to sit the first round out. Or so I thought. Millie got her sword ready and pointed it right at Marlin. Partners? I don't think that would be a wise idea. Marlin was quick to say. Someone would get hurt, and that someone is you. Are you scared or something? Bold words for the Gamma. Marlin scoffed and accepted her challenge. He lined up across from her and got in position. Begin. When I trained with Aric, he always held back because he feared that he'd hurt me. But Marlin didn't hold back. He came at Millie full force with all his pent-up rage. His movements were harsh and blunt as he tried relentlessly to land a hit on Millie. She was just as fast as he was and blocked his punches and kicks. I'd never seen Millie so mad before. It was like she was actually trying to hurt Marlin, which was probably true. Meanwhile, Talia was sparring with Belle, a young she-wolf who was learning the ropes. It was always impressive to see them fight the way that they did. They were the smallest ones out there, but they were proving to be a good match for the wolves. If it were me going up against them, I'd be shaking. I never understood how they could summon bravery so easily. I felt Aric's presence before he even came up to me. Sauron wants to talk with us. Now, things were getting good. Go. Millie spoke up a few feet away while Talia gave Aric a dirty look. We'll be fine. Okay, but I want to know who wins when I get back. I tore myself away from my friends and walked with Aric to the healer's den. Sauron was waiting for us at his desk. He was lighting one of his many candles while Aric and I took a seat on his couch. It always smelled like flowers and sage whenever I came in here. Alpha Aric told me of Coralie's prophecy, he said as he blew out the flame. Have you learned anything new? Aric asked. I see your name in blood, twin souls gathering, and your life will never be the same, Sauron quoted. Do you remember anything else, Luna? Her words suddenly echoed in my mind. Ice and thaw, ash and flame, and shadows falling into the spring. I wished I remembered her exact words. Sauron scribbled down the words on his sheet of paper. What does it mean? Aric asked again. It seems to be a warning for our pack. Twin souls could indicate the Alpha and Luna. Ice and thaw could mean the upcoming winter season. Come what may, it will be life-changing. Why don't we just bring her here so she can explain it? I asked. They exchanged a look, and I got the sense I'd said the wrong thing. That would not be the best idea, little one. Because of her past. Aric interjected. Coralie fell in love with a human many years ago. Alpha Opal found out about her affair and had her exiled from all territories. That seems kind of harsh. I tried imagining if that were Soren and Aric exiling him just like that. Not only would we lose our healer, but we'd lose a very close friend. She crossed a line, and she has to face the consequences. Aric said rather coldly, "Yes, healers are forbidden to form romantic connections, especially with humans. Their first loyalty must always be to their alpha. It is pack law." Soren nodded. Alpha Opal in particular is very traditional. All werewolves are said to have descended from the Opal pack. That didn't quite sit right with me, but then again, I wasn't a werewolf. Soren decided to end the meeting there. I will do some deep meditation. Perhaps the moon goddess will send us a message. It was only after the day had ended and everyone was falling asleep that Aric and I had some alone time. Talia and Millie are staying the night. They'll be in our wing down the hall, I told Aric when we got to our bedroom. He nodded. Clarissa will be visiting soon for the weekend, so it will be a full house. I'm excited to catch up with her. And she is probably happy to come back. I played with the old book the Dia pack had given us at the ball. Out of all the gifts we'd received, this one looked the most interesting. How old is Luna Dia? 19. And how old is Luna Thral? 18. My brain stopped working. We were the same age, and she was pregnant. Is it normal for werewolves to have kids so young? 18 is actually the average. Normally when you find your mate, pups are expected. My heart hammered like a hummingbird in my chest, and I'm sure he could hear. Aric, I chickened out at the last second and pretended to go back to sleep. What is it? Never mind. It was too late to discuss this anyway. It's nothing. Alex, you know you can tell me. He sighed. It seems you're hiding something. No, I'm not. I said a bit too fast. Silence. It was the kind of scary silence that wouldn't go away until I told him what it was. I don't really know how this works or anything. I laughed awkwardly to ease the tension, but he remained quiet. I really just couldn't help but notice how many young couples were expecting and, I don't really know what you want. You know, as far as kids are involved. I'd probably use like 10 reallys, but I couldn't go back now. Aric has always been a hard person to read. Even though we were mates and were supposed to share a spiritual connection, I could never predict what he was thinking. So I held my breath. I do want them someday. I know that you'll make a beautiful mother. He kissed me on the lips and caressed my cheek, but I also know that you aren't ready, at least not yet. There's no rush. We have forever. Forever, I repeated. Forever. Chapter 30. Clarissa arrived in the early morning and joined us for breakfast. Talia and Millie skipped out to do training instead, since they couldn't help themselves. Hopefully Millie and Marlin wouldn't try to hurt each other when I wasn't there. The great thing about being back home is getting away from humans. I can't even remember the last time I was around wolves, Clarissa was telling Blaine. She was usually so bubbly, but was moodier today. I wondered if something was going on in her life that was bothering her. How's school going for you, Clarissa? I asked from across the table. It's boring. How could school be boring? There was so much going on in every class and in all of my after-school activities that I always went to bed exhausted. Of course, I was the exception since almost any other teenager wished they could drop out. Are you in any sports or clubs? That could make it more fun. She shot her brother a look. I'm not allowed to do anything fun because Aric doesn't want me to make friends. He's afraid someone will find out about me and hurt me. Nobody at the table responded. They waited for Aric. You know why? You're so paranoid. Hunters haven't tried anything in 9 years. In fact, there are 2 here at this very table and they haven't tried anything on me. Aric's voice turned to ice. We aren't talking about this anymore. Fine. Clarissa threw her fork on her plate and pushed her chair back. We're going for a walk. She grabbed my hand and pulled me out of the room before I could protest. What about Aric? I asked when we got to the hallway. I was half expecting him to chase after us. To my surprise, she went right outside. Clarissa led us down a path around the castle and into the woods. Aric had told me it led to more training grounds and that it wasn't that much to look at, so I didn't bother. Where are we going? I struggled to keep up since she walked pretty fast. Aric never took you here, she asked, and I shook my head. I'm not surprised. He never comes down here. The last time he did was when we buried our parents. We walked underneath a black arch, and it was then that I realized we were at a cemetery. I'd been with the pack for almost a year now, but I'd never been told we had one. Maybe Aric thought it was too morbid. The grounds were empty, with only the sound of some birds in the air. A few tombstones had tokens or spare flowers, but they were rare. There must have been thousands upon thousands of graves. She stopped at a black tombstone under a giant sycamore. It was bigger than most in the cemetery, with dark green vines growing up the sides of the smooth stone. Here they are. Clarissa sat down on the ground. The surrounding grass was flat, which indicated she'd done this many times. Sometimes I come here and talk to them. You know, when he lets me come home. I stared at the tombstone. Here lie beloved parents Carlton Trueblood and Audra Trueblood, Alpha and Luna of the Trueblood pack. Dates were listed below their names, and they looked freshly made, even though they had passed close to half a decade. Do you want to talk to them together? I sat cross-legged on the grass with her. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. I have someone new here with us. She's Aric's mate, Luna Alex, Clarissa began. She joined our pack a few months ago. She had the whole induction ceremony and everything. You would have loved to meet her, she trailed off. And I would have loved to meet you both. Adjusting to the pack was a little rocky at first, but I'm happy to say I'm finally getting the hang of it. Aric and Clarissa have helped me so much, and I don't know what I'd do without them. Birds chirped as our only response. Sometimes I make up what they would say out loud, Clarissa admitted. It probably sounds crazy to you. No, I think that's completely natural. I couldn't imagine how traumatic it must have been to lose your parents so young. And in such a terrible way, too. Yeah, well, someone has to catch them up on what's been going on around here. What were your parents like? I tucked my knees to my chest. Aric doesn't really talk about them. They were gone a lot of the time when I was a kid. Honestly, Aric spent more time with them than I ever did. All I know is that I miss them. I try to picture them in my mind. I'd only seen their portraits in hallways and black and white photographs. I remembered thinking they looked mature for their age. Rarely did I see them smiling. What would they say if they were here? Clarissa laughed. They would definitely press for pups. My mouth fell open, and she kept laughing before becoming serious. An alpha without an heir is weak in our eyes. Moon Goddess forbid Aric died right now. There wouldn't be anyone to take over the pack. Succession would fall to the alpha's other lines, which aren't as strong. Of course, that's not how I see it at all, she explained. I took in her words. It made sense to have kids early so there would always be a clear heir, just as royals often had many children when they were fairly young. But I was still a teenager. I had my whole life ahead of me. Being a mother wasn't at the top of my bucket list. We should go. Aric is probably starting to worry that we got taken or something. Clarissa sighed dramatically. We stood up and dusted the dirt from our clothes. I wondered why Aric didn't like coming here. Did this place bring up too many bad memories? We took a different path from the one we had before. One of the graves stuck out from the rest. I paused to take a look at it. While the other tombstones were bare, this one had a field of flowers planted in front of it. The stone was white too, with red engravings. Linda Venus. 1977 to 1989. This girl died so young. When I did the math, it meant that she died at 12 years old. Clarissa stood next to me when she revealed who it was. She was Aric's first love. I stiffened. Of course, there was someone else before me. Blaine had mentioned her once, but no one else had mentioned her name. I tried to remember what I was doing when I was that age. I barely had any idea of what love was. Even so, I still wasn't sure I fully knew what it was now. What was she like? I secretly wondered if Aric had a type. She was a common wolf he met when he was hunting. She was a lot like him. Strong, very independent, a little rebellious. Rebellious? That didn't sound like him at all. He liked control. Aric was different back then. He wanted to be an alpha who made his own rules. He took a long time to heal after that. He's been through so much death. I nodded. It wasn't just that she died, it was also about losing her to someone he thought he could trust. And who was that? For once, Clarissa wasn't quick to give me an answer. Instead, she stared at the trees and began moving swiftly through the woods. We really should get going. You don't want to see Aric when he loses his temper. Chapter 31. Fire. It always came in the middle of the night during the full moon. First, there was the burning heat, then the piercing pain, and last but not least, the intense ache. It didn't take long for me to wake up in my own pool of sweat. My skin was burning, and everything hurt. I opened my eyes, and Aric was already on the move. Heat again, Aric said quietly. It happened so often that it became routine. It wasn't too bad. Soren found a way to reduce my pain with the pills while Aric made sure I was comfortable until it passed. He dimmed the lights and ran a bath for me. He came back to my side and handed me the fever-reducing pill, along with a cold glass of water. It'll be okay. Aric squeezed my hand and swept some hair from my face. But this time was different. The heat was hotter and the intense waves of pain never let up, even for a second. It wouldn't be suppressed with any amount of cold water. Just as he was about to pick me up and lift me into the bathtub, I reached out and fisted his shirt in my hand. Wait, what is it? He immediately stopped. I threw the pill on the floor and he looked at me in utter confusion. There was no turning back. Remember when you said you wouldn't touch me until I was ready? I sucked in a breath as another stab of pain hit my body. I'm ready now. You're only saying that because you're in pain. Aric, I've spent months thinking about this. Maybe I was stretching the truth, but it had been on my mind almost every other day. We're mates. I know you better than anyone. I love you and I want you forever. I touched his face and searched his blue eyes. I love you too, but I want to wait until your mind is clearer. He moved away from me very slowly. I don't want you to feel pressured. My patience was quickly waning. The fever was taking over, and I just wanted him. Now, my body acted on its own. I leaned over and gave him a deep kiss. I could feel him trying to resist me, so I pulled away and kissed the sensitive spot on his neck right where I would have marked him. You're mine, I whispered in his ear, and he twitched. So please make it stop. Aric looked like he was at war with himself. For a second, I thought he would reject my request, because once he made up his mind, he usually stuck with it. He was nearly impossible to convince. Then he got up and turned off the water in the bathroom. He let the bath empty before shutting the lights and closing the door. When he came back, he was very gentle with me. I reached for him, and we kissed until we both ran out of air. I opened my heart fully to him. Fire met fire, and his presence quenched the feverish ache. It was almost as if he extracted the pain straight from my body and took it on as his own. Aric and I were finally connected mind, body, and soul. And in that moment, I truly knew that he loved me. Aric was stroking my head when my body hummed to life the next morning. I was lying on his chest and listening to the steady beat of his heart. His fingers ran through my hair and lingered at the base of my neck. I could stay right where I was. Good morning, he murmured. Somehow, he always knew when I was awake. It is. I smiled and opened my eyes. As soon as I lifted my head to look at him, I gasped. Oh no. What is it? I grabbed his face and moved his head to the left. I'd left a pretty big reddish mark on the side of his neck. I hadn't meant to leave it in such a visible place, but I guess I got carried away. I left something right here. I touched the mark and Aric quivered. He didn't seem to mind though. I've never seen you like that. I flushed. I honestly don't know what came over me. Usually, I was too shy to make moves like that. Maybe the fever played a part. I liked it. There was warmth in his eyes. Then he rolled us over so that I was on my back. He began kissing me like he had last night. From this angle, the mark looked even worse. Definitely noticeable to others. Is the pain gone? He asked out of the blue. I nodded. Like it was never there. Good. He tilted his head. I do find it strange that you even have heat to begin with. I shrugged. I'm full of surprises. We got out of bed together and started getting ready. He took a brisk shower, and then I went into the bathroom to do the same. Once I was alone, I couldn't help but sweep my hair over my shoulders and look at myself in the mirror for a minute. My skin glowed, and the lighter parts of my brown eyes seemed to shine, but other than that, I didn't look any different. I didn't feel any different. After my shower, Aric was waiting for me on the bed. He was dressed in a simple white shirt and jeans. "What's on the agenda for today?" It was almost 10 o'clock, so it wouldn't be long before he was off. "I figured I'd spend the day with you. You don't have anything more important?" I knew how tight his schedule was with the many pack meetings and people he had to help, so he had to be playing hooky. There was only one alpha after all. "You are the most important," Aric said instead. I didn't know what to say to that, so I just smiled at him. "Are you interested in joining me for an early brunch?" he suggested. "Yes, very interested. I'm actually pretty hungry right now." We started to leave, but then I remembered something. "You might want to cover that up." I pointed to his neck, but he grabbed my hand and kissed it. Let them see. Chapter 32. Aric and I walked hand in hand as we hiked up to the freshwater spring. It wasn't even noon, but it was so hot that I was tempted to dunk myself in the water and swim with the fish. On our way there, we found a few footprints that Aric could tell were squirrel and rabbit. He showed me how to track, and we even found the rabbit's burrow not too far away. Yet no matter how much he taught me, I quickly realized that I wasn't a hunter. My eyesight wasn't as good as his, and I had no desire to take animals, even if it was for food. When we got to the spring, I dipped my toes in the water and was happy to find that it was the perfect temperature. I stood on a flat rock as I pointed out the tiny tadpoles in the water. I told Aric of the time my first grade class spent our Friday afternoons going down to a pond named Cattail Corner and watching tadpoles slowly become frogs. "Did you do that too when you were in first grade?" I asked absent-mindedly as I tried skipping some rocks. They all sank to the bottom. I never went to human school. Oh yeah, I kept forgetting that the pack had taught him everything he knew. We were on different paths back then. I guess he would have been 6 or 7. I was learning how to phase when I was 6. Aric walked away from me to look for shade. I put my shoes back on and followed him. He stopped to lean on a big oak tree with thick roots, and I suddenly had an idea. I grabbed one of the branches and hoisted myself up. "What are you doing?" "Climbing a tree." "What does it look like I'm doing?" My backyard had a lot of big trees, so I was used to climbing them all the time. My parents were scared I'd fall and crack my head open, so they always yelled at me to come down. But Aric just watched me. I managed to get several feet off the ground before I found a good spot to stand. It was a refreshing view, since I was always the one who looked down on, especially by Aric, and now I was above the world. "See anything interesting?" His eyes were steady on me. I did a full 360 and looked around. "I think there's a bird's nest in that tree over there." I lifted one hand from the trunk and pointed to the right. "And if I go right on my tiptoes, I can see the castle." "What?" "That's impossible." "Are you calling me a liar?" I teased. "Why don't you come up here and see for yourself?" "Maybe I will." He was bluffing. He wasn't a big fan of heights. "I'll wait as long as I have to, even if I suddenly became lightheaded and my vision blurred. There was a tingling in my entire body which made me falter. Gravity pulled me, and I lost my balance. "Alex." Luckily, Aric was ready to catch me, and I was in his arms in a second. "Are you okay?" "What happened?" he demanded and looked at my face. I blinked, and the feeling went away. "Yeah, I'm okay now." I nodded as my blood pressure steadied. That was weird. I felt kind of faint there for a second. "Maybe you're hungry. You should eat something." He carried me over to where he set down our picnic basket and gently put me back on the grass. He started handing me everything we had, so I started strong with the apple pie. I ate more than usual, but it was probably because I needed food to stabilize my blood sugar. The lightheaded feeling didn't come back. Once we ate, we lay on our backs with my head on his chest. The grass was a soft blanket, and the sun, now hidden behind the clouds, offered a brief escape from the heat. I closed my eyes and enjoyed the peace. This was everything I needed. "I like it here," Aric broke the silence. "It reminds me of the place where I first met you." "You know what's funny? I still don't remember that." "Well, you were 12 at the time." True, I was probably too distracted with school to notice him, but even if I did, my memory before 9th grade was fuzzy. I wasn't sure how we got on the topic, but we started talking about soulmates. That was what I liked about Aric, We could talk about something as normal as the weather and end up in a deep conversation. I never really believed in the whole soulmate thing. It seemed kind of dumb that everyone only had one soulmate. It just didn't seem like a good system. Of course, my mind had changed since meeting my own soulmate. It's actually kind of funny because Talia thought soulmates were a real thing. She was on a mission to find me a boyfriend. I rolled my eyes playfully. Aric was quiet for a minute. Why didn't you find a boyfriend? Because I never found anyone I liked enough. I guess I had a few crushes, but I was always too shy to even go talk to them. I was the type of person to admire from afar. It was hard to actually approach someone and start a conversation without blushing like crazy. So if you weren't shy, you would have found someone else. There was an edge of jealousy in his tone. It was subtle, but it was there. I knew him well enough to know what he was feeling. Are you jealous? You're my mate. He said it explained everything. It's okay if you are. I was jealous of Irene and Clarissa before. Irene I can understand, but why my sister? She's beautiful, and it was the first time I saw you hug someone or even be friendly with someone else, so I knew you were close and you both looked good together. This was before I knew you were related. I knew I was rambling, but I couldn't stop. It's not like you let people in easily. Aric didn't have much to say about that. You're right. It's hard for me to trust. Speaking of Clarissa, I cleared my throat and hoped he wouldn't think this was too personal. She showed me the burial grounds a couple of days ago. I glanced behind my shoulder and tried to get a look at his face. I wanted to bring you at the right time. I know, and that's okay. I nodded. I saw your parents. I slowed down my pace so I wouldn't scare him off. And a girl named Linda. Aric's eyes turned amber, and I was worried I'd triggered him. I'm sure she filled you in. No. She said it wasn't her story to tell. Aric was always so mysterious. Just when I thought I had figured him all out, there was another secret he was hiding. I knew he would tell me when he was ready, but it wasn't healthy keeping everything inside. He moved so that he was sitting up and looking down into my eyes. I waited. Linda was a wolf from the Jackson pack. She was hunting a deer that made it onto our territory. I was out on patrol at the time, so I happened to catch her. Aric sounded distant, as if he were replaying the memories in his head. She was hostile at first, understandably. But then we kept meeting by accident until one day we decided to make it a regular thing. And you fell in love with her? There was no envy in my voice. How cruel would it be to envy a dead girl? Only genuine curiosity. I loved her before I knew what love was. Back then, she was the only person who didn't have some expectation of me already made up in their head, he explained. When she died, Aric let the silence hang. With me, it was simple. I had never dated anyone and had never been in love. But with him, it was different because he had loved someone and that person was dead. Once someone passes, people don't just stop feeling that way. If she were still alive today, would he choose her? I loved her once, Aric admitted. A long time ago when I was very young, I pictured a life with her by my side. He grabbed my face and caressed my cheek. It was probably the closest he'd been to crying without doing it. But she's not the one on my mind before I go to sleep. She's not the one I want a future with or the one I live for anymore. She is and forever will be a part of my past. I wanted to tell him that it was okay if she walked in his dreams. He had a connection with her that was made long before we knew each other. It was okay to still feel a burn in his chest when he thought of her. Aric kissed me, and all thoughts dissipated. We were so distracted by each other that we didn't notice two people walking towards us. Aric shoved me behind him. We both relaxed when we saw who it was. We thought we heard voices. Millie came out first, and Talia trailed behind. Millie had a bow in her hand along with a quiver strung across her back. Talia looked like she wanted to be anywhere but here. What are you guys doing out here? I tilted my head. Hunting. Talia held up a dead squirrel, then looked at Millie. Hey, I'm missing my grass. You must have dropped it when we were eating those apples. Millie shook her head. I can go look for it. Aric stood up. Oh no, that's totally fine. Talia didn't like asking for help. Wait here, he said, then lowered his voice with me. I'll be right back. He faded into the woods, and the three of us were alone. How far away were the apples? I asked at the same time. Talia scowled. I don't like him. He can hear you. I pointed out. His senses were 10 times stronger than ours. Oh, I know, she said unapologetically. And Millie agrees with me, too. She's just too nice to bring it up. Hey, Millie interjected. So you're telling me that you like him? Talia challenged, and she shrugged her shoulders. I didn't say I didn't like him. Why don't you guys like him? He's a good man. He takes good care of me and our pack. Because he choked me, Talia said in an obvious tone. Alex, werewolves are very unstable. They can change on a dime. Aric is no exception, Millie said while she took out an arrow and twirled it around. He's never hurt me or lost control. He would never let that happen. They exchanged a look that screamed they didn't believe me. I'm telling the truth. Just be careful, Millie warned. Aric returned faster than we expected with Talia's grouse in hand. He handed it to her, and she muttered a faint, "Thank you." I have my eyes on you, Aric. I'm always watching, Talia added. Don't be weird, Millie elbowed her. Hey, I'm not gonna trust my best friend with just anyone. They might be married or whatever, but at the first red flag, I swear, she didn't get to finish her threat because Aric bowed his head and sank to one knee. He looked from Talia to Millie. I understand that you don't have the best opinion of me, but I made a promise to be with Alex for the rest of my life, and that will never change. She is safe with me, she will always be safe with me, and that goes for you too. Aric always kept his word. Millie nodded while Talia looked flustered. All right, you can get up now. Talia pivoted on her heel. Aric stood back up and grabbed my hand. Let's go home. Chapter 33. In my dream, snow was falling. Tiny, delicate flakes fell from the clear cerulean sky and covered my red hair in white. Wind howled in my ears, and the electric blue that I loved faded into a murky gray. Snow collected in a flurry and transformed the earth from spring to winter. I reached a hand out and waited for the ice to melt on my skin. Yet when I curled my fingers into a fist and unfolded them to the world, there was no water. Snow caught fire and burned 2 crescent moons into my palm. I woke up and the dream was lost. Orange sunlight was already seeping through the curtains, signaling that the day was here. Aric was sleeping soundly by my side. Unable to fall back asleep, I carefully crept out of bed so I wouldn't disturb him and walked out to the balcony. It was another beautiful day. The air was warm and inviting, the sky clear and safe. I saw Blaine and his younger cousin, Connor, as pale wolves patrolling the perimeter. Since our biggest enemy was locked up underground and there wasn't really anyone to watch out for anymore, they spent their time playfully attacking each other now and then. Aric stirred in bed and joined me outside on the balcony. You're up early. Aric kissed my cheek and wrapped his arms around me from behind. I opened my eyes and you weren't there. Yeah, I kind of just woke up ready to start the day. I rarely woke up before sunrise, believe me when I said I wasn't a morning person at all, yet here I was. It was because I finally had something to live for. It will be another beautiful day. An entire season had gone by without an incident. The Jackson pack had gone relatively quiet now that Trent was captured. I still braced for repercussions as wolves were loyal and were not known to forget the past so easily, but the others didn't worry. If they had called their allies to rally against us, then they would have done it already, or so says Blaine. What are you thinking about? Just how lucky we are to have all of this. We had a huge, comfortable castle with strong walls to protect us, acres of land to explore, good people to call family, and enough fresh food to feed a town. This was ours, and both of us would rule it together. He thought for a moment. Are you in the mood for another training session? Always. I smiled. Aric always started me off on easy mode. I knew he was holding back whenever we trained together because I'd seen him fight, and it was nowhere near what we were doing. You're going to get soft if you keep holding back, I said as he pulled one of his punches. He moved more slowly, too, when in reality, he was so fast that he blurred sometimes. That's what Marlin is for. Marlin was the next best fighter after Aric. He was the only one who came close to defeating him in single-handed combat. I'm serious. How will I ever learn to fight if you don't give me the real thing? Because you won't have to, he said stubbornly. You saw me at the evaluation. I took down 15 people. I can do it. Your instincts are good, even for a human, but can you really say that you could fully defend yourself from wolves like Trent? That was a big fat no. Life was so unfair. Still, I gave it my all. You've improved a lot since we started. I should hope so. It would be pretty sad if I regressed. Give yourself more credit, Alex. A little boy no older than 6 came up to us as we practiced. He watched from a distance, completely wide-eyed. Maybe a few months ago, I would have felt self-conscious, but I knew I was improving. Luna. The boy cheered to get my attention. I'm your biggest fan. I stopped fighting Aric for a moment and smiled. Thank you. I met his eyes and noticed they were different colors. I'd never seen that before. And what about me? Aric spoke up, and the boy seemed to be more timid around him. Alpha. He did a cute little bow. Of course, everyone knows you're the best fighter in our pack. Oh, I'm sure you're stronger than him, I joked, and he shook his head rapidly. Is it true you're really just human? He asked in awe, and I nodded. He seemed shocked by this. Wow, you're really, really strong. You know, my mom says it's more common for wolves and humans to be mates now. I think it's awesome. I hope I have a human mate someday, he said wistfully. Landry, there you are. Landry's mom, Joanne, rushed over to us. Hi, Mom. Landry hugged her, and she bent down to kiss the top of his head. She bowed and straightened her posture in our presence. I'm sorry if he caused you trouble, Alpha and Luna. Oh no, not at all. I smiled. He was a good cheerleader. Thank you for taking care of him. She nodded graciously at me while she took her son's hand and led him back inside. Can I join? Millie asked, and I hadn't been aware that she had also been watching. I wasn't surprised, as she was the only early bird in our friend group. Of course. I stepped off to the side. I'm getting a little tired. Tag team it. Put me in, coach. We high-fived, and she took my spot across from Aric. I heard you gave my Gamma quite a challenge, Aric said. Yes, it was fun. Let's see how you do against me. Just like that, he was all business. I watched to see if he dialed his strength down for Millie. He started at an easygoing pace, which she had no problem keeping up with. They were analyzing each other's moves to spot a weakness. The game changed when she faked a punch, and he dodged out of the way, right into her other fist. Her ring struck him on his cheekbone, and Aric seemed genuinely caught off guard. An ache of worry surged through me. Seeing him get hurt was hard, even though I knew he'd been through worse. She jabbed again, but he blocked her with his forearm. Her knuckles connected with pure muscle. Then, in less than a second, he grabbed her arm and flipped her in the air. She took that opportunity to kick him square in the chest and almost landed on both feet, but not before Aric recovered and swept his legs from underneath her. Millie wasn't fast enough, and her legs snagged on his. She fell on her side. So I was right. He was treating me differently. Where did you learn that little trick? Aric helped her up, and she shrugged. The only thing that matters is that it worked. She grinned. Sorry about your face. It'll heal. Very nice. I clapped. You gave him a run for his money. I wanted to point out to Aric that Millie held up her own against him, and she was human, but something in my stomach felt weird. A wave of nausea rushed over me, and I closed my eyes. I don't feel too good. As soon as I said that, Aric rushed to my side. Was it something you ate? Millie asked. No, she didn't eat anything today. Well, there you go. She shook her head. You really should eat breakfast, or else you won't have any energy in you. Strangely enough, it felt like something was bubbling up in my stomach even though it was empty. We made our way up the path when the nausea subsided. Maybe the heat was too much. Talia and I are leaving today, probably after we eat, Millie said. Already? Yeah, we have a lot to do when we get back. You can still come with us if you want. I tried to keep my face neutral since Aric was right there. I'm visiting my parents in a week, so I'll be back in town. We could have a Friday night sleepover and watch horror movies like old times. About that, Millie tucked a strand of her curly hair behind her ear. I don't know if I'm going to be around for the rest of the year. Classes start soon, and the drive's about 8 hours from here to Columbia, so it would be tough. And I know Talia has an internship in New York City, so she might be busy too, but you could try asking her. I deflated a little. I had the best life in the world, which I wouldn't trade for anything, so why did I feel like I was missing out? That could have been me going to a dorm in college or earning a coveted internship spot. It would have been me if it weren't for Aric. My friends were moving on with their lives without me. I should do the same. That's okay. We can meet up another time. I forced a smile as we went back inside the castle. Good luck in college. You're going to kick butt. Chapter 34. My parents have work until 5 and are planning to have dinner with us at 6, so that leaves about 4 whole hours to ourselves, I said as Aric took the back roads to my house. We could go out and I could show you around town, or we could just relax back at my house. Whatever you want is good with me. Aric was being very chivalrous. He would typically plan the day to the very hour, but was going with the flow this time. My house it is. We were about an hour away when I started getting hungry. There was insane traffic, so I proposed getting fast food on the way. I told him which roads to take, and we got to a McDonald's in about half an hour. There were about 10 people in front of us, but the line moved quickly. I scanned the menu. It's been so long since I've had McDonald's. If I got French fries, would you help me eat some? Or should we get hash browns? I can't remember if they serve breakfast all day. I might want soft serve after depending on how hungry I am, though their machine seems to break down whenever I come here. Oh, I forgot about the McFlurries. Everything looked so good that it was impossible to pick. It also didn't help that the smell of greasy food was making me ravenous. Next, the cashier impatiently called us forward, and I had to make a decision fast. What can I get you? Hi, can I get a number 5, a medium fry, and a medium drink, please? Anything else? I turned to Aric. What are you going to get? The same as you. I raised an eyebrow. He didn't know that I was getting a vegetarian burger, right? Make it 2, please. Oh, and is your ice cream machine working? No, sorry. Is that all? The cashier asked. I looked at Aric, and he was already putting cash on the counter. Keep the change. She counted the money and gave us the receipt. Thanks, should be ready in 5 minutes. The cashier shouted the order to the line cooks and called the next customer. Next, we found a booth in the corner by the window and put our stuff down, then we got up to fill our drinks. Funny enough, Aric liked Sprite too. It was almost as if he were copying me. McDonald's doesn't have good dessert anyway. We can go get pie at the big city diner instead, I said as we got napkins and condiments. 3 cups of ketchup should be enough, right? The cashier called our order number and Aric went to pick it up. I basically devoured my food as soon as the tray hit the table. I started with a few bites of my vegetarian burger and then dipped some fries in ketchup. Aric, on the other hand, unwrapped his burger like it was a present. He looked at it carefully, almost as if it were his first time eating fast food. Have you never had McDonald's? A smile crept its way onto my face when I figured it out. It's not that I've never had it. But you can count how many times you've been to a fast food restaurant. I knew there had to be an explanation as to why he would get a meatless burger. Is that bad? Not at all. It's actually kind of cute. I dipped a fry in ketchup and offered it to him. When's the last time you were around humans? He ate it from my fingers and then enjoyed his vegetarian burger. We try not to venture too far. In fact, this is the furthest I've been from the pack. The last time was when I came to get you. That's a nice way of putting it. I could laugh about it now because it happened almost a year ago, but it was slightly traumatizing back then. I tried so many times to see you, but your parents wouldn't tell me where you were. I nodded my head. I remembered Talia saying that too. Then they made a deal with me. They said they would let me see you and take you to my pack when you turned 18. Hence why you entered my house and made a mess. I laughed. The blue in his eyes darkened with silent intensity. You should know that I called your parents 10 times that day. I knew they weren't going to pick up, so I decided to go straight to your house. It was hard being away from you. Knowing that you existed, but that I couldn't get to you, it was hard on my wolf. I had to live with just seeing you for 5 minutes. My heart softened. Do you think it would have been better if my parents had told me about you? No. He smiled, and it was a beautiful sight. You were worth the wait. After we ate, we headed to the big city diner for dessert. It was pretty crowded when we got there, though we managed to snag the last 2 spots at the counter. The waitress handed us a menu, but I already had my heart set on what to order. "Can we get a big city apple pie a la mode, please?" "Coming right up." She wrote it down and left to attend to the other customers. I used to come here a lot with Talia and Millie. We used to run into a lot of people from school here. His phone rang, and he looked at the caller ID. "It's the pack." He squeezed my hand and stood up. "I'll be outside. And I'll be waiting for our pie." I wanted to joke that he better get back before I ate it all, but he rushed out. The waitress came back 5 minutes later with our warm pie. It smelled sweet, and the scoop of vanilla ice cream was already liquefying into a pool of white. A guy who looked to be about 20 or 21 came up to me and tried to sit in Aric's spot, but I spoke up. "Someone's sitting there." "My bad." He gave me a once-over, then flashed a toothy smile. "You come here often?" I used to when I was in high school, but not so much now." I turned my body away from him to make it clear that I wanted to be left alone. All it did was make him try harder. "Yeah? Let me guess, you're a college girl." "No." "Then you're visiting your boyfriend?" Loaded question. "No, I don't have a boyfriend." I was about to say that I was happily married to my husband when Aric came back. "Are you bothering my wife?" The guy's face went slack when he saw Aric. "Sorry, man, I didn't know. You should leave before I lose any more patience." The guy scurried away and didn't bother us again. "You have no idea how scary you are." I grinned. I would have melted into a puddle if he said that to me. He sat back down, and I handed him his fork. "They need to learn that you're mine." And half of the female population in this diner needed to learn that he was mine. I didn't miss the way they looked at him. I waited for him to take a bite out of the pie to see his reaction. "What? It's good, isn't it?" He nodded. "Pretty good." I took a bite of the pie and licked my lips. "I'm going to order one for my parents." We finished up, and Aric said he was going to use the bathroom before we left. I was waiting for him to return when I saw someone approach me out of the corner of my eye. "Alex Mason?" I heard someone say my name and turned around to come face-to-face with my second-grade teacher, Mrs. Fernsby. She was the teacher who got me into books and inspired me to be an English teacher once upon a time. Mrs. Fernsby. Wow, it's been so long. I gave her a quick hug. "Indeed, you were just a cute little kid the last time I saw you." She hugged me back. "What grade are you in now?" "Actually, I graduated last year." I lied, but it was better than telling her that I was forced to drop out of high school because my werewolf mate had a long-standing deal with my parents. "Oh good, I knew the rumors weren't true." She sighed with relief. "I heard from some other teachers that you dropped out of high school because you got pregnant." My heart dropped. Is that what everyone in town thought about me? Mrs. Fernsby noticed the look on my face and tried to comfort me. Pointless gossip. The older women just need something to entertain their boredom. I never believed them anyway. She wrapped an arm around my shoulder and squeezed. "I thought you'd be halfway across the world by now." "Did college not start for you yet?" "No," I said quietly. "I'm not going to college this year." "Gap year then?" "Yeah." Another lie. "That's exciting. You have your whole life ahead of you. The world is your oyster." Aric came back then. "Ready?" "Oh, Aric." "This is my second-grade teacher, Mrs. Fernsby." I introduced them. "This is Aric, my boyfriend." "Nice to meet you, Aric." She shook his hand. "Are you Greek by chance?" "Not Greek. My parents were just very into Greek mythology." "Ah, yes, one of my guilty pleasures." "Well, I'll let you get back to it then." "It was nice meeting you, and very nice catching up with you, Miss Mason." She waved goodbye and sat down at a table in the middle of the diner where her friends were waiting. It wasn't until we got back to the car that I sensed something was wrong. For one, Aric didn't start the car for a full 3 minutes. "Everything okay?" Sometimes when he zoned out like that, he was actually accessing the mind link. But there weren't any wolves around. "Are you ashamed of me?" Aric looked genuinely hurt. "Is that why you aren't introducing me as your husband?" "Of course not." I gasped. "Why would you even say that?" "Because you didn't tell her who I was." Mrs. Fernsby knows everyone in town. If I told her I got married, she would tell everybody, I explained. "What's wrong with that?" "I don't want people knowing my business." I touched his face, and his facial hair tickled my fingertips. I could never be ashamed of you. I share a bond with you that I've never had with anyone. I love you. And I love you, he murmured and leaned in to kiss me back. He dropped the subject and started the car. Chapter 35. We're home. I called out when I unlocked the door. I knew they wouldn't be back until 5, but it was a habit of mine ever since I was in elementary school. My parents recently renovated the kitchen and the den 6 months ago. Aric had lent my parents more than enough money to replace the furniture that his wolves destroyed. I was still getting used to everything looking new. Aric put our bags at the foot of the stairs and followed me around. He had only been to my house 3 times, and this would be the first time he slept over. Since he and my parents had full schedules and the drive between their homes was a couple of hours, it was hard to pick a week when we could all meet up. I put their pie on the kitchen table next to the mail. I sifted through the mail and found 2 envelopes with my name on them. One was from Bryant University and the other from Miami University. Of course, the only mail I get is spam from colleges. I threw both in the trash without opening them. It started in the spring of my junior year. I got a college brochure almost every day along with a flood of emails in my inbox. I collected so many envelopes that my parents piled them up in a box in the garage. I thought they would stop sending me stuff, but I was wrong. We can go upstairs now, I told Aric after I did some cleaning. We spent some time in my room until my parents came home. I rummaged through my CDs to put on some music while Aric looked around at the knickknacks on my bookcase. Is this you? I looked over my shoulder to see Aric pointing at a photograph of my parents and me. We were at Hashi Park in Pennsylvania during summer break. Your hair is brown here. Yeah, apparently I was a brunette until I was like 13. Then my hair got more red. Talia, Millie, and I all had brown hair when we were kids until mine started turning red. I remembered how bad Talia wanted to dye her hair red, too, but at that time, I didn't know why, because I never liked the color. I found a CD in the very back and flipped it over. Bingo. I slipped it into my radio and pressed play. There aren't any of us, he observed. Really? I wasn't surprised since I hadn't taken my camera to the pack. I wasn't sure how they felt about pictures. We have to fix that. Aric sat on my bed and I joined him. I settled my head on his shoulder as we listened to the melancholic music. When I was alone with him, it was like all of my worries melted away. Who sings this? Aric asked after a minute of peace. I'd played lots of music for him, so I knew that when he asked for the artist, it meant he liked it. Coldplay. We stayed like that for a few more minutes. His heartbeat was strong in my right ear, and I could feel myself drifting off to sleep. They're here. Aric shook me gently, and sure enough, the front door opened. We're home, Dad shouted, and both of us got up to go greet them. My parents hugged me as soon as we came down the stairs. Mom hugged Aric too, while Dad offered his hand. It seemed they had finally graduated to a handshake. It took my parents some time to warm up to him. They still saw him as my crazy kidnapper. Then, as they grew to know him and saw how well he treated me, they lightened up. Who's hungry? Dad went outside to start the grill, and Mom took out the raw meat and the vegetables that needed chopping. Aric asked if he could help, but my parents shooed him out of the kitchen. We helped bring food and drinks out to the deck table. The 4 of us sat down under the umbrella that shielded us from the young summer sun. Tiny fairy lights climbed up the framework of the wooden trellis and lit the area in a white glow. How is everything with the pack? Dad asked. The pack is good. Strong, Aric said as he cut into his medium-rare steak. We're expecting 4 pups this season. How exciting, Mom smiled. Do the parents have any ideas on names? No. The mothers want it to be a surprise. Aric wasn't one to overshare pack information. Instead, I changed the subject to my parents. We made light conversation about my parents' work and their plans for summer vacation. Lots of questions were being asked, so there weren't as many awkward silences as last time. I wanted to sigh with relief. They were finally getting along. We had just finished the last bites of dessert, the cinnamon apple pie we bought along with Neapolitan ice cream, when darkness buried the sky. Aric and I helped clean up before we went to bed. I yawned. It's getting late. We'll be upstairs in my room. I took Aric's hand, intending to spend some alone time with him, until Dad stood up. Aric, I'll show you to your room. We'll be in the same room. Dad, I informed him. I didn't miss the way Mom and Dad exchanged a look with each other. The guest room's all ready for you, Mom added. Why can't he just sleep in my room? Aric and I hadn't slept in separate beds since the beginning of time. I'd gotten so used to his warmth that I didn't think I could fall asleep without him. Aric didn't put up a fight with my parents. He touched my shoulder. It's okay. I'll be close. I wasn't backing down so easily. We sleep in the same bed at home. How is this any different? It is very different. You two aren't a married couple. We are married, I blurted before I could control myself. We had the ceremony last spring. I knew I should have told them or at least invited them to the induction. They would have wanted to see me on that special day. I was just afraid they wouldn't want to come. They didn't have the best relations with the wolves. My parents were hard to read. Were they happy? Angry? Disappointed? A combination of the three? Did he give you a ring? Mom finally asked. No. Did you sign any court papers? What does that have to do with anything? If the answer is no, then you two aren't married. Not legally anyway, Dad said. Then we'll go to court and sign them tomorrow. We are still your parents, and this is still our house. Dad put his foot down. I looked at Mom pleadingly, but she didn't cave. It's okay, Alex. I'll be right across from you. Aric spoke up, and he'd been so quiet that I almost forgot he was in the room. I'll be upstairs. He climbed up the stairs with our suitcase, and Dad followed him. We sleep in the same bed at home, you know, I repeated. Have a seat, Alexis. Crap. They didn't use my full name unless it was serious. What's this about? I sat across from her, and it looked like she'd aged 10 years. From everything that had happened in the past year, I probably had to. It's about you and Aric. Your dad and I were discussing this last night, and we both share the same thoughts. We all agreed to keeping no more secrets in this family, so it's only fair that we are honest with you, Mom said. Maybe it would have been best if. Maybe it was a mistake that we gave you away too soon. My first reaction was confusion. I thought you were okay with it. They said it themselves that they were completely fine with letting me live with Aric and the wolves. We were never 100% okay with it. We're still trying to get used to you moving hundreds of miles away with a man 4 years older than you. She sounded exasperated. If we hadn't let you go, you would have been on another path. We know how you always dreamed of going to college. This fall, you would have been starting your first year. It wasn't like I hadn't thought about it. It was the most significant decision I'd ever made, but I didn't have any regrets. Aric and the pack are my first priorities. And I'm old enough to make my own decisions. Unhappy with my answer, she shook her head and pointed out, Alex, you're only 18. I'm almost 19. I'm an adult. But you're not. Not really. You haven't lived your life yet. You'll always be wondering if you could have done something different. Perhaps not now, but in 5, 10, 15 years. You'll always wonder if you could have lived a normal, happy life. I don't want a normal life. I wanted this life. Mom narrowed her eyebrows. And what happens when he wants kids? Werewolves have kids young to continue the line. What will you do when he wants to have a baby and you're not ready? We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Besides, we talked about it. Aric does want kids, but he wants to wait first, just like I do. Mom wasn't convinced. You and Aric are so young. Your dad, and I just want you to be happy. I couldn't sit here any longer. I moved my chair backwards and stood up. I am happy, Mom. As long as things don't change, I will always be happy the way my life is now. I wished her good night and went upstairs to find my mate. Chapter 36. 2 a.m. I stared at the time on my clock and watched as the minutes slowly ticked by. I'd been forcing myself to go to sleep for the last 3 hours, but it was useless. The house was quiet. Only the crickets were chirping under the stars. Softly, I tiptoed out of bed and across the hall into the guest room. Aric was awake when I cracked the door open. Alex, he whispered in the dark. I couldn't sleep without you. I crawled into bed next to him and lay my head on his chest. He sighed and put his arm around me. Me neither, he admitted. Your parents won't hear us. They were on the other side of the house, snoring away. I'll leave before they wake up. He didn't say anything. My thoughts drifted to what my mom had said last night. You two aren't a married couple. If they wanted legal proof, then we'd have it. We'd go to court and sign forms and have it done in a month if that bothered them so much. If both of my parents thought that I wasn't in a real marriage, then I would show them our marriage certificate. That part could easily be fixed. But something else she said still stuck with me. I hadn't cared that Aric didn't give me a ring. Werewolves didn't exchange wedding bands because that was a tradition humans created. I couldn't ask him to buy me one. I didn't need a ring to feel loved. We were together, and that was all that mattered. Can we make a stop before we go home? I asked. Of course. His voice sounded tired. Where do you need to go? Town hall. I was pretty sure that we could just walk in and sign a marriage certificate. I probably should have researched how to get married. I heard what your mother said, Aric said at one point. I knew he'd been listening. He couldn't help it though, his hearing was too good. And what did you think? I closed my eyes as he slid his hands up and down my back. His heart was beating faster than usual. They're right. I picked my head up to look at his face. You agree with them? I never stopped to think if what I was doing was moral or not. I wanted you, so I stole you from your family and friends without considering how it would affect them. It was a selfish thing to do, especially to you. I chose to stay with you. I choose you every day. He made it sound like I had no choice, that I was the victim in this situation, when that couldn't have been further from the truth. Yes, but your parents are still thinking about it. Regretting it, even. Who cares what they think? It wasn't a fair thing to say, but I was getting frustrated. It felt like everyone was trying to tell me what to do and how to feel when it was my life. I do. I'll always care what they think. He sounded far away. And that's good, but don't let their words get to you. Sometimes, he cleared his throat, and I held my breath for what he was going to say next. Sometimes I wonder if you would have been happier if you didn't know me. I was hurt. I didn't even know what to say to make it better. The house became quiet again, and this time, I welcomed it. Both of my parents were awake when we came downstairs. Aric heard them get up sometime between 7 and 8, in which I took that moment to crawl back into my own bed. Good morning, Dad greeted with a smile. He was in the kitchen by the Keurig. Coffee? No, thanks. I grabbed my jacket off the chair and started putting on my boots. Leaving so soon? Mom asked. The pack can't be left alone for too long, I said matter-of-factly, but in reality I needed space. Besides, I couldn't stay here knowing what my parents thought of my mate. They didn't even see him as my husband. Are you sure you can't wait one more day? Mom asked this every time we came, despite knowing we were on a tight schedule. You know, you're more than welcome to stay at the castle and see us as long as you want, I offered, but like all the other times, she refused. At least take some food with you for the road. Mom moved into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. That's okay. We'll buy something on the way if we get hungry. Aric came down with our suitcase in hand. Do you have everything? Yes, I nodded. Do you want any coffee or food before we leave? He shook his head. No, thank you. Then we'll be going now. Time to get out. I was already missing my home. It was great seeing you again, Aric. Mom hugged him while Dad gave a handshake. Stop by anytime. We said our goodbyes and I took over driving for the day. We went straight to the center of town so we could legalize our marriage. Town hall was fairly empty. We walked up to the counter where a clerk was organizing a stack of manila folders. She looked to be the same age as my mom. Hi, I greeted, and she briefly looked up from her work. Hi, how can I help you? I grabbed Aric's hand. We would like to get legally married. The clerk looked from me to him. It almost seemed as if she were scrutinizing us behind her thickly framed glasses. Are you both over 18 years old? Yes. There's some paperwork you'll have to fill out. I'll be right back. She went into the back room and came back with 2 clipboards. She handed them to us along with 2 black pens. Please take your time filling out this form. In the meantime, I need to see a form of photo ID from both of you. A driver's license, passport, or military ID will do. I will also need $80 for the filing fee. After we gave her the money and our IDs, we spent about 15 minutes filling out the forms. I hesitated when it asked for my proposed new name. I wrote Trueblood since I hadn't gone by Mason this whole time. How long will it take to process the paperwork? Aric asked. Actually, the clerk entered some information on her desktop computer. We can get your certificate ready and signed this very hour. There's no waiting period? Was it really that easy? That meant Aric and I had gotten married within 30 minutes. Not anymore. It used to be you had to wait 3 days to receive the certificate by mail, but they recently changed it. The clerk left to go into the back room again, and my heart was racing. Before giving it to us, she had a few more things to say. You have 60 days to get the certificate signed by a judge or justice, an ordained minister of the gospel, or a licensed marriage officiant. They will complete all of the missing information. You are not required to have any witnesses. The anticipation was killing me. She explained how to find someone to sign it and gave us a few numbers to call if we needed them. She stamped the paper between our signatures and handed it to us. Congratulations, here's the certificate. The clerk smiled. Remember, 60 days. Thank you so much, Aric said while I tried to get a good look at it. There was a big gold sticker at the bottom left corner, along with a fancy black border. It looked quite official. Don't lose it, Aric said after I took it from him. I'll put it somewhere safe. I smiled and we walked back to the car. Chapter 37. The black brick castle faded into view as our car ascended the hill. The sky was crystal clear blue behind it. A small group consisting of Blaine, his younger cousin Connor, and 2 other wolves waited to greet us. Aric parked the car by the entrance and Blaine opened my passenger side door for me. Welcome back, Alpha and Luna, Blaine bowed. Hi, Blaine, it's good to see you. I was happy to see a friendly face again. How is everything? Everything's great. Where's Soren? Aric interrupted Blaine as soon as he stepped out of the car. He's with Florence. Blaine looked at us with alarm. Why, is something wrong? Alex is feeling nauseous. An hour into the drive, I started to get really carsick. I had to pull over and let Aric take the rest of the drive. It got so bad that I almost threw up on the side of the highway. It came out of nowhere. I'm okay now, I said quickly, not wanting to worry anyone. Alex, Aric said almost as a warning. Aric, I repeated his name in the same tone, and he just looked at me. Okay, I'll go after we unpack. Plus, I really needed to go to the bathroom. We will unpack. You will go and see him. Okay, Mr. Bossy, I sighed under my breath. I heard that. You were meant to. Blaine and the others helped carry our bags inside while I went straight to the nearest bathroom and washed my face a bit. My hair was also a bit of a mess, so I tied it into a braid. Soren summoned me to the healer's den not long after. He invited me in and told me to take a seat. I always felt calm when visiting Soren. Not only was he wise and all-knowing, but he was also very intuitive. He could look at someone and immediately know how they were feeling. Alpha told me that you haven't been feeling well, little one, Soren said as he lit some candles on the fireplace. Yeah, I was feeling kind of carsick an hour ago, but I'm much better now. Now that I was home, I felt healthy again immediately. I'm fine, really. Aric made it sound worse than it actually is. Still, it would not hurt to find out what is going on. Do you normally get carsick? Not really, but the ride was kind of winding. We wanted to avoid traffic, so we retook the back roads, which happened to have more hills and steep inclines. It was so bad that I was actually kind of surprised that Aric hadn't gotten sick. Guess he had a stronger stomach than I did. May I? He gestured to my face, and I nodded. He placed the back of his hand against my forehead. You feel warmer than normal. Are you having any other symptoms? I was lightheaded a few weeks ago, but I think it was because I hadn't eaten any breakfast. After I ate a lot of food, I instantly felt better. Soren paused. When was your last moonblood? I shrugged. A few weeks ago. Yes, but what day exactly? What day is it today? July 29th. I counted back the days and tried to remember the last time I had it. I had it right after the Alpha Ball because I remembered thanking the moon goddess that I hadn't gotten it during the dance. But that was all the way in June, which meant I hadn't had it all month. No, it couldn't be. I'd never missed it ever since it started. It was always on time and came right on the day it was supposed to. I never had to even think about it. The nausea, fatigue, dizziness, and the fact that I was already getting hungry again despite stopping for breakfast and lunch an hour ago, all of the symptoms lined up. It could only be one thing. I shot up from my seat like it was on fire and bolted out of the room. Running up the many flights of stairs, I rushed to our bedroom on the top floor and locked the door. My knees collapsed, and I sank to the floor. Tears welled in my eyes, but I wiped them away. There was no way. This was insanity. Aric and I only did it once. Once. For Moon Goddess's sake, what were the odds? My hands went to my stomach. It didn't feel any different, though I guess it was too early to tell. How many weeks along was I anyway? More importantly, how had I not noticed before? Having a baby was supposed to be a happy moment in life, but I couldn't feel any more conflicted. I couldn't do this right now. I wasn't ready. And Aric, how did I even begin to tell him? We both agreed to wait a few more years before having kids. How was he going to react? He was always the one with a plan, but this definitely wasn't in ours. Would he be angry with me? My emotions were all over the place. I couldn't think straight. If I couldn't tell him yet, I needed to tell someone else. I needed to call someone who would know what to do. I needed someone who would keep it a secret, at least for now. I forced my feet in front of the other so that I was standing by the landline. Aric left a list of names and numbers next to the phone in case I needed to call someone. But the number I needed wasn't there. I took out my cell phone and opened my contact list. I scrolled through it and stopped when I found the name I was looking for. Holding my breath, I dialed the number and waited. It rang once, twice, then 3 more times. When I was going to give up and end the call, another voice echoed in my ear. Hello. I wanted to cry with relief when the call went through. Irene, my voice was unsteady. I need your help. Chapter 38. Irene arrived the next day. She was wearing all black with her white blonde hair tied back in a complicated braid. She bowed her head when I greeted her at the door, and she followed me up the staircase. When I talked to her on the phone yesterday, I told her that I had news which was critically important to share with her. She had no idea what I was about to say. We entered the master bedroom and immediately closed the door. Fortunately, Aric was off hunting and wouldn't be back for the rest of the morning. It would be just enough time to talk it through before I told him. Thank you for coming on such short notice. I sat down on the perfectly made bed while Irene preferred to stand. It's good to see you again. You're lucky my mate didn't dig any deeper. What did you tell Dalton? Mates couldn't lie to each other. They could avoid the truth, but when asked a question point blank, it was impossible. I didn't tell him anything. He thinks it has something to do with Trent. Oh, good, I said quietly. I'm lying to my mate for you, so this better be good. There was the icy Irene that I knew. I don't know if it's good or bad. I swallowed nervously and stared at my hands. There was no easy way to say it, so I just ripped it off like a band-aid. Soren says I'm pregnant. Irene didn't visibly react. Who else knows? She stared at me with her siren eyes. Just you and Soren. She was silent for a minute. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. How far along are you? I don't know, a couple of weeks? Maybe more? And you're telling me this because I couldn't go to anyone else. My parents would kill me before I even finished telling them, and then they would kill Aric. My friends were miles away from me and in completely different places in their lives. They had enough problems to sort out. I didn't want to add to the pile. And if I told Blaine or Marlon or anyone else in the pack, the news would spread like wildfire and most certainly reach Aric before I could tell him. Because I need your help. Because I feel so alone in all of this, and I just need a friend. My voice was cracking. I was on the verge of breaking down. She gave a curt nod and surprised me a little when she sat down on the bed next to me. Even in the heart of summer, her skin was distinctly pale. Let me ask you a question, Irene said slowly. Do you want to have this baby? That was the million-dollar question constantly running through my mind. I don't know. I buried my face in my hands and released a shaky exhale. I mean, I know that I want to have a kid or two, but I always thought I'd be at least 26 or 27 when that happened. I thought I'd have more time. Life wasn't following my plan. After everything I'd been through, I thought that at least I could control when we would start a family. It was like crashing into a brick wall. But this baby, do you want this one? That sent me spiraling. My first instinct was to say no because there was no way that I was ready to be a mother. I could barely take care of myself sometimes. How could I take care of something as huge as a baby? And that didn't even cover what my parents would think. I knew exactly what they would say if they found out. They were still getting used to the drastic change of me living with werewolves. They would explode if they knew right now. It would just fray our relationship even more. Yet the more I thought about it, the less the idea scared me. People had babies all of the time, many of them single mothers or fathers, and they made it work. Aric and I would figure it out together. Right? I don't know. I gave up. It's hard to go through it alone. It would be easier if you told Aric. I will. Soon. I just have to figure this out by myself first. I don't want to scare him. I wrapped my arms around my shoulders and hugged myself. I'd been up all night thinking about it. Irene was right, of course. Aric would know what to do. He always did. What would you do if you were me? I asked, as I was genuinely very curious. She was only 2 years older than me, so maybe she could relate. You don't want to hear the answer. No, I do. Please. I was nearly begging. Don't spare my feelings. If I had asked any other wolf in the pack, they would congratulate me and tell me nice little things that they were expected to say. But I wanted the honest response. It was a little too late for that anyway. A child should have parents who truly want them. There is nothing worse than having a child think that they were a mistake or to have them think that they got in the way of their parents' lives. You have to be prepared to love this child and make sacrifices for them that you may not be ready to make. It won't just be you and Aric, it will always be you, Aric, and this child that you share. It will change everything, and it will change nothing. I was stuck on the last part that she said. How could it change everything and change nothing at the same time? There was a knock at the door, and Aric walked in with the elements all over him. His shirt was dirty, and his hair was messy from the wind. I stiffened, but kept a smile on my face. Had he heard what we were talking about? I thought you were out hunting. I was, until Blaine and I got a 200-pound buck. We had to bring it back. His eyes drifted to Irene. Good seeing you, Irene. What brings you here? Irene looked at me as if to ask what she should tell him. She's helping me, I filled in the silence. I wanted her opinion on something. Aric didn't like being left out but didn't pry. Do you know what you have to do? She asked me. I do. Then I think it's time for me to go back to my own pack. She stood up and showed herself out. Good luck, Alex. When she was gone, Aric took her spot. What was that about? Is everything okay? I blurted at first. Then my anxiety started to consume me, and I couldn't keep it a secret from him any longer. I was sure he could sense it through the bond. Actually. He interlaced our hands. What is it? Actually, I have something important that I have to tell you, I said to test the waters. I turned my body towards him and lifted my eyes to meet his. I'm pregnant. Chapter 39. He didn't move after I confessed the biggest secret of my entire life. It didn't even look like he was breathing. Could werewolves go into shock? Was that even possible? Aric, I asked gently so as not to startle him. Did you hear what I said? His eyes were deadly still until he finally looked at me. Yes. Then say something, I wanted to scream. Say something so I won't lose my mind. But Aric stayed silent, and I immediately felt the urge to word vomit. I went to Soren yesterday, you know, because I was feeling car sick, and he wanted to figure out why I was feeling off, so he asked me a bunch of questions, and then he asked me when the last time I had my period was, and I told him it had been more than a month. Which is a bit weird for me since it's never late, so it didn't take long for him to put 2 and 2 together. I explained all in one breath. We hadn't used protection because we were in the heat of the moment. I knew biologically there was only a very short time period in which I could get pregnant, and I figured what were the odds of that when it was my first time? Plus, werewolves didn't believe in contraception as humans did. I should have known better. Aric abruptly stood up and headed out the door. Where are you going? I followed him despite being consumed in my insanely anxious state. I needed to know what he was thinking. He rushed into the hallway and was almost at the stairs when he stopped. He was breathing heavily, and his hands were in fists. You're mad, I said in a small voice. At least he'd snapped from his initial shock. I'm sorry, I know I messed up. No more words came. I wanted to take it back. It was a moment of weakness that could have been avoided if we'd been more careful, but it happened, and nothing could fix it. Aric grabbed my hand and pulled me in for a long, passionate kiss. I was insanely confused. I broke the kiss and moved back so I could see his face. He was smiling. Of course I'm not mad. What? I blurted. Why not? Why on earth would I be mad at you? Because you just stormed out of the room without saying anything. I had to confirm with Soren through the mind link. He caressed my cheek and looked into my eyes. He says you're 5 weeks pregnant. 5 weeks already? He's right. I wanted to cry. I thought your scent was a bit off, but I assumed it was coming from Irene. How I could miss my own mate being pregnant, I don't know. He wrapped me in his arms and then led us back into our room. He ran his fingers through my hair and kissed my lips again. Thank you for telling me, Alex. I know you're nervous for the future, but I promise I will always be here to support you. Whatever you need, I will give you and more. We can do everything at your pace. We can even make the announcement later when you are ready. And when our child comes, I will devote my full attention to him or her. My heart skipped a beat. The way he was talking, it was everything I could ask for, but not what I wanted. We should talk about that. I swallowed nervously. Yes, I can make the announcement myself if you wish. We should also discuss potentially moving Soren closer to our room so he can help within a minute's notice. There's also a matter of cutting your duties. I don't want you overexerting yourself or hurting yourself during daily training either. He went on, but he didn't understand me. No, not about that. I try to speak as gently as possible. We should talk about keeping it or not. You don't know if you want to keep our baby or not? The hurt in his voice was so painful it was like taking a knife to the heart. I touched the side of his face. It's not that I don't want kids with you because I do, but we're so young, Aric. I'm 18, I'll be a teen mom, I'll be a child taking care of another child. I couldn't help but laugh, I'll be alone. But Aric was deadly serious. You won't be alone. You'll have me. You'll have the pack. Was that enough? I knew nothing about raising a baby, and Aric probably had limited knowledge. That didn't really make us ready for this, now did it? Not to mention you'll have your family and friends once you tell them. He grasped my hands tightly in his own. Was he afraid that if he let go, I would disagree with him? The last time I talked with my parents, my mom said they regretted giving me up to Aric so soon. If I told them I was pregnant, their world may very well explode. They would definitely blame Aric, that was for sure. I thought of calling my friends, but they were busy dealing with their own lives. Besides, if I told them, they might say to my parents, and I didn't want them to find out that way. You're happy, you're healthy, you have hundreds of people caring for you and supporting you, I love you and you love me, doesn't it feel right? It almost seemed like he was pressuring me to agree with him. Why couldn't he understand me and feel what I felt? I don't know, I just don't think I'm ready. It was a lame response, but it was the best I could muster. It's more than that, isn't it? He could tell something was off. You regret what you could have done with your human life. You don't have to object. I know you do, even if it's just a little bit. He didn't say it with malice. But he no longer glowed with happiness. I mean, once we have a baby, it changes everything. We won't be able to travel as much or do things that we want to do on short notice. It hurt to say that, but it was the truth. I wasn't ready for a commitment that big. I like our life the way it is. Was I being too selfish? Too heartless? I'll think about it. I finally concluded, hoping it wouldn't cause a rift between us. He nodded, then took a minute to say something. I understand. He gave me another kiss and stood up. Regardless, we should talk to Soren. I nodded, and he helped me to my feet. And for the first time since hearing the news, I touched my stomach and thought of the tiny life that was growing inside. Chapter 40. The nausea was relentless. 1 minute I was completely fine, and the next I was hit with so much vertigo that I thought I was going to fall through the floor. I couldn't keep anything down but bread. My insides were all twisted up. I couldn't sleep either. Often during the night, I would wake up 2 or 3 times, and it would take another hour to fall back to sleep. I was having very strange dreams, some so strong that I couldn't tell what was real and what was not until I woke up. When I tried to remember them, they were gone. I surmise that you are 6 weeks pregnant. Perhaps even 7 weeks, Soren said after he assessed me. My heart dropped to my stomach, my very sick and bloated stomach. Is everything you know okay? I couldn't help but be nervous. Yes, you and the fetus are perfectly healthy. An intrusive thought crossed my mind, and I felt so ashamed. Why did I secretly want this problem just to disappear? What was wrong with me? That's great. I swallowed and looked at my feet. Soren read my disappointment easily. It becomes increasingly difficult to end the pregnancy after 6 weeks, which means I have to decide if I should keep it or not. He nodded. If you need anything, when you need anything, I will be here. I will always be here to listen and help you through this, Soren said, and I hesitated. Soren, can I ask you something? Of course you can. I know healers can't have mates or children, but was there ever a time when you wished that you could have them? Soren's face changed, but only for a second. Once, before I discovered the power of my healer's gift, yes, I thought of a different path for myself. A small smile made its way onto his face. I was in love with a young woman from our pack. She was strong, selfless, compassionate, and most of all, a pure soul. She was kind to everyone, even the rogues in our prisons. She brought them food and water every day and called them by their names. She was a woman like no other I had met before, and when she smiled, well, there wasn't anything I wouldn't do to keep her happy, Soren recalled. I imagined a future with her that included children, and I was tempted to break my healer's vow so I could be with her. He paused for a minute, as if he'd forgotten that he was telling a story. What happened? I asked, but I got the feeling it wasn't a good ending. She found her mate and left our pack. I never saw her again. My heart broke for him. Imagine thinking you found the love of your life and they find someone else. I'm sorry. That must have been so hard for you. It was the only time when I doubted the moon goddess. I wondered, why was I not afforded the same happiness as everyone else? Why did I have to be alone? I struggled with that for years. He admitted, but then lifted his head, and his energy changed. But this was always my path. The moon goddess blessed me with my gifts, and I have accepted that responsibility, no matter how burdensome. Yes, you do an excellent job taking care of us. No one could replace you. Not only was he our healer, but he also gave such wise advice. It seemed he always knew what to do, even when he didn't. Thank you for saying so. He bowed his head. Soren, I value your opinion very much. You always seem to know the answer to everything, so I have to ask, do you think I should keep it? Only you can make that decision, Luna. Others may seek to guide, but you're the only person who truly knows what's in your heart. I knew it was the answer he'd give, but I just wanted to see what he would say. It only made it more complicated. I was pleased to find that no one visited the burial grounds at 7 in the morning. I recalled the path Clarissa took us down and followed it as best I could. I found the giant sycamore and sat down on the grass. It was the only place where I could think in solitude. Hello. It felt strange to speak when no one was there to respond, but I did it anyway. You don't really know me, do you? I'm Alex. I need your help. I have this dilemma, and I just really need someone to talk to so I can sort out my thoughts. I'm pregnant. I couldn't say this without breaking up. I started crying, and it didn't stop for 5 minutes. Sorry, I think it's the hormones, I finally said after I'd calmed down a bit. But yes, I'm pregnant and I'm scared. I'm so scared about the future. I just don't want to make the wrong decision. And I know it's mine to make, but I just don't want to make it alone. I sniffed and wiped my eyes with the back of my hand. And I can't go to my parents, at least not yet. In their eyes, we aren't even married because I don't have a ring. I told Aric yesterday, but I don't know what to do. He wants to keep it, I think. Clarissa's words echoed in my mind. An alpha without an heir is weak in our eyes. She had a point. Having children would strengthen our line, and having them this young wasn't stigmatized here. I knew Aric wanted children. It would make him happy. But the decision was mine. Yes, Aric was a part of it, but it was ultimately my choice. I didn't want to think about it now. How could I decide the fate of my entire future in less than a day? For the first time since my parents dropped the bombshell, I thought of my birth parents. I usually avoided thinking about them because the past didn't matter, but it was plaguing my mind more and more. Who are they? Did they think about me? Yet what seemed to be the most critical question, did they want me? I would probably never know, and I didn't really even want to know. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. I wouldn't be alone in raising this child. I had Aric. I had the pack. I looked up at the sky and tried to breathe normally. Do you think we can do this? Sunlight peeked through the thick foliage and illuminated the forest with a gold glow. Then I heard some rustling in the trees. My body tensed and I stood up, expecting to meet some threat, but it was just a little boy. Landry, I gasped in relief. What are you doing here? Saying hi to my grandparents, he said casually. I try to stop by at the same time every day so they know when I'm coming. Where's your mom? Joan rarely let him out of her sight since he was her first child. But he was very energetic and independent, so she often lost track of him. She doesn't like coming here. He looked up at me. Are you saying hi to someone too? Yes, I'm visiting Aric's parents. Oh. Yeah. They passed away before I was born. He tilted his head while looking at me. Can I ask you a question? Of course, ask away. What's being human like? What's being human like? I repeated, unsure how to tackle that question. Well, I imagine it's almost the same as what being a wolf is like, except that we don't phase and we don't live in packs. And we don't have mates, though I guess I'm an exception. He wrinkled his nose in confusion. So what do you do then? We have school. There's preschool, elementary school, middle school, high school, and if you work hard enough, college. Wow, that's a lot of school. It sure is. Then after school we work. Just like some of us have part-time jobs in the human world, humans go to work full-time. I want to live with humans one day, Landry said thoughtfully. I laughed. You better not let your mom hear that. She'll probably put up a fight letting you go. Don't worry. I'll come back and visit. He grinned. You better. Who's going to help run the pack if you're not here? You and the alpha will help. You'll do it together. I hope so. I truly hoped so. After a minute of comfortable silence, I asked, think it's time to go back and eat breakfast? What do you say? Yeah, I'm starving. I'll race you. I smiled and let him get a head start. You're on. Chapter 41. Ring. Ring. Re. I panicked and slammed the phone down on the receiver for the third time today. Dialing the numbers was the easy part, but when I heard the sound of the line actually ringing, reality set in, and I realized I couldn't tell them. My parents only got to the phone once and could barely say hello before I hung up. I sat down on the bed as I tried to hype myself up. It was just one phone call. How hard could that be? Well, incredibly, as it turns out. This was the phone call to end all phone calls. My parents deserved to know. Not just that, but I needed to know what they would do. Someone knocked on the door and announced themselves. It's Soren. Can I come in? Yes. Soren walked in and closed the door behind him. I hear from the alpha that you have not been eating. Are you feeling ill? No. I'm fine. May I? He gestured to touch the back of his hand to my forehead so he could feel my temperature. Go ahead. He felt my forehead for a few seconds. You don't seem feverish. Are you still feeling nauseous? A little. But that's not why I'm not eating. He seemed intrigued when I said that. I fidgeted with my hands. I'm just anxious. I don't know what to do, and I know my time is up. I was glad that he was one of the only two people that I could confide in. He was the healer and the wisest of the wolves. I see. Have you talked with Alpha? Not really. I hugged myself. I'm just thinking about everything, that's all. Maybe we'll have the energy to do so when you eat, he said gently. I will. But I didn't say it convincingly enough, so he didn't believe me. You can go now. I'm sure you're busy and have more important things to do. I want to make sure you are okay first. All I could do was shrug my shoulders. When I was stressed, I couldn't bring myself to eat. I've survived without food before, it was nothing new. Soren took a seat in one of the armchairs. Alpha has commanded that I cannot leave this room until you have eaten. Now, what would you like for me to bring you for breakfast? Soren, really. I'm fine. He didn't respond. He just sat there until I gave up and named the first thing I could think of. Okay, I'd like some eggs and toast, please. Anything to drink? Just water. Thank you. He got up and bowed. When he left the room, I paced around. I did some steps over in the right corner and then the left corner until I decided to go outside on the balcony and pace around some more. Both my mind and body were restless. The choice was consuming me. I tried imagining what my life would be like if I had this baby. No doubt Aric would be an excellent father. He was protective, supportive, caring, and even though he was cold at times, he was starting to warm up more and more. He was good with kids and even better at teaching them. He was ready. But could I even picture myself as a mother? Was I selfless enough, patient enough, and strong enough? I never considered myself the maternal type. I could talk to kids, but it wasn't like they were my own. How was I supposed to know if I was ready? All these unknowns were giving me a headache. I heard the door open again and assumed it was Soren with breakfast. You can leave everything on the table, Soren, I said without turning around. I'm not Soren. I whipped around when I realized it was Aric. He had a tray of food in his hands. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought, never mind. Except for waking up and going to bed, we hadn't been alone in a few weeks. I was guessing that he wanted to give me space, which I was appreciative of because I was too much of a mess to talk to him. Not that I wanted to discuss it with him anymore. I knew where he stood. He walked over to me and offered me a hefty plate of scrambled eggs mixed with onions and green peppers. There were 2 slices of buttered toast on the side. It smelled delicious, but I wasn't feeling it. Alex, you need to eat. I just really don't feel like eating right now. I turned away from him. You haven't eaten in 2 days. He pointed it out and then offered it to me again. Please. It was rare to hear him beg. After all, an alpha never begged. His blue eyes were waiting, so I took a bite out of the toast. I don't know what to do. I couldn't even look at him anymore. I was too conflicted. Aric just put the tray on the table inside. When he came back to me, he wrapped his arms around my shoulders and held me close to his chest. We stood in the silence for a few beats. Everything will be okay. We will get through this together. Promise? I promise, he said without hesitation. And an alpha always keeps their promises. He kissed the top of my head and I listened to his steady heartbeat. It was strange. Being with Aric made me feel like I could do anything. Maybe it was the mate bond or the fact that he was my rock, but all I knew was that he calmed my soul. Could the most powerful emotion in the world be love? Or was it regret that you could have gone down a different path than the one you chose and only mourn what could have happened? I peeled back from his embrace and looked into his eyes. I've made my choice. I squeezed his hand and took a deep breath. I want to keep the baby. Chapter 42. You know your boobs are going to get so big, Talia said as soon as she entered the room with Millie. Good morning to you too, Talia. I'm doing well, and how are you? I wiggled around in bed so I could sit up properly. Since my center of gravity was in my stomach now, it was kind of hard to move around like I used to. Oh right, good morning, she added. But my intrusive thoughts have a point, you know. You'll have one hell of a boob job. It's not even 9, and you're talking about boob jobs. Millie shook her head, then looked at me. How are you feeling? Are you comfortable? My back hurts a little, but I'm okay. Now that Talia had mentioned it, my boobs did go up a size, but all it did was make my back ache. They were very sore, if anything. Both of them had attended daily training while I slept in. I needed at least 9 hours of sleep to function, but only because I woke up once or twice in the middle of the night. Can we get you anything? No, I'm okay. Thank you, Millie. I was trying not to take too much pain medication because I wanted to be able to tell if there was something wrong. Don't get me wrong because I'm so happy you guys decided to come and visit, but aren't you missing too much school, Millie? And Talia, don't you have your internship in New York? I did all my homework on the plane, and I can always get the notes from my friends, Millie said. Yeah, my manager actually approved a few days off for me, so we're good, Talia shrugged. I couldn't help but still feel guilty about that missing things for me. I just feel like I'm forcing you to be here. I know you're both busy now. Stop right there. You aren't forcing us to do anything. We're here because we're your best friends, and we promise to always be there for you. Besides, I'd much rather be here than at work anyways, Talia interrupted shamelessly. That pretty much sums it up. Millie nodded. Tears of joy welled up in my eyes. Thank you. It means the world to me that you're here. I had the best friends anyone could ever ask for. They were always there for me through thick and thin. Actually, I do have something I want to ask you both. Ask away, Millie said. Well, when this baby is born, it will need a couple of extra hands that we can trust. So Aric and I were wondering if the both of you would like to be our godmothers? Talia squealed. Oh my god, of course. I can't believe this is happening. We're going to be aunts. She hugged me and then Millie, and then all three of us ended up in a warm embrace. Do you know if it's a boy or a girl? Millie asked. Not yet. I kind of want it to be a surprise. Aric wants to know, of course. I think he wants to start planning. I patted my stomach lovingly. When I told my friends the news over the phone, they didn't know how to react at first. The line went silent for about 10 seconds until Talia said, well, I shouldn't be surprised. Werewolves are insanely fertile. Then Millie chimed in, as soon as it's Friday, I'm taking the next plane up and coming to see you. They hadn't judged me. They hadn't blamed me. All they did was show up, which I appreciated. Surprisingly enough, it was the same reaction as my parents. Just then, Soren walked in for my daily checkup. He usually just checked my pulse, temperature, and pain levels, as well as the baby's heartbeat, nothing too fancy. How are you feeling today, Luna? Just going to the bathroom 10 times a day, but other than that, pretty good, I joked. I was now 11 weeks pregnant. I definitely looked pregnant, as my stomach was now sporting a tiny bump that wasn't there before. The fetus is growing at a faster rate than anticipated, Soren observed. Is it because it's half wolf? I asked. Not necessarily. That should not affect growth. Will they be able to phase and mind link? I am by no means an expert, as I've only come across one wolf and human pairing before, but I believe they will be able to as the alpha's heir. Was that my aunt? Talia asked. No, Soren said quietly. That wolf belonged to another pack. He pulled up a chair and sat across from me, intending to start. Shouldn't we wait for Aric? Aric cared for me as much as he could when he wasn't attending his pack duties. If it wasn't urgent, he was by my side or bringing me food. The alpha is on his way. He told me to begin without him. May I? Soren looked at my hand, and I nodded. He asked every time, even though he'd done it 8 weeks straight. He gingerly touched the inside of my left wrist and waited a moment. Your pulse is at 84, which is normal. Your blood pressure feels normal, and your lungs sound clear. How do you know that? Talia asked with her arms crossed. You didn't even use a stethoscope or anything. My senses as a healer are heightened, thus I can hear body sounds very clearly. For example, I can hear that your pulse is around 78 beats per minute. That is, when you multiply 13 beats in 10 seconds by 6, Soren explained. Talia checked her pulse and nodded. Okay, I'll give you that. But what about her blood pressure? Pregnant women are very susceptible to preeclampsia. The heart makes a very particular sound when it pumps blood. I can hear when the blood rushes through the artery and vibrates through the arterial wall, but I will use a blood pressure cuff just to be sure. At this stage, that is not one of my major concerns as she has no symptoms of preeclampsia. Soren touched my forehead with the back of his hand. Your temperature is slightly warm, but other than that, you are completely healthy, Luna. Which you can only guess, Talia added. I feel fine, I agreed. I'm here. Aric suddenly entered the room, and Soren bowed his head. My mate sat down on our bed right next to me. Good seeing you two again. Yup. So anyway, how can you be sure that she's completely healthy? Talia drilled him again. Because I am the pack healer. I looked between my friends. He knows what he's doing. He's looked after all of the mothers in the pack, and they all turned out fine. I understood their worry. Giving birth in a remote castle deep in the forest didn't sound very secure, but Soren had delivered hundreds of babies, some from our pack and some from other packs. He had seen everything that could go wrong, and he was always prepared for it. He even offered me medication, but I wanted it to be as natural as possible. Your parents want you to see a real doctor, Millie spoke up. They're just concerned. Exactly. What if you have an emergency? The closest hospital is like an hour away, Talia argued. I won't let anything happen to Alex, Aric said with so much conviction. That is why Soren and I are watching her every hour of the day. He wrapped his arms around me and squeezed. But what if there's a complication and she needs surgery that you can't give her? What then? Millie added. Then we will do what we have done for centuries. We will pray to the moon goddess and do what we can. Soren said, but my friends weren't delighted with that answer. But my intuition tells me that the birth will be smooth. I'll be okay, guys. Soren has everything we need. He knows what he's doing. Besides, women have given birth without surgery for thousands of years. If it is a point of contention, then we will make sure she sees a doctor before the month ends, Aric promised. At first thought, I didn't have any issues with going to the doctor if it meant extra security. Thank you. Millie sighed. Yeah, fine, Talia brushed off. Okay, you can get on with it. Soren put his ear to my stomach and listened with his supersonic hearing. Usually, he commented that the heartbeat was strong and a good indication of a healthy baby, but this time he went quiet. He looked at Aric only for a split second, but I caught it. His eyes looked worried. Is something wrong? I questioned. They seemed to be communicating telepathically. Everyone in the room was quiet. If there's something you need to tell me, then please tell me, I said calmly. I'm the one carrying this baby, so I should know what's going on. But without Aric's telepathic command, Soren would not tell me. I assumed the worst. Is it gone? No, Aric replied immediately, then snapped out of the mind link. Tell her, Soren. You're having twins, Luna. My eyes grew wide. Twins. Oh God. One baby was enough, but two? Was I really cut out for this? How can you tell? You didn't even do an ultrasound, Talia objected. Because I can hear 3 heartbeats, 1 from the Luna and 2 in her womb. Soren's medical prowess was not challenged. If he heard 3 heartbeats, then it was the truth. I looked over at Aric, but his mouth was in a flat line. I would like to speak with Alex in private, Aric said abruptly. Does that mean we all have to leave? Talia challenged. Because we will be in the courtyard if you need us. Millie interrupted and grabbed Talia's arm before she could protest. Soren followed them and closed the door behind him. Aric was unreadable as always, but even more so right now. Was he second-guessing the pregnancy? Was he wishing that he didn't have this responsibility anymore? Look, I know this wasn't what we were expecting, but it'll be okay. I tried to lighten the mood. 2 is better than 1 anyway. I squeezed his hand. That's not what worries me. Then what does? I asked. Just tell me. I knew that it was a bombshell he wanted to keep to himself. Alex, he said slowly, and I met his eyes. This is important. I waited for him to go on, but he paused. It's okay, you can tell me, I whispered. As you know, every pack must always have an alpha to lead them. Under normal circumstances, the firstborn would inherit that title, he explained. He was choosing his words very carefully. But that is not quite how it works when twins are born to the alpha line. Since twins have equal claim to the crown, they must engage in a ceremonial battle with each other, and the one who wins will become alpha. What happens to the one that loses? Aric paused again. They have to die. Chapter 43. I was in denial immediately. No, that can't be right. It's tradition. It's been practiced for centuries. Firstborn twins sired to the alpha line must fight to the death, Aric repeated. I don't care if it's tradition. I know that sounds dismissive of your culture, but I'm not letting one of our children die, I argued vehemently. Alex, this is not something you can change. That was all he had to say? There had to be another way. I wasn't going to accept this. Are you saying this is going to happen? So you would be perfectly fine with one of our children dying? I challenged to get a reaction out of him. No, but this is the way it has to be. Why wasn't he budging? Of course, he was choosing duty. Of course. No, it doesn't. Twins aren't born at the same exact time. Sometimes they're minutes apart and sometimes they're hours apart, so why can't the older one be alpha? Because that isn't how it works. Why was he being short with me? He was the one who said this had to happen. He was remarkably calm during this whole ordeal, while I was freaking out about my future children, the children that I didn't even know I was keeping until a few months ago. I rubbed circles on my stomach to try and calm myself. What happens if we do nothing? Will they both live? Wolves have tried to cheat the moon goddess, but it never ends well for them. She wants her sacrifice, and if she does not receive it, she will curse the entire pack. How will she curse them? Has it ever happened before? I had so many questions. A long time ago, there was an ancient pack called Fenrir after the Norse wolf. They were extremely powerful and had been alive since the Middle Ages. But one day, twins were born to the alpha line, one boy and one girl. The reigning alpha and Luna didn't go through with the ceremony because they didn't think anything could touch them. A year later, their whole pack was wiped out by a disease that killed all but one. And how long ago was that? Around 300 years ago. Exactly. That was so many generations ago. How do you know it will even happen again? This is not just a legend or a story, Alex. This is our reality. The ceremony must happen or our pack will be doomed. Aric was usually right about everything, so I had to take his word for it, no matter how outrageous it sounded. Then let's say it will. I didn't even want to entertain the idea, but I had to know when this tragedy would occur. When would this fight to the death take place? When they're children. It takes place when they turn 18. I'm not letting that happen. So one lives for 18 years, and then their life is cut short? Wouldn't the other twin have survivor's guilt over that? Among so many other bad things? 18 was the age I was taken to Aric's pack. It was too young to experience any real life. I searched Aric's blue eyes, but there was no room for negotiation or understanding or anything human. And I didn't know if that scared me. We don't have to talk about this anymore. He squeezed my hand and turned to the door. Let's think about it and discuss it later. I sighed. Okay, we'll talk about it later. Aric was never one for giving hugs while he was stressed and thinking about 100 different things, but he stepped towards me and engulfed me in his strong arms. He kissed my hair and I closed my eyes. We'll figure it all out. Together. I had been excited to pick names for the twins. I was putting more thought into it than most people probably did, but I wanted their names to complement each other. I wanted them to be perfect. Now that I knew that one was fated to die, what was the point? All I wanted to do was hide in the library. I wasn't really in the mood to be productive or social for the rest of the day. I searched the stacks for a history book that might explain what was going on, but didn't have any luck. Then I searched for the Fenrir pack in the family tree section and found something interesting. There was one survivor, just like Aric had said, that wolf's name being Grady Opal. And when I searched their family tree, I found that their only living descendant was someone named Coralie Ewing. As in the exiled healer who saw something in my future. I got up from my comfortable chair and approached the closest person to me. Hi Samson, how are you? Luna. He bowed immediately. I'm doing well. How are you? Samson was one of the younger wolves, and he mostly helped out in the kitchen. I'm doing good, thank you. Do you know where Aric is? He's in his office. Would you like me to get him for you? No, that's okay. I'll go to him. When I got there, he was in the middle of organizing the pack's finances. He looked like he was deep in thought. I knocked on the door frame, and he stopped what he was doing. Alex. He stood up to kiss me. How are you doing? Good. It had been about 6 hours since we last saw each other, but it felt longer and like an entirely different day. Well, good as in. I was thinking about the whole ceremony thing and how we really don't know a lot about it since it happened so long ago, and I really think we should ask someone who would know more about this. You know, someone outside the pack. Who did you have in mind? Coralie might know. As the last descendant of the pack, and as a healer who could speak in prophecies, she would surely know more about this. Maybe that prophecy she cornered me with has something to do with twins. But Aric was instantly against it. We can't ask Coralie. Why not? Because she is not one to be trusted. I got the sense that talking about Coralie was like talking about a black sheep relative that did something so bad that you had to cut them off. I know she broke pack law and was exiled and everything, but she said the word twins. She obviously knows something. I'll go and find her if you won't. No. I opened my mouth to argue, but he continued. You will stay here, I will go. Really? He gave in just like that, despite objecting a second ago? I'd never changed his mind that fast. I don't want to argue anymore, and I know how stubborn you are, so I will find her for you. Besides, Coralie is a hard wolf to find, and without our tracking abilities, you'd get nowhere. Why is she a hard wolf to find? Because she has no pack. Yes, and only those who know her will know where to look. He caressed my cheek. I will leave at first light tomorrow. Thank you. I smiled and hugged him. I'm just worried. I want to know what's happening. As do I. He gently put his hand over my stomach. Everything will be okay, Alex. It was hard to find hope when an ancient werewolf custom required your firstborn twins to fight to the death. I buried my face in his chest and inhaled his woodsy scent. Just come back. Chapter 44. Aric was always an early riser, so it hadn't surprised me that he was ready to leave at 6 a.m. sharp. I, on the other hand, had been in a deep slumber and had to be shaken awake for a couple of minutes. Huh? What? I mumbled into my pillow as I was slow to come out of my dream. Good morning, my love, he murmured as he stroked my hair. It's time. Right. Yesterday was today, and today was when he would leave to find Coralie. It pained me to have him leave while I was expecting. My hormones and separation anxiety had been skyrocketing recently, but we needed to know what she saw in her prophecy. The plan had originally been for him to go alone to remain inconspicuous, but he changed his mind at the last minute. I agreed with it as I felt better knowing he would have someone else looking out for him. Rowan and Belle were waiting by the front door. Rowan was one of our best warriors, besides Aric, of course, and Belle had proven to be an exceptional tracker despite being so young. Both volunteered to come with us. We will be outside packing the car, Alpha. Let us know when you are ready, Belle said. The two of them grabbed their bags and headed to the car. They had packed 3 duffel bags full of food, water, and clothes for 2 weeks, but he didn't think they would be gone for that long. He had another point too. They could always hunt for resources. Aric turned to me and gave me his full attention. I promise I will come back to you as soon as I can. He squeezed my hand. I will receive the answers that we're looking for. Just be safe and come back. I was growing increasingly more nervous about separating. Definitely the hormones. He put his ear to my stomach and kissed my belly button. I love you. Don't cause too many problems for your mother. They have both been surprisingly calm. Soren said babies normally start kicking during the 2nd trimester, but I hadn't felt any movement yet. Aric pressed his lips to mine and let me go too soon. We looked at each other one last time before he closed the door and finally left. I let out a shaky breath. I knew I was the one who wanted this, but I didn't like watching him go. It felt like my soul was leaving my body. Now all I could do was make myself busy. Luckily, there was always something to do in the pack. I could take over Aric's duties, or tend to my own, or do whatever my wolves needed me to do, yet I feared I wouldn't be able to stop thinking about my mate. I was only 7 steps away when I heard a noise coming from where I had just been. The door opened, and I turned around to see Aric coming back inside. I was about to ask if they'd forgotten something, but he grabbed my cheeks and pressed his lips to mine before I could. I just had to do that one last time, he said as both of our eyelids fluttered open. I love you. I love you too. I smiled. I'll see you soon. He kissed me again and gave me one last hug before we parted ways. 3 hours after Aric left, Talia and Millie headed out as well. They promised to visit again when they could, and even though they were gone, I was determined to make the most out of this peaceful time. I wasn't too lonely. I'd received dozens of letters and gifts from other packs congratulating me on the big news. The Alpha and Luna of the Thel pack wanted our unborn children to play together one day, as Luna Summer was going to give birth very soon. On a similar note, the Alpha and Luna of the White On pack wanted to visit when I was fully recovered so they could bless the babies. The Alpha and Luna of the Dia pack wanted to know if we had any ideas about names. At breakfast, I sought out Landry to see if he would be interested in an educational lesson on humans. Across the table, he was begging his mother, Joanne, for permission to go out hunting. Normally, a werewolf had to perfect the art of phasing, which could take years, until they could join a hunting party. But Landry was a fast learner and was already phasing on his own at age 4. "What do you have planned after breakfast, Landry?" I asked him as I cut my mushroom and spinach omelette. "Nothing so far." He pouted. "Well then, how would you like a little lesson to learn more about humans?" His 2 different colored eyes lit up. "Really? When can we start?" I told him to meet me outside in the courtyard after breakfast. My bladder was getting smaller and smaller, so I had to go to the bathroom almost every hour, it seemed. Landry was there before me. "What are we going to be learning? Can you tell me more about human jobs?" Landry was ever so curious. He had a thirst for knowledge that not many possessed. I could see him as a college scholar if he were born human. At the 3rd session on the 5th day, Landry brought 2 other young wolves with him. They had just as many questions. I brought my friends. They were curious about humans, too. "I hope that's okay," he said nervously, and it was adorable. "Of course it's okay. The more the merrier." We talked about all sorts of hobbies. Landry was particularly interested in all things music. After that lesson, I decided to retire to my room and call my parents. "Alex, is everything okay?" Mom asked immediately. Whenever I called, she always assumed something was wrong with the babies. "Everything's fine, Mom. Just wanted to catch up." "That's good to hear. Your father and I have been worried sick about you. Have you seen a doctor yet?" "Not yet, but we have an appointment in a month." "A month? You're in your 2nd trimester. You needed to see a doctor yesterday." Mom nearly shouted. I didn't even mention that Soren was checking up on me every day. Aric wanted to come, but he's been so busy every week, and it was the only day we could both do it. Besides, everything's fine. I'm perfectly healthy. I have no new symptoms. "How is Aric doing?" Mom asked after a brief pause. "You know, concerning all of this?" "He's doing great. He's taking very excellent care of me." "And he's ready to be a father?" "Of course he is." As far as I knew, he'd wanted children more than I did. He's very happy. Can I talk to him? He isn't here. Should I tell them about the alpha werewolf twin ceremony, or would that make her freak out? He'll be back in a few days. Oh? Is he away on pack business? Yeah, something like that. My bladder was going to explode at any second. I hate to cut our call short, Mom, but I really have to go to the bathroom now. It was nice catching up. I'm sure I'll call you again soon. Let me know when you're coming up. I went to the bathroom for the 100th time today and descended the stairs. Samson was taking food down to the prisoners when I intercepted him in the hallway. "Wait," I spoke up. "I want to go with you." "I'm not sure that is the best idea, Luna. I just want to talk to him." Believe me, Trent Jackson was the last person I wanted to talk to, but I needed this information from another source, and Aric wouldn't have let me do this if he were here. Samson looked less than pleased, but since I outranked him, he had no choice but to let me tag along. Trent was seated against the wall with his head down. He didn't look well at all. His skin was smothered with old layers of dirt and sweat. His hair had grown out, and instead of his typical gorgeous golden shade, it looked more like a dull brown. Samson stood 2 feet behind me, as if expecting that Trent would attack. I cleared my throat. "You can go, Samson." "Luna, I won't be long." "Trust me, it's not you who I don't trust." Samson glared at Trent with pure hatred. "You heard the girl. Can't you take orders?" The prisoner retorted. Samson only looked to me again, and I nodded to reassure him. I could handle Trent. He was locked up, after all, and not even 10% of what he used to be. After Samson left to go feed the other prisoners, the other Jackson wolves, I wasted no time. "What do you know about the Alpha Twin ceremony?" Trent cocked his head, then stared at my stomach. "And why would you want to know something like that?" His voice was dead. "Just answer the question," I said sternly. "Why should I? I give you the information and it changes nothing. Because I let you live." He laughed without humor. "Why show me mercy when you're just going to let me rot in a cell?" He didn't sound like the powerful and ruthless alpha that I remembered. Before me was a sad, desperate child who had given up on the world. He was a shadow of his former self. "So you can think about what you've done, but it doesn't seem to be working," I snapped. Think about what? Killing people? You expect me to be guilty for what I did, but I'm not. I'm not sorry. I had my reasons and I would do it all over again if I could. He spat at my feet. Screw you. I'd rather die than be caged. I sighed. Who was I kidding? Of course, he'd be no help. I turned to leave his cell just in time for Samson to return when Trent spoke again. I can hear their heartbeats. I stopped in my tracks even when I knew I shouldn't have. I'm betting on the girl, Trent muttered. Chapter 45. Fall was a lonely season. The sun took a step back as dead leaves were stripped from their trees, leaving the foliage colorless. Animals burrowed deep in the earth to hide from the indefinite cold snap. The air was stiff but peaceful. The seasons moved expansively over our land and transformed it at a terse pace. One side of the earth was burning red while the other was crystallized in heavy ice. It was the way it had been for as long as I remembered. Our territory remained untouched by the northern winds. It had been a healthy fall so far. Our wolves had done a good job stocking up on meat to last the entire dead season. Beta had brought down 3 elk, and Gamma had captured a large caribou. Both took their prizes back to the castle. Yet while it was more effective to hunt in packs, I preferred to hunt on my own. Only in the deepest parts of the woods could I enjoy my solitude. I often tested the boundaries of our territory by venturing far from the castle and surveying every inch of land and water. It was dead silent. Not even the leaves crunched under my feet. I was deep into Sector 5 when I caught a foreign scent. I was nearly taken aback as it wasn't prey, but a predator in the form of a young she-wolf. Yet I could not determine any further information beyond that. I found the she-wolf following the tracks of a rather large deer. Unexpectedly enough, she was in human form, just as I was. She didn't startle when I approached her. Didn't anyone tell you not to steal? I used a firm voice when addressing her, but she didn't seem intimidated. How is it stealing when I haven't taken anything? The girl snapped. Attempts still count. I observed her body language and tried to take away as much information as I could. She was skinny, but not quite malnourished. What is your name, thief? Lima, she mumbled. What are you doing on my land, Lima? My name is Linda, she corrected with a bit of sharpness in her tone. Then speak up when you address an alpha. You aren't an alpha. Not yet at least, she muttered that last part. Someday I will be, and the next time I catch you here will be the last. I was tracking a deer. There it was again, such an attitude. Not anymore. Look, you jerk, I've been following this thing for miles. It's mine. And I'll be damned if I let some wannabe alpha take it from me. She had guts. Nobody talked to me like that, except for my younger sister. If she were a wolf in my pack, father and mother would have punished her. But truthfully, it was refreshing. So many wolves had the same personality, and while it was good to be respected as the alpha son, it also became mundane. How old are you? Don't you know never to ask a girl her age? And you should know that I don't care. I'm 11, she answered anyway. You're small for 11. And you're dense for 11. I was about to ask how she knew my age, but she beat me to it. Everyone in my pack knows who you are. Aren't you breaking the rules talking to me? What pack are you from? You don't know, she asked another question. I'd think you would know your only neighbor. That could only be the Jackson pack. Father and mother often talked about them behind their backs, as the alpha was known to get drunk and shirk his duties. The Luna was no better. She was rumored to have put their pack budget in the red solely for hosting lavish parties. We ended up hunting down the stag in our wolf forms and sharing it. She stayed on her side, and I stayed on mine. Months passed, and I continued to catch her on my territory. Somehow, she would always talk her way out of it. We grew accustomed to each other, and I detested her presence less and less until I came to expect it. We came to care for each other in secret. She was my first encounter with death. One day she was there, and the next she was gone. It was all my fault. I prayed to the moon goddess to bring her back, but mother told me that was not how it worked. Once a person passed, they were gone forever, only in memory would they live on. Irene tried to fill the hole in my heart. She came to my room in private, hoping for a connection I could never give her. All she could ever be was a distraction. I fell into a dark place. The only person who truly understood me was stolen from this world. The pack knew there was something off and pushed to help, but I didn't let them in. They couldn't understand my weakness. I isolated myself for a long time. It was better that way. I didn't want to feel anything. I had to be alone. 2 years later, when I had almost returned to normal, we had an unexpected visitor. Father was showing me an advanced fighting move when Marlin, the Gamma's son, mind-linked us that someone was here. Foolishly, I had hoped that it was Linda. But she was buried in the earth, and I would never look into her eyes again. Alpha, Marlin communicated telepathically. There is someone at the front gate. Who is it? A she-wolf named Coralie Ewing. She requests an audience with you. That name seemed to ignite some hatred in Father's eyes. He didn't respond to Marlin. Who is she? I asked. She is a rogue who broke pack law. Father's voice was clipped, but his vague answer had me wanting to know more. Alpha. Marlin waited for Father's instructions. What is your command? Tell her that she is not welcome here. Father dismissed, and we returned to sparring as if we had not been interrupted. I confided in the beta's son, Blaine, as he always seemed to know outside of our pack. Does the name Coralie Ewing sound familiar to you? I asked him as we made our rounds through the castle. Rings a bell. She was a healer from the Opal pack, Blaine said. I don't know exactly what she did since nobody seems to want to talk about it, but I do know that it was so bad that she was exiled from her pack. I see. That explained a lot. Father loathed rogues. And I also heard that she has the gift of prophecy. Do her prophecies come true? Always. If anyone had convinced me that clairvoyance could somewhat exist, it was Soren. He possessed a sixth sense, and his instincts were always right. Though for every accurate seer, there were 100 more false ones. Coralie visited again sometime during the same month. I was walking with Mother in the halls when she and Father got the telepathic message. Alpha and Luna, Coralie Ewing is here again. She will not leave unless you speak with her, Gamma was saying in our minds. So be it. I will be there in a minute, Father said. Audra, care to join me? Yes, my love. I am with Aric now. Through the window, I caught a glimpse of Coralie coming inside the castle. She was wearing a black cloak with the hood hiding her red hair. I wish to come, I said, and my parents approved. The three of us met the rogue healer at the front entrance. Even though I was standing behind my parents, I could see that she was smiling as she greeted us. Alpha Carlton, Luna Audra, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance once again. She bowed as every wolf in the presence of an Alpha and Luna should. Cut the pleasantries, Coralie. What are you here for? Father asked. Her smile faded into a calm expression. I came here to deliver a message. We don't want your messages, Mother interrupted. Please take your leave now. I understand your trust issues, but this message is for your son. The rogue looked to me. Aric Trueblood, I see something in your future. Don't talk to my son. Mother tried pulling me away from her, but I shook her hand off of me. I could stand on my own. It's okay, Mother. If she came for me, then I would listen to what she had to say. I turned back to Coralie. There was something peculiar about her that I could not shake. What do you see? She stared into my eyes like she was reading a book. Then she grabbed my hands without consent. Cold hands, cold soul. The weight of the shadow looms heavy, so much death yet so little lived. Blood runs twice, as the fall will be the rise, and you must lose to gain. Even in the bitterest of winters, comes a spring that melts the ice. As soon as she was done, Mother snatched me away from her hands. Get away from my son, you wretch, she snapped. Leave and never come back, rogue. Father was even harsher. If my wolves spot you here ever again, they will kill you. Understood. That night, Coralie vanished into the void and never returned. Our paths never crossed for years until she practiced her gifts again. I had no choice but to seek her out. She still lived in her cave by the ocean. She was still alone. Tell me about your prophecy. Chapter 46. Luna, it was Soren knocking on my door, his voice soft. Apologies for the disturbance, but you have visitors. Visitors? I mumbled into the mattress and cursed them for interrupting my much-needed sleep. It was 7 in the morning. Who could possibly be here at this ungodly hour? Then I sat up when it hit me. Wait. You mean? Yes, they're back. I shot out of bed. Well, the fastest I could while 6 months pregnant, and got ready as quickly as possible. Only 10 days had passed, but it felt like torture waiting for my mate to return. This was the longest we'd been apart in some time. As a wolf with the mate pull, I could only imagine how Aric felt. Ignoring Soren's warnings to slow down, I nearly ran to the front door. Rowan and Vel were carrying their bags up the steps and through the hall. It looked like they had plenty of supplies left. Luna. They both bowed their heads when they saw me. They looked healthy and unharmed in any way. It's so good to see that you're back safe and sound. We were both saying how we expected to be away for longer. Luckily, our mission was successful, Rowan reported. There was no trouble then? Not at all, Vel answered. Alpha knew exactly where the target would be. We didn't even have to spend that much effort tracking. That's very good. I'm relieved. I looked around and couldn't help but feel Aric's absence. Is Aric with you? I asked nervously because, for all I knew, he had taken a detour. Yes, he took the she-wolf Coralie to his office. He actually mind-linked me to inform you that he would like you to meet them there. I nodded. Thank you for keeping him safe. Get some rest. I made my way back up the stairs and took no detours to get to Aric. When I got to the office, Aric was at his desk and Coralie was standing in front of him with her back to me. So you have called upon me, Coralie said before I even made a sound. She turned around and bowed her head in respect. Luna Trueblood. Thank you for traveling all this way to meet us, Coralie. I hope the journey wasn't too long. I gave her a small smile and took in her appearance. She was wearing a patterned robe shaded in a deep maroon underneath a black silk cloak. Her white hair was in a braided updo. Alex. Aric's voice made my eyes gravitate towards my mate, and I smiled. Aric, I breathed out and felt a rush of joy. He immediately came to me, and we met in a warm embrace. I missed you. As I missed you. Aric let himself be for a minute before he switched into his alpha persona. Coralie was kind enough to accept our invitation, but she would only speak if you were also present. Aric motioned for Coralie to sit, but she declined. Do you remember me? She asked, and seemingly only to me. How could I forget? I wanted to say. We met at the Alpha's ball. You had a prophecy for me. One that had been haunting me for months. Yes, Aric kindly explained the situation. You believe that I can tell you what it all means. Do you? Know what it means? I asked. I mean, can you really see the future? It sounded impossible, but if werewolves were real, then I had no right to judge. I mean, seeing a human being transform into a giant wolf in mere seconds made it easy to believe anything else. The future walks in my dreams. I wait and the visions always come to me, she explained. And what exactly do you see? Aric asked. I see death. Coralie didn't sugarcoat. Countless death. Blood will indeed be your namesake by the wrath of the moon goddess. As you both know, firstborn twins of an alpha cannot coexist. One is always born to rule while the other is only born to serve. The moon goddess shall have her sacrifice or she will take it by force. I wanted to scream that the moon goddess didn't really exist in our reality. She was a legendary goddess who gave werewolves life, but it wasn't like we could talk to her here and now. Would she really care about this? Is there any way to stop the ceremony? I asked desperately. Please. There has to be another way so that they both can live. I would do anything to spare one of my children. I wouldn't just give up and sacrifice an innocent. I wish there was, Luna. But there is only one way this has to go. If the ceremony is not complete, it will mean the downfall of our world. She spoke with such certainty as if she had already witnessed it. How do you know? How can you be so sure? Because this is not the first prophecy that has become a reality. In fact, I have given one that was proven true to the other person in this room. Her eyes left mine, and I followed her gaze to see that she was staring directly at Aric. What do you mean? Did you see one about Aric? I asked her, then looked back at him. Did she give you a prophecy? Yes, he said. Many years ago. I knew that they had met before me. Coralie even said that it was a long time ago, but neither mentioned anything about another prophecy. I couldn't help but feel suspicious. How come she was giving us so many prophecies? Was this common for other wolves? I saw 2 prophecies. One has already bore fruit. She looked from Aric to me, and one has its seeds planted. It was about my parents. She knew they were going to die. It was nothing she could have prevented, he said. And she also saw you. Really? What did she tell you about me? It was several years ago, but I do remember her saying something along the lines of, with every winter comes a spring to melt the ice. I met you in the spring, Aric explained, and I wondered how words that vague could mean anything at all. Ever since I was born, I have had this gift, Coralie said while looking at the floor. It is not a common one, so it is often misunderstood. But only one thing is certain, if they do not complete the ritual, there will be irreversible consequences. The three of us didn't talk for a moment as we were all still processing. I don't believe you. I don't believe that one of our children's deaths can cause so much destruction. It sounds insane. The future is ever-changing, I do admit. The words are already written, yet the ink is not often dry. She paused. But I see your children very clearly. One will inherit the alpha's ice blue eyes and dark brown hair, while the other will resemble you with freckles and light brown eyes. They will be opposites in every way. The girl will be headstrong and a natural leader, albeit a lone wolf all the same. The boy will be handsome, amiable, and surrounded by many friends. She trailed off. I normally cannot see the visions this clearly, but yours I see like a photograph. I couldn't help but feel a rush of joy as she described how our children would be and what they would look like. I was already excited to meet them. And why is that? Aric asked. Coralie seemed hesitant to answer. I do have a theory. I find that I am able to possess greater sight for those who share the same blood as me. Same blood. She couldn't possibly be inferring no, there was absolutely no way. What do you mean same blood? I demanded. I needed her to spell it out for me. I needed her to describe it down to the very most specific detail. That was right. She had fallen in love with a human. Yes, Alexis, I am your mother. Chapter 47. The first time I felt something was off was when I was 6 years old. Mom and I were at a doctor's appointment, and the doctor asked whether she had any new medical history to report, since mine was marked as unknown. I wondered why it was unknown when all 4 of my grandparents had gone to the same hospital for years, and I noticed that the doctor hesitated. Mom was quick to change the subject, and that was the end of that. The next time was when I was in middle school, and we were learning about genetics. I was supposed to make a Punnett square with our parents' blood types, but when I put the 3 of us in one, it didn't make any sense. Both of my parents were B+, so how could I possibly be a B? Dad said it was probably a fluke. It was never talked about again. My parents had countless opportunities to tell me the truth. They hid 2 huge, life-altering secrets from me for 18 years. I chose to forgive them in the end, but the trust between us would never be the same. And now another bomb had exploded. I nearly collapsed in Aric's seat. Why was I always in the crossfire? Haven't you ever thought more of where you came from? Haven't you ever wondered why you, just an average, human girl, were given a mate at all? Coralie asked in a curious tone. Everyone said it was rare, but still possible. I shook my head and gripped the arms of his chair. I glanced at Aric to gauge his reaction, but his face was neutral. Can you start from the beginning? Yes, I can do that. Coralie finally sat down in the chair opposite me. Aric still chose to stand. He hadn't said one word after she revealed who she was. I grew up in the Opal Pack and served under Alpha Lennox and Luna Jayla. I had just taken my vows as a healer, and so, as you are most likely well aware, I was prohibited from ever taking a mate or bearing any children. One fateful day, I was searching for herbs in the mountains when I caught the scent of a human. Humans were ordered to be killed on sight if they were ever caught on our territory, so I was ready for what came next, but then I met him. He wasn't at all how I imagined a human to be. He was tough, fearless, and possessed that rare spark that pulled me in. He was hurt, so I healed him, and, to make a long story short, we fell in love. I knew it was forbidden, and it could mean certain death, but neither of us cared. We were ignorant, and we thought we were untouchable, and I could never have a mate, but if I did, I knew it would be him. Then I became pregnant. Coralie looked out the only window in the office. She paused for a bit to let us process. There was a lot of information that we were being drowned in, so it was desperately needed. It didn't take too long for the Alpha and Luna to find out, and when they did, they were furious. Everyone knew of my betrayal, and I was exiled from ever going home again. My name was, and still is, permanently tainted. There was a hint of sadness in her voice, but she continued. I never envisioned myself with a child. It was immoral enough that I violated the code by taking a lover, but having a child was another thing entirely. I was never supposed to have you, but I am so inexplicably happy that I did. If given the chance to redo everything knowing what I do now, I would. I didn't know what to say at first. It was a lot to take in, and even though the gaps were being filled, it only left me with even more questions. Did you know when we first met? Yes. Have you always known? Yes. Of course she did. And yet, did you ever try to find me after you gave me away? No. If I sought you out, it may have meant sorrow for the both of us. Maybe she was right. If she had tried to come and see me, especially before my parents had told me I was adopted, it would have caused more problems. Then I may have never gone on to meet Aric. I looked over at him. He was being quiet. Did you know? I tried not to sound accusing, but my entire life had been full of lies. One after the other, it seemed like everyone knew something I didn't. Would the web ever end? No. I never cared for who your birth parents were. You never suspected that I was like you? I'd never seen Aric so tongue-tied. He took his time coming up with a response. I was curious, but it didn't really matter. It didn't matter? Because even if we did investigate and we found your birth parents and your family tree, it wouldn't change anything. But it would, I argued. It would explain how I could be a Luna. It would explain why we're together when we shouldn't be. It would explain why I'm even here in the first place. You're still you. Having different parents doesn't change that, Aric said. It changed everything and changed nothing. If you're my birth mom, then that would make me half werewolf, I realized a bit slowly. Yes, you are not perfectly human as you once believed. You have the blood of the old wolves in you. Then how come I can't phase or mind link or anything you can do? I couldn't help but feel dejected. Supernatural beings with supernatural abilities surrounded me, and while I was technically one, I wasn't like them at all. Sometimes when wolf blood is mixed with human blood, the genes don't carry over, Aric explained. Especially if the parents are not mates, which in my case, we were not, Coralie added. Though I'm sure you are physically stronger than other humans. Have you ever done something that could not be explained? My thoughts immediately drifted to the evaluation. I fought and defeated 15 werewolves without any proper training. I thought Aric had told them to let me win. That was really the only way that I could have beaten them all, but he swore he didn't. I thought it was because I was a Luna. Your abilities are dormant, but they are still there. Your children will still be full werewolves, I assure you, Coralie said. Right. The children that have to die, I said grimly. Did you ever think about raising me instead of giving me away? This didn't hurt me, but I was wondering what my life would have been like if she had. Would I still have met Aric? Would I still be the same person I was today? Of course I did, but I didn't want you to grow up among people that would call you defective. Wolves that cannot phase are genetically inferior. You would only be seen as a liability. It was better to give you away to a human family that would love you. Little did I know that they would turn out to be hunters and your mate would be an alpha. So you didn't research my parents? You just handed me off to them without even doing a background check. They were a financially stable, happy young couple. They had everything you would need. I knew they couldn't have children of their own, so I thought if I found a couple like that, then they would be more likely to accept you. I never really thought about my birth parents. It didn't matter to me why I was given up, because it was so long ago, and I was happy now. What about my birth father? Are you still in touch? I asked, and she seemed closed off all of a sudden. Do you really want to know? You may not like what you find. I can handle it, I said. I just want closure. That's all. Do you have a pen and paper? Aric handed her what she needed, and she wrote something down. I assumed she would give me his address or something, but instead, she gave me coordinates. Should we head out now then? I turned to Aric, and he nodded. If that's what you want. I stood up, and Coralie nodded. Then my job here is done. You're more than welcome to come with us, Aric offered, but she shook her head. Don't worry. I'll be back in early April, if you will have me. She smiled at us, and I knew that was the month our children would be born. Chapter 48. The pack had stored hundreds of maps in our arsenal, so Aric marked the coordinates that Coralie had given us, and we were off within an hour. It didn't look like anything was there, only woods, but we were still hopeful. "How do you feel after talking with Coralie?" he asked along the way. We had taken one of the pack cars, so it was full of gas and smooth on the road. "Honestly, I'm not really sure." I tapped my fingers on the armrest as I looked out the window. I thought I would get more answers, but I have more questions. I certainly didn't expect to find out that she's my birth mother. After all those years, I never thought I'd reunite with my birth parents. I had been completely satisfied not knowing anything about them, and now it was like opening an old wound. It would explain a lot, though, I added. The loop felt closed when it came to my heritage. And she did tell us more about our kids. My heartbeat sped up when I mentioned them. It was still surreal to believe that we would be parents soon. Was it bad to feel nervous? We've been told all these bad things about them, but they haven't even happened yet. They could never even happen. It could be a self-fulfilling prophecy. The more we try to stop it, the more it will come true, I thought aloud. But despite everything we had been told, I was still very excited for the future. In fact, I was probably more stressed about raising them than this prophecy. It's not going to be easy. We're going to be stressed, sleep-deprived, completely clueless, as well as safe, happy, and together. He reached across to grab my hand. "You aren't alone, don't forget that. We have each other." Yes, we would get through it together. It was all that I asked. The highway suddenly ended, and we turned onto an unpaved dirt road. Trees engulfed us, and I wondered what my birth father was doing in a remote place like this. How far are we? Only a few more miles. The road was bumpy and full of holes that almost popped the tires. I held on for dear life as he tried to drive as slowly as possible. We reached a black fence gate that was left open, and it wasn't until I saw the angel idols that I realized where we were. "Are you sure this is it?" I asked while I peeked at her note. "This is where the map leads," Aric confirmed. Most of the headstones were old and worn. They were shaped in different styles, though they shared the same imagery of angels, crosses, and hearts. It didn't look like anyone had cleaned them for a long time, with the grass months overgrown. Aric and I searched for the name on Coralie's note. We walked down every pathway and every aisle. I looked at the giant headstones on top of the hills and the small square ones on the ground. I guessed I should have known he was gone. It made sense why Coralie wasn't with him now. What I didn't understand was why she didn't tell us he was dead to begin with. "Alex, over here," Aric called me over, and I immediately crossed the meadow to where he stood. He was looking at a red granite headstone that was slightly smaller than the one surrounding it. Wilson Ash. 1953 to 1981. That was all we could go off of. That and the dead flowers in front of the stone, but who knew how long they had been there? I didn't know whether to cry or stay silent. It wasn't like I knew my birth father, just like I didn't realize my birth mother, but I found it a bit tragic to learn what happened to them. He was 28. I cut the silence. He was older than us, but not by much. His life was cut short, and it was all for Coralie. I ran my fingers over the carvings of his first name and wondered what he looked like. "Do you think she didn't tell us he was dead on purpose?" I asked. "I think she wanted you to process it on your own." I could have handled it. I was more worried about Coralie and how his death had affected her. He died the year I was born. On the back of the headstone was a poem by someone named Mary Elizabeth Fry. "Do not stand at my grave and weep. I am not there. I do not sleep. I am 1,000 winds that blow. I am the diamond glints on snow. I am the sun on ripened grain. I am the gentle Audra rain. When you awaken in the morning's hush, I am the swift uplifting rush of quiet birds in circled flight. I am the soft stars that shine at night. Do not stand at my grave and cry. I am not there. I did not die." A moth fluttered at my eye level until it landed on the edge of the red headstone. Moths were nocturnal in nature, so it was strange to see one now. "They say moths are a sign that a spirit is near," Aric said softly. "I've also heard that. My mom used to say that about my grandparents." She said even if they were gone from this world, they would never be truly forgotten. I wanted to believe that it was my birth father. I turned to Aric and asked him something he may have found too personal. How come you don't visit your parents at the burial grounds? His eyes shifted to the sky as he said, I don't want to be reminded of that night. That night, he trailed off and I waited. Terrible things happened, things that you could not even imagine. I watched them die right in front of me, and I couldn't do anything to help. Sometimes I can't stop feeling this raging guilt when I think about them. It's not your fault, Aric. There are so many things that are out of our control. There was nothing you could have done. He met my eyes again, but there was so much hidden pain buried in them. I miss them more than anyone could ever know. We can visit them together if you want. When you're ready. I gave him a small smile. I would like that. That was a start. Do you visit Linda? I asked curiously, even though I was almost sure what the answer was. Only once to tell them where to bury her. Really? Then who planted flowers at her grave? I always assumed he was the one who did that. That was Trent. His name shocked me. Trent? Why him? Because she was from his pack. The burial grounds are the only neutral territory between us. The dead have no enemies. The moth finally retook flight and disappeared into the woods. Life was a fickle thing. Ever since I'd gotten to know Aric, I'd learned of many that had passed at a moment's notice. It really put everything into perspective. It's time to go home. I looked over at Aric, who looked peaceful. Wouldn't you say? He kissed my temple and said, one moment. He didn't go far, just to the bushes a row over. The flowers were in bloom, so he plucked a bouquet of pastel hydrangeas and laid them on the ground by my birth father's grave. We paid our respects and took our leave. As we walked back to the car, I felt a sharp kick in my stomach. Now that's a kick. Feel this. I grabbed his hand and put it on the bottom of my stomach. We waited a few seconds, and just when we thought it wouldn't happen, there was another big jolt. I wonder which one is kicking like that. Aric grinned. Definitely the girl, I decided. She's a fighter. You think so? Aric leaned down to kiss my stomach and then planted one on my lips. The boy might surprise you. Call it instinct. A mother always knew, right? I shivered. It was still crazy to me that I would be a mother soon. We should start thinking about names, wouldn't you agree? He reminded me gently. I did, but it took a lot of effort. Well, since both of us have names that start with a, I think it would be nice if theirs did too. Do you have any names in mind? I didn't get that far. I loved the sound of his laughter. His hand found mine, and we squeezed at the same time. How about we make it a bit easier for you then? I can name one and you can name one. I laughed again. That sounds fair enough. Chapter 49. There was a boy and a girl. The boy was like the morning, the girl was like the night. The boy was bold, fierce, and abundant with boundless energy, while the girl was intense, calm, and calculating with senses it seemed no one else possessed. The boy had an aura full of warmth, the girl had silent power. The boy was a lover, the girl was a warrior. A bright band tied together the boy and the girl until they were split apart by day and night. A once color that was so vivid was siphoned by an eclipse, which turned the whole world a limitless black. Coldness seeped in. Then I woke up. Oh, it was just another dream. Did you have a good nap, Alex? Soren asked in a low voice. He was sitting across the room with an old book in his hands. You were moving around quite a lot. I was? I looked down at the tangled sheets and pillows thrown on the floor. The more I tried to remember my dream, the faster it faded away. All I knew was that it made my pulse race. Do you feel okay? Do you have any pain? Soren asked. No pain, but I'm still a little fatigued. I can bring you some food if you would like. That's okay, I'm not very hungry. Thank you for offering though, I appreciate it. He nodded and added knowingly, Aric is in the nursery. How did you know I was going to ask where he was? Because that is how you two are. I was in labor for a good 15 hours. Soren and another wolf named Cassandra helped deliver the babies, which I was thankful for. I had actually blocked out most of that day as I was in such unbearable pain, even with all the drugs and herbs. Aric had never left my side. He was nervous before the birth, during the birth, and after the birth, though he would never admit it to anyone. The following weeks were equally as intense. My body was strained and would take a long time to recover. I'd almost lost my balance a few times just walking around since my center of gravity was off. Yet despite the pain and the exhaustion, I was happy. Even as young as they were, the pack could see the powerful future awaiting the heirs. It was worth everything to have them in my arms. Soren walked with me down the hall, up the stairs, and down the hall again. The nursery was tucked away in one of the hardest-to-reach places in the castle. It was also very open, with one half of the room for newborns and the other half for pups who were learning to crawl and walk. After they could walk, which didn't take that long, they were given a room near their parents. Each crib was made by hand from the sturdiest wood and lined with blankets made by a group of mothers. Mom had actually crocheted the twins' blankets in white and black. Hanging between the bars was a beaded necklace with the pup's name on it. Aric was nestled in the corner with our babies. They were sleeping soundly for once. Crystalline, the wolf who watched the nursery most of the time, said they were complete opposites when it came to sleeping. The girl was a peaceful sleeper, while the boy was fussy and woke up every hour, crying his head off. Aric began to stand, but I shook my head. It's okay, stay where you are. He was holding one of the babies. To others, it was impossible to tell who was who when they didn't open their eyes. But I always knew. I had a very interesting dream just now, I whispered as I gently picked up the other baby, the boy. Was I in this dream? Yes, you were, but there was someone else too. Who? Our children. His eyes softened. They were all grown up. They made it. Does it still shock you every time you say our children? He smiled. Yes, it's very surreal. Someone knocked on the door, and I turned my head to see Talia and Millie with bags of goodies in their hands. Where did you two go off to? I asked. We were buying baby stuff, Millie replied as she handed us some diapers. With the pack money, of course, Talia not so slyly added. Aric raised an eyebrow. I hope that will be the only charge I see on the account. Probably best not to look at it then. Since Aric wasn't very fond of leaving the babies or me for a long time, he had sent others to run errands. My best friends didn't mind one bit. They actually bought more than enough baby supplies for a decade. Blaine is summoning me. I'll be back shortly. Aric excused himself, and it was just the three of us. How many people do you have guarding the nursery? Millie asked randomly. Usually it's just Crystalline and a new person rotating every week. Well, let us know if you need help during the day or night while we're here, Millie offered. I'm sure you and Aric have your hands full. I would die protecting my godkids, Talia vowed dramatically. Yes, put the training my parents put you through to good use, I joked. Oh, your parents didn't train us. Then who did? That's classified, Millie said, and Talia nodded, which was very unlike Talia not to overshare. You know what, I don't think I want to know. My parents may have been hunters, but I never knew that life. I was a human in a werewolf's world, and it was easy to forget everything that came before. The golden hour approached on the horizon. While the twins were fast asleep in their cribs, Aric and I took a stroll through the courtyards. We walked arm in arm in a comfortable, peaceful silence that was much appreciated at the end of the day. Look what came in the mail today. Aric handed me a thick, white envelope with the words, "Do not bend." The moment I reached inside and read the first words I saw, I couldn't help but break out into a huge smile. It's our marriage certificate. My fingers traced our names. Just underneath, both of my parents' signatures were on the bottom as witnesses. They finally gave us their blessing, and this was the proof. Yes, it's official. Aric kissed the back of my hand and stroked my knuckles. It always has been. I laughed. You say the cheesiest things sometimes, you know that? And you fall for them every time. He stopped walking, and I slowed my steps to stand with him. The sound of distant howling echoed to the north, where the woods were. The pack was close and keeping watch as they always did. I will love you until the end, and even after, I will still love you. My eyes teared up. And I will love you just as you have always loved me. I was born and raised in the same small town for my entire life. I had never dared to imagine the path that it would take. The black brick castle that had once been so haunting had become my home, and the strange werewolves that once spent my reality had become my blood. And Aric, I could never have seen him coming from 1,000 miles. The two of us had been through so many trials: first love, heartbreak, betrayal, death, prophecies, and finally family. Our bond was eternal. He was the Alpha, and I was the Luna. He was the king, and I was the queen. We were together. We were fated. And I would forever be the Alpha Queen. The end.